Part 7. The dollar. The most ordinary thing in the world. A scrap of paper, a buck, a greenback. The dollar. Flimsy fuel for the world's economy. Gross national products are reckoned in it. National debts are topped up in it. Currencies fluctuate against it. When I visited Kazakhstan after its separation from the Soviet Union, nobody was interested in pounds sterling or French francs or German marks, let alone the despised ruble. What people wanted was the mighty dollar. When anything was paid for, the dollars were scrutinized closely. Crumpled ones and dirty ones were unpopular. They were thrown back as if they were contaminated. No! What was acceptable was the pristine dollar bill, the essence of money. I had always been puzzled by the apparent uniformity of U.S. dollar notes, regardless of their denomination, $50 looking so, similar to a 20 or a singleton, and apparently conspiring to aid confusion. Now I realize why this had to be. The dollar bill is money. It's what money should look like. Everything else is just numbers. Yet not long ago there was a silver dollar. When I traveled to the gambling state of Nevada in the late 1970s, these coins were still currency. They were a good size, like the largest coins in the sets of gold-clad chocolate money that kids still get for Christmas. Once I received a 1922 silver dollar in change in a small supermarket. Later in New York, I saw the same coin on sale for $27, thus making me one of the few people ever to leave Reno with a profit. The old dollar was more than an idealized form of money. The silver in it was, when minted, worth $1. Age didn't turn silver. Dollars into tattered rags. They hung about for years. This kind of money had a durability that feels out of place in the age of the virtual transaction, when money as an entity becomes more and more notional. In the old days, money had substance. The dollars weighed down your pocket. The dollar sign itself is considered by some to be a transmutation of G and related directly to the Spanish pieces of 8. Once upon a time, their exchange values were linked. As for the name dollar, it has a geological history. One can find the same word in Danish daler. In due turn, this is a variant of thaler. The thaler was the standard silver coinage across Europe in the 16th century. Each thaler weighed an ounce. There was a portrait of a bigwig struck on one side, often one of the counts of Slick who profited from their manufacture. At a time when there was much jiggery pokery and adulterization in coinage, the thaler had a reputation for reliability. The reward of virtue in this case was eventually to bequeath its name to the ultimate lingua franca, the dollar that talks to just about everyone. Further, the name thaler was itself a contraction from Joachimsthaler, referring to the mine at Joachimsthal, the valley of Joachim, from which the silver was obtained. This small town in the Czech Republic was once part of old Bohemia, lying on the southern rim of the Krusten Mountains. What remains of the town is quite picturesquely dotted about the wooded hillsides, but it has declined from its great days. In 1530, its population was 18,000, of whom 13,000 were miners. The town will be found on modern maps under the name of Jakimov. So the Joachimsthaler became the thaler, which became the dollar. Thus history covers its tracks. The rich silver veins were discovered in Jakimov in 1516. A few years later, there were 800 mines. The first coins were struck by Count Stepan Slick, sometimes Germanized as Schlick, with due permission from the king. The Count had a license to mint money, and of course he became rich. The relevant document dangling the royal seal is still preserved in the National Archives in Prague. Between 1520 and 1528, more than 2 million thalers were struck from something like 60,000 kilograms of fine-quality silver. Much of the silver occurred native, that is, as the pure metal, and some of the coins could almost be struck on the spot. This kind of silver forms fine strings and sheets rather than nuggets. The silver is laid out in veins that follow lines of weakness in the country rock, often running along faults. Like all mining discoveries in the old days, the initial bonanza occurred on the surface, where some sharp-eyed prospector discovered an outcrop of rock or weathered material showing the cherished minerals. Then the vein was chased downwards as deep into the earth as available technology and profit would allow. In the Svornas mine at Jakimov, some of the tunnels dug more than 400 years ago are still there 150 meters below the surface. They are crudely walled with stone slabs knocked in edgewise to help safeguard against rockfalls. A visitor in 1980 found some well-preserved tunnels with rock-lined ceilings that he described as resembling small naves, and there was even an inscription to St. Barbara, patron saint of miners, where humans have wormed their way into the underworld in pursuit of dollars. The heave of the violated crust often squeezes back again to obliterate their impertinence. In this connection, I discovered that this area of Middle Europe is apparently the only part of the world where the cockroach is viewed favorably. Their insect senses are peculiarly alert to changes in pressure in the rock, like the pressure-sensitive instruments used in Hawaii to detect movement in the magma chamber. When a rockfall threatens, the cockroaches head out of their hiding places and scramble away along the conduits and passages in order to escape being crushed. They are the silver miners' friends, like canaries in coal mines, and it is bad luck to crush one. Cockroaches have been around since the Carboniferous period and will doubtless still be here after the last miner is gone. All mines eventually become exhausted, and the same was true of the silver at Jakimov, but it was not the end of the industry. Different vein minerals are often found nestled together, or at least in close proximity, and when one has been worked out, it sometimes happens that another acquires a commercial life. To put it into miner's jargon, today's gang may be tomorrow's ore. In the mineral underworld of Czechoslovakia, there were also plentiful ores of the metallic element cobalt, the heavy element bismuth, and poisonous arsenic. These elements all have medicinal and industrial uses. In their own way, they are as precious as silver, even though their route to the dollar is less blatant. Cobalt is what gives a wonderful rich blue glaze to ceramics and enamels, and it can impart the same color to glass. Cobalt blue is one of the standard colors of the oil painter's palette. Factories able to exploit these new minerals grew up around Jakimov in the 19th century, so there was life after silver. An additional mineral, dark and greasy, looking as pitch, was despised by the silver miners because when it increased in abundance, the silver disappeared, like darkness shutting out light. This mineral is called pitchblende and has another peculiarity that belies its ordinary appearance. It is very heavy. This is because it is largely composed of uranium oxide, and uranium is element number 92 in the periodic table. Almost as heavy as you can go, and heavier than lead. Useless, dark, heavy stuff, this pitchblende, to be thrown into the woods. Out of the way. How time changes perceptions of value. In 1852, a chemist called Albert Pater discovered that uranium-based chemical compounds produced unusual and gorgeous colors, greens and yellows, especially when added to glass. There was an immediate vogue for these otherworldly hues, and so mining at Jakimov enjoyed yet another incarnation. At a more recherché level, the mine was a source for beautiful mineral specimens of rare uranium and silver, minerals that still adorn great collections. But the major use of pitchblende had to await detection for nearly half a century when the mines of Jakimov were crucial to a discovery that has changed the course of history. Working in Paris in 1898, Marie and Pierre Curie processed thousands of pounds of pitchblende from the same glass factory tailings in order to isolate two radioactive elements that had hitherto been unknown, radium and polonium. Uranium's radioactivity had been recognized for a couple of years prior to this, but this pitch blend was too active to be accounted for by uranium alone. The Curies deduced that another radioactive element had to be present. To make up the balance, they reasoned the existence of highly active radium before extracting it, but it was present in the tiniest quantities, a gram in 7 tons of ore. The labor involved in refining a tiny visible grain from the unforgiving black ore is difficult to imagine, but they convinced the scientific world with sufficient material evidence of the elusive element to be awarded the Nobel Prize in 1903. This was the first international recognition that a woman could have as outstanding a scientific intellect as any man, and Marie Curie's name is still associated with European science funding. With tragic irony, Marie Curie died of the consequences of the radiation she helped to explain to the world. Cancer had yet to be linked with damage to dividing cells. Radiation was to become at once a medical weapon and the agent of mass destruction. Luminous watch hands painted with radium compounds were formerly the everyday demonstration of radioactive decay. As a child, I had an alarm clock on my bedside table that ticked visibly in the dark. Then it was discovered that workers in the United States who decorated these novelty clock faces and then licked their brushes had unusually high rates of mouth cancer. The delicacy of the genome proved to be a discovery, out of phase with that of glowing radium. However, the realization that one element could decay to another at a definite rate also proved central to the endeavor of dating rocks, for this decay provided natural clocks which ticked in sympathy with the antiquity of geological time. This is how the world acquired a birth date. Joachim still has other connections to reveal. The town physician at the time of the silver boom of 1527 to 33 was one George Bauer. He is better known under his literary name of Georgius Agricola. He wrote the first books about mining, of which his De Re Metallica 1555 is the most famous. Agricola's works became known throughout Europe, where Latin was still the language of instruction. Agricola's writings can claim to be the first widely studied geological text. I have examined a copy of De Re Metallica in the library of the Natural History Museum, carefully leather-bound and stored in an inner sanctum. It seems an improbable handbook, but that is what it is, an illustrated compendium of practical advice for the miners and metallurgists of the day, with advice on ventilation and smelting and the safe construction of drifts. It also includes the first attempt at the systematic classification of minerals by their properties and products. This was clearly the work of a good observer, a no-nonsense, pragmatical kind of mind. This probably accounts for his longevity as a reference work for more than 2 centuries. Agricola was at pains to say that his work was based upon facts he himself had observed. He clearly had little time for hearsay and recycling of moldering classical sources, and he said as much. In spirit, he was close to his much more famous successor Francis Bacon, born in 1561, who set out the scientific agenda explicitly for the first time. De Re Metallica was translated into English in 1912 by Herbert Hoover, surely the only president in U.S. history with sufficient Latin to have undertaken such a task. Agricola had a near contemporary in Jakimov, the Rev. Johannes Matthevius, who was sufficiently concerned at the conditions under which the miners labored to deliver sermons on their rights and safety and on what would now be called unionization. As was customary among elite clergy, these perorations were eventually published in 1562 under the title Sarepta Oderberg Pastilla. I would be intrigued to know if there were an earlier example of concern for the rights of the industrial worker. Ever since these early days, mining above all other commercial activities has been capitalism laid bare where grist Toil has been at the service of boom and bust, and where the role of the boss has frequently been tainted with dubious profiteering. Miners have been among the first workers to fight back for their rights. On the side of collective labor, the coal miners have been the most militant trade unionists in the 20th century, deified by some, vilified by others as communists and troublemakers. It is sad to reflect that there are parts of the world today where mining conditions are probably worse than they were in Joachimsthal in the 16th century, under the brooding eye of the Rev. Matthevius. It has to be added that in the Soviet era the Yakimov mines were one of the main sources for uranium concentrates, the basis of bombs and power in the Eastern Bloc, and that the miners were mostly political prisoners. Tempora mutanter, as President Hoover might have said. It is remarkable how all these different historical threads weave together in one mining area on the Czech-German border, the dollar and the first geological textbook, Marie Curie and the dating of the Earth, even perhaps industrial justice. Yakimov also embodies much of geology over a few hillsides now strewn with overgrown tailings. It all has a ground truth in plate. Tectonics. The mines of Yakimov are just part of a great swathe of mineral riches dotted through Central Europe, and that run out eventually into the famous tin mines of Cornwall at the westerly tip of England. All these mines have complex histories. Many are played out and they yield different treasures, but they are all intimately connected with one of the ancient seams that divide the complex European continent, what Seuss and Holmes called the Hercynian fold belt, though modern textbooks seem to prefer the term Variscan. There was a range of mountains high mountains running along this track through Europe, a range that was the consequence of subduction of ocean we have previously encountered, the Reich Ocean. The silver and the uranium were the last exhalations from the dying seas, a gift from the underworld sealed in cracks since the Carboniferous. In Cornwall, that gift was tin, tourmaline, lead, zinc, and silver. The miners in Yakimov had their counterparts elsewhere, speaking Cornish or Old French. Silver and gold are unusual in occurring in nature as the pure element. Few other elements other than gases occur in such an unadulterated condition. We have already met native sulfur in the yellow-stained exhalations around volcanoes. Copper also occurs in sheets and nuggets, often so distinctively shaped they seem to have been beaten out by an earth sprite with an eye for abstract sculpture. Most elements are prone to combine with one or several others to form a compound. This is a mineral. The noblest metal, gold, is reluctant to become part of a mineral. It will not combine with oxygen in the atmosphere, for example, which is why it does not tarnish and why gold hoards still glow after years in the ground. Iron, by contrast, is corrupted by water and oxygen and soon becomes crusted and fragile. Like iron, most elements cleave unto others. A mineral has a particular chemical formula, a characteristic combination of elements. Or is this a mineral or a set of minerals found together that is of commercial value? Whether or not a given claim yields a worthwhile or can change too as the market fluctuates. So mining is tied into the flux of capital. There is nothing objective about ores. Minerals carry scientific names that identify them uniquely, official names, in the same way as the Latin binomen for animals and plants. Unlike the system developed by Linnaeus for the biological world, only one name is required to identify a mineral. Some are ancient names that have a certain romance: phene, tourmaline, galena, hornblende, topaz, garnet, but the majority are just ites. That is, they have a stem name to which ite is added as a suffix to indicate their mineralogical nature. Many are not very euphonious creations. Leafing through a dictionary that I have in front of me, I find bismutotannelite, cuproscodloscite, fluoropophyllite, guanajuateite, kemmerite, monteregionite, oysterboscite, shattuckite, vandendriescite, yofortierite, and last, the not-to-be-forgotten, tsinvaltite. Each mineral name is a label of chemical composition first, but also has a typical crystal structure. As we have seen, atoms can arrange themselves in more than one way even if they have the same chemical formula, and a different arrangement can merit a different mineral name. Each mineral type is termed a species, thereby adopting the same language. As biology, it is somewhat confusing to find that some rock types too have "ite" as suffixes. Charnockite is a rock, not a mineral. So are granodiorite and herzolite. The definition of a rock type is generally looser than that of a species of mineral. In practice, most rocks are recognized from the characteristic assemblage and proportions of their constituent minerals. A rock made of feldspar and quartz will have a different name from one made largely of hornblende, but this system still allows for a lot of variation in appearance of the rock-in-hand specimen, according to how it occurred in nature. Some minerals have very simple chemical formulae, as easy to remember as those of water and salt, which is a mineral. Many have horribly complicated ones. Some minerals are very common, and others are very rare. Some are so rare that they are known from a single locality, the mineralogical equivalent of the Mauritius 1-cent postage stamp that haunts the dreams of philatelists. There is a good reason for this. Rare elements combining under rare conditions produce rare minerals. Conversely, common elements make proletarian marriages. The commonest elements, silicon and oxygen, combine to form the remarkably common mineral quartz. The sand on the beach, that rounded cobblestone in the ancient church wall, the grit that gets into your sandwiches in the park all quartz. This does not mean that a common mineral cannot be uncommonly beautiful. Perfect quartz crystals are much less routine than mere sand and gravel. They are six-sided prisms, topped with complex pyramids. Its more massive form, rock crystal, has a kind of vivid transparency that makes most glass look insipid. And then, quartz gets tinted by traces of other elements to produce named varieties that are commonly sold in rock shops. Amethyst-colored purple by manganese. Carnelian made warmly red because of a dash of iron. Such striking colors are not rare in nature. The quartz minerals that produce them are usually described as semi-precious, but they are in no sense semi-beautiful. Gemstones are crystals of greater rarity and are a more traditional barometer of wealth than mere accumulation of dollar silver or otherwise. All gemstones are minerals, but not all minerals can yield gems. Often, a common form of the gem mineral exists as a routine ingredient in rocks, but only rarely is it pure grown, clear and crystalline in the precious form. The frequent mineral corundum is often matte and uninteresting. Chemically, it is a simple oxide of aluminium, but grown deep in the underworld under special conditions, with the right impurity added by nature to induce color, it becomes the most regal of all jewels, ruby. It is odd that this stone almost alone is used as a Christian name. If it were a matter of vulgar display, then surely diamond or emerald should be common names, or if exoticism were the important factor, opal should be heard on the streets of London or New York. Some of the best rubies are found near the village of Mogok in Burma. Benvenuto Cellini, 1500 to 1571, greatest of goldsmiths, reckoned that a fine ruby was worth 8 times the same weight in diamond. The ultimate rubies are called pigeon's blood rubies, allegedly because their color resembles that of the blood of a freshly slaughtered dove. They are a lustrous but absolutely clear red, and are the most valuable of all gemstones. They are rarely found in place in their rocky source, a coarsely crystalline marble that cropped out in the wet hills of Burma. Instead, They have to be sifted from ancient gravels into which they were washed and concentrated from their original bed. The largest rubies of all are from what is now Tajikistan. If another quirk of contamination happens, corundum becomes blue rather than red, and then you have a sapphire. Crystals do not usually grow into gem-quality stones. Like most things in life, minerals are commonly compromised with impurities or grow crushed by others, so cheek by jowl that they do not develop their most beautiful color and character. The spectacular specimens that are found in museum cabinets are uncommon. More abundant minerals often accompany the rarities, as when a cluster of quartz crystals will form a plinth from which arise elegant columns of green or pink tourmaline. Beautiful gem quality. Minerals are particularly found in nature in those geological sites where the crystals were able to grow very slowly to achieve their perfection of form. This often happens in profoundly deep fissures in the presence of volatile elements, like chlorine and fluorine, and where the crystallizing chamber is bathed in hot, silicious waters. When miners eventually hollow out tunnels into these underworld crystallization chambers, the crystal seams can be displayed to the visitor as glistening, bejeweled incrustations lining ceiling or walls. There are immediate romantic connotations to such subterranean jewel boxes. Thus John Keats described Endymion's descent into the sperry hollows of the world. Dark nor light, the region nor bright nor somber holy, a dusky empire and its diadems, one faint eternal eventide of gems. Imitations of such displays were reproduced in the once fashionable artificial grottos that still adorn the stately parks of Palladian mansions. Unfortunately, their creators often mix geologically inappropriate materials, geodes of quartz placed alongside calcite stalagmites and stalactites. Their man-made, dusky empire was constructed with scant regard to the truths of the real underworld. Though minerals are named as species, they are far fewer in number than the prodigious profusion of species in the biological world. Species of flies alone outrank the number of naturally occurring minerals several times. So do species of mushrooms and daisies. There is a simple reason for this. Life is based upon virtually infinite variations in the organic carbon compounds, of which DNA, the basis of the genetic code, is merely the most well-known. The permutations and combinations of these molecules are capable of endless elaboration. Sex and genes are subtler markers of species differences than atoms alone. In the sphere of the rocks, there is a finite number of elements and a finite number of ways of marrying them, and only those that can crystallize under the conditions pertaining on Earth are capable of becoming mineral species. As I write, there are about 3,700 different named mineral species. The Amazon rainforest holds many times this total of beetle species, still waiting to be discovered. Approximately 100 new minerals are named each year. Some elements, like aloof gold and platinum, do not readily combine with others under natural conditions, so this reduces the possibilities. Still further, other elements, such as mercury, are very particular about their partner, so that cinnabar is one of a very small number of mercury ores. Its rarity is in inverse proportion to its importance, however, because as the source of vermilion, it was once king of the painter's palette. Mercury, which is the only metal that is liquid at room temperature, was one of the pivotal elements in the whole philosophy of alchemy. It is still important as an industrial catalyst, so there are severe limits to the possible combinations of the 50 natural elements. Then there are many elements of such natural rarity that they do not form pure compounds. The rare earth elements are most notable among them. Only 8 elements make up 90% of the Earth's crust: oxygen, silicon, aluminium, iron, calcium, sodium, potassium, and magnesium in decreasing abundance. So the real choice of combinations of elements that might make natural mineral species is much more limited than arithmetical permutation alone might suggest. Minerals are families of natural partners born to exist comfortably on this planet. Their cradle is often where plates collide or where the tectonic motor of the Earth squeezes out unusual fluxes from the stress crust. A new mineral name has to be accompanied by the mineral's chemical formula and an account of its crystal structure. They are sometimes named after the localities in which they were found. Thus it is not difficult to deduce from which country Brazilianite originates. Others are named after prominent geologists and mineralogists. This is one way to have your name and reputation frozen in stone in perpetuity. What could be more durable than the stuff of earth itself? Wollastonite is named for William Wollaston, 1766, 1828, chemist, philosopher, mathematician, and polymath. Among a number of achievements, he is probably remembered today for his discovery of the noble element palladium in 1803, named after the great wooden image of Pallas, goddess of wisdom and war, that was supposed to protect the citadel of Troy from mishap. The Wollaston Medal is the highest award of the oldest geological club in the world, the Geological Society of London, and is presented annually to one of the greatest research geologists. It is the only academic medal that is struck in palladium, because oxygen forms 46.6% by weight of the elements in the Earth's crust and silicon 27.7%. It is not surprising that silicate minerals that include these two elements are the most abundant materials in the construction of the Earth above the core. All the most common igneous rocks are combinations of different silicate minerals. That they have this creative capacity is because of the peculiarities of silica, and to understand the Earth it is essential to know something of the chemistry of silica. Silicon and oxygen combine in such a way that the silicon atom sits at the center of a four-sided pyramid with an oxygen atom at each apex. You can make the shape of this tetrahedron if you take a small plug of dough and squeeze it between the thumb and index fingers of both hands. Make that finger and thumb gesture that French chefs are supposed to use to indicate perfection, then bring together both hands with this gesture at right angles and squeeze the dough between fingertips. A little tetrahedron will result. At the atomic level, these tetrahedra can then link together by their tips as chains or sheets, or as three-dimensional frameworks. Their apexes may point upwards or downwards. This linkage explains many things about the properties of minerals. Their hardness, the way they break, how they behave in the plates of the crust. Quartz is very hard because its pure silica tetrahedra bond in all directions to make a 3D framework. It does not have natural breakage planes or cleavage. For the same reason, there is no direction of relative weakness. Its rock crystal clarity is a way of seeing its atomic purity, the eye appreciating intuitively features that lie beyond even the vision of the electron microscope. By contrast, mica has its silica pyramids bonded into sheets, layer after layer, and strongly linked from side to side, but weakly linked in the direction at right angles. It is almost like a stack of leaves of papers. This is why mica breaks readily into thin sheets. You can pick at and flake a mica crystal with your fingernail. In theory, you could go on splitting it down and down until it is a mere molecule or two in thickness. In practice, it is used as refractory glass windows and boilers and furnaces. It resists temperatures that would melt ordinary window glass. Almost any configuration of silica tetrahedra that can be devised theoretically can be found in nature. The main mineral families correspond to different designs. The silica tetrahedra can be single or linked together in pairs or form rings, chains, sheets, or complex three-dimensional frames. The principal mineral varieties are determined by major differences in construction, much as you might define the main styles of architecture by aspects of proportion and design. A few examples will illustrate how this works. The frequently beautiful mineral beryl is one of a few minerals that contain the second lightest of all metallic elements, beryllium. It is also one of a number of minerals in which the silica tetrahedra are connected together in rings, 6 linking one to another, to form hexagons. Atoms of beryllium and aluminium make the joins between the silica rings. It is helpful to compare the whole structure with a honeycomb. The silica hexagons form the cells, which are sealed and bonded together with the metallic elements. The result is a distinctive mineral species. Because the structure is so well linked, beryl is hard it can scratch. Glass. When beryl crystals grow under special conditions, they may be transparent, and then beryl becomes a gemstone called aquamarine. If the color happens to be yellow, it is known as heliodor. If green, it is emerald. These are more romantic names than beryllium aluminium silicate, the scientific description of beryl, but they are no more than the names of varieties, just as Rhode Island Reds and Leghorns are all chickens under the feathers. As usual, the colors are associated with impurities of other elements. A trace of chromium is what makes emeralds green. Crystals of beryl are also often hexagonal in shape, hence the specimen in your hand closely reflects what happens at the atomic scale. The architectural analogy is inappropriate in this respect, for in minerals the finished shape of the construction arises directly from the shape of the bricks, not from the will of the architect. Beryl is a rather easy example to understand because of the distinctiveness of both its atomic and crystal structure. Hexagons are familiar enough from close-ups of a fly's eye, or even from grandmothers. Quilting. Curiously enough, one of the most important structures in organic chemistry is also a 6-sided ring. This is the benzene ring, which is a characteristic part of a vast range of naturally occurring carbon compounds. Plants and animals are full of them. It seems that anything silica can do, carbon can do better. It is interesting to speculate, as science fiction has sometimes done, on the possibility of silica-based life, given the similarities between the complexity of silica frameworks and chains and those based on carbon. There is no doubt that silicates are the closest rivals for carbon compounds in their complexity, but there are important differences. For example, carbon-hydrogen bonds are ubiquitous in organic molecules, but do not readily occur with silicon. The relatively tiny number of mineral species compared with carbon-based ones proves that silicon is just not so versatile. At high pressure and temperature, however, silicon bonds are less constrained, more capable of transforming from one shape to another. It is an intriguing thought that silicon life might have to grow deep within an alien world to have a chance of reproduction, where heat and pressure free up the rigor of its chemical bonds. Mineralogy has moved a long way since the time of Agricola. X-rays can spy inside crystals to discover the bones of the atomic structure. Tiny amounts of a mineral can be punched out with a laser beam, and its constituent elements counted almost atom by atom. Electron probes tot up the proportions of the elements within a crystal by their atomic weight as mechanically as a coin sorter might file nickels from dimes, quarters from silver thalers. You sit in front of a computer screen and watch the piles of atoms grow as the analysis proceeds. In a mass spectrometer, the isotopes of single elements are sorted by their different atomic weights. Atoms in vaporized samples are deflected differentially by a magnetic field like different-sized pigeons lured home to separate roosts, and it is now comparatively easy to measure abundance of elements in parts per billion. The rarest bird can be spotted alongside the pigeon. An atom or two of praseodymium is no problem, nor is it so difficult to sort out your yttrium from your ytterbium. So the silicate minerals can be investigated in detail another kind of intimacy. In the history of the Earth, we have to go back to Hawaii to see why this matters. Recall the mineral olivine that formed green sand on one of the beaches. Olivine is a simple silicate of iron or magnesium. Olivine crystallized out very early in the igneous magma chamber. These first solid crystals would then tend to sink, like lentils settling to the bottom of a stew pot. In so doing, they effectively remove magnesium and other elements from the remainder of the silicious melt, which accordingly subtly alters in its composition. Other minerals can then crystallize out in their turn. The magma, in other words, evolves elements that are reluctant to shuffle into a silicate mineral early on will become commoner and commoner as this natural alchemy proceeds. You can now understand one of the ways in which elements that are very rare in nature can become concentrated. It can happen either by leaving early or by hanging on late. Heavy minerals will often segregate together precociously. Most of the greatest deposits of or for chromium were produced by early settling of the weighty mineral chromite within the magma chamber. Black, dense bands of chromite form dull layers of booty. The chromium miners like the naughty boys scraping all the meatiest bits from the bottom of the stew. In the opposite fashion, after the magma has almost completely crystallized, a fluid residue remains, containing many of the most volatile elements, chlorides and fluorides, and metallic elements in solution. These seek out cracks and fissures in the country rocks surrounding the solidified magma, there to lay down their burden of minerals, the source of silver, copper, and zinc, and the wealth of industry. Hence Joachim's Thule. Feldspars are the most important single component of igneous and metamorphic rocks. They can be found almost everywhere in granites, gneisses, and schists. They are even important in moon rocks. So it is important to know something about how they are constructed if we are to understand how much of the world is made. Probably the simplest way to see feldspars in the field is to walk to the nearest bank. Financial institutions seem to prefer to face their buildings with polished granite. There is something reassuring about granite, the fact that most modern buildings only have a thin skin of rock as a cosmetic is neither here nor there. The appropriate rock will have an overall pinkish or grayish hue. The feldspars are white or pink blades. They are the largest and most obvious crystals. They are frequently bounded by clearly defined crystal edges. Because feldspars crystallize early from magmatic melt and nudge their way ahead of other minerals towards perfection of form. In some ornamental granites, the feldspars are huge, making phenocrysts from a distance they look almost as if they had been glued onto the rock's surface like small white posters. Some rocks contain more than one kind of feldspar, pink and white together. Because they crystallize early, feldspars in particular are responsible for altering the chemical composition of the silicious stew that remains behind. They become an important factor in the evolution of magmas, since the generation of magma in its turn is the outcome of plate tectonic processes. Feldspars are woven into the warp and weft of the fabric of the earth. Their chemistry really does matter. Consider what we have seen on Hawaii. The lavas there change from fluid, pahoehoe, constructing shield volcanoes layer by layer, to a sticky lava, building sputtering cones, which still stick to the sides of the huge shields, like Mauna Loa as if they were so many tumid pimples. The primitive lava, freshly minted from partially melted oceanic rock, crystallizes out first with calcium-rich feldspar and olivine. The magma held in its deep chamber evolves in composition as these early crystals are removed from the remaining magma. Later lavas are richer in silica, which makes them altogether more gluey, and the feldspars are pushed towards the alkali end of their range as the ingredients of the fecund stew gradually change. The stiff, Magmas cannot flow as benignly as the Pahoehoe. Instead, vents build up, cones surrounding them composed of pumice and bombs, and occasionally a destructive blast hurls material high into the air. Ultimately, the topography of the Hawaiian Islands is the responsibility of the atomic bonds of minerals. The individual prospector of popular legend, discovering valuable mineral deposits through a combination of instinct, experience, and luck, is becoming a rare species. Remote sensing equipment can now detect buried minerals from a flypast, using the most sensitive gravimeters to detect changes in gravity induced by buried bodies of heavy metallic ores. Rather than laboriously trudging the hills, inch by inch, samples can be taken from streams draining a prospect area, and precise assays of the elements then taken. A good source will leave traces in the water. It is almost like smelling a potential deposit, with chemical sensors taking the place of the prospectors. Fabled nose. Large companies operate huge pits with sophisticated methods of recovery. Silver, for instance, can be recovered as a byproduct of lead, and zinc extraction. It is all a matter of profit in a volatile marketplace, and the accountant has become as important as the geologist. Still, striking it rich is part of the mythology of geological exploration, and sometimes, rarely, it still happens. Diamonds, as the saying goes, are forever. Unfortunately, this is not true. They are not really stable under the conditions found in the average jeweler's shop, for their natural home is deep in the underworld. They exist at the surface on sufferance, having been wrested from their profound origins. They are the nearest that carbon comes to imitate the structure of silica, that ubiquitous component of terra firma. It is no coincidence that these sparkling jewels are known as rocks. Diamonds are the same material as coal, but transformed wondrously. Under sufficient pressure, the carbon atom is forced to make a three-dimensional framework analogous to that described for silica, except that diamond is pure carbon alone, and each atom is strongly bonded to another four in a kind of unbreakable armlock. This is why diamonds are so hard. The largest diamond of all time was the South African Cullinan diamond, 3,106 carats, and Thomas Cullinan was one of the few who did, indeed, strike it rich. This diamond, presented by the Transvaal government to the British King Edward VII, was cut into 5 huge gems and 96 smaller stones to boot. In 1902, Cullinan had bought the ground on which the premier diamond mining company operates, since when more than 300 million tons of the country rock known as blue ground have been removed, to yield something like 90 million carats of diamonds. Every year, a few stones the size of pigeons' eggs are discovered in the Kimberley area, and many other places where they occur in situ diamonds are found in pipes. These are huge tubular structures, punched deep through part of the ancient African shield. In Cullinan's claim, blue ground is the weathered relic of a volcanic rock known as kimberlite. The pipes are believed to be the product of a violent gas-charged magmatic explosion that dragged up diamonds from deep within the earth. It has been estimated that the temperature and pressure needed to turn black carbon to transparent diamond are 1,200 degrees Kelvin and 3,500 pascals, respectively. Diamonds can be synthesized by reproducing these conditions. This suggests that natural diamonds originated about 150 kilometers beneath the continents. Most mineralogists now believe that these conditions are satisfied only in the upper mantle. Diamonds are a kind of offering from the gods of the underworld, so precious minerals can be crystallized from magma or distilled from its latest breath, or dragged from the depths by volcanic blasts. They will naturally be concentrated where the earth is in transit, where plates have converged along the seams of mountain ranges, or where those ranges once traversed the earth but have now been rendered low by millions of years of weathering, and erosion. For where crust has been thickened and heated, there, too, is a crucible in which refinement and concentration can occur. Like almost everything geological on this mutable earth, minerals are genetically related to plate tectonics. The sulfurous breath of igneous activity engenders metal sulfide minerals. Some of these have been the source of riches, but they are usually accompanied by shiny yellow metallic cubes of common ore. Garden parites, iron sulfide fools gold for the credulous. Tin, copper, zinc, and lead make up the precious cargoes carried by sulfide seams hidden within the greater seams that stitch together the plates of the earth. Lead sulfide is called galena, and it, too, forms cubes that are dark as the metal they contain, and as heavy in the hand as you would expect. Where granites are melted in the depths of orogenesis, their subsequent cooling refines the rarer and aristocratic elements, or sequesters those that enter into pacts with volatile elements like chlorine. Vaporous waters carry cargoes of metals and gemstones into the surrounding rocks, fleeing the lumpen mass to hide in cracks and fissures. The silver of Joachimsthal was the product of such a refinement. In the limestone hills of Derbyshire, England, there are buried seams of fluorspar-colored green or mauve, yellow or blue, in which fluorine has married quotidian calcium. Beware testing this with sulfuric acid, for if you do, hydrogen fluoride is generated, a gas that can dissolve glass and burn holes in flesh, turning black what remains. Fluorine is the most voracious element, eager to combine with others. Small quantities are found in many minerals, but fluorspar is its apotheosis. And then there is gold, the aloof Vanderbilt of the periodic table. Gold is usually found native, linked to no other elements. You will have wondered how an element so determinedly celibate can have found its way into veins, let alone gathered into nuggets. In most rocks, gold is present in only the minutest traces, as scattered atoms or tiny flecks invisible to a prospector. To become concentrated, it somehow needs to congregate. The answers are only just being teased out, particularly by Professor Seward and his colleagues at the Technical Institute in Zurich. It seems that gold is not so aloof as it appears. Under conditions of high pressure and elevated temperature, and in the presence of water, it makes temporary alliances with hydrogen sulfide to form hydrosulfide complexes that can migrate through the crust. The gold is deposited again in due turn as its temporary partner deserts. Certain other elements, such as arsenic, when in very fine or colloidal form, can scavenge gold, making it adhere to the surface of the grains. So gold is swept up and captured. When the golden rock is eventually weathered at the surface, heavy and incorruptible gold remains behind and can be concentrated into gravels and river beds. This is where prospectors traditionally pan for gold by swishing away the lighter waste of sand with copious water until the gleaming flakes are concentrated in the bottom of the shallow pan. Gold was formerly as synonymous with money as the dollar is today. The golden age is still the best of times. The golden rule is still the one that must be observed. Wisdom, like gold, comes in nuggets. Leonardo da Vinci described gold as not the meanest of nature's products, but the most excellent, which is begotten in the sun, inasmuch as it has more resemblance to it than to anything else that is, and no created thing is more enduring than gold. Gold was extracted early in history because it's natural. Purity required no smelting. Its use in artifacts accompanies the appearance of the first civilizations. There were mines in the Sudan from which pharaonic Egypt obtained plentiful supplies of gold. There is a record of a load which needed 150 men to carry it. The inner coffin of Tutankhamun was made of purest gold and weighs more than 100 kilograms. Like Leonardo, the Early religions of both Egypt and South America associated gold with the sun and with their greatest gods. The promise of gold was what led the conquistadors to the New World, and they were not disappointed. 16th century goldsmiths suddenly had a plentiful supply of the magnificent metal, and produced incomparable work, although we might now regret the melting of the Aztec originals that fed it. Gold mingles happily with silver as an alloy, and the most durable gold work is not 100% pure, but has up to a fifth of silver in it. The silver puts some strength into a metal that is definitively malleable and ductile, and which can be beaten into gilding sheets thinner than rice paper. When properly worked, gold has unrivaled delicacy. Only gold is as good as gold. Gold discoveries have always led to gold rushes, a mad scramble for wealth. The great California gold rush of 1849 may have inspired Mark Twain's definition of a mine as a hole in the ground owned by a liar. New and fantastical claims led to hysterical occupation of gold-bearing ground by dreamers. Scarcely 1 in 20 made any money. It was the same in the Klondike 50 years later. Conditions were appalling, and the ground worked by the prospectors was permanently frozen. On the other side of the world, it was as hot in Australia as the Klondike was cold. The gold rushes to Bendigo in Victoria in the 1850s and to Kalgoorlie, Western Australia, in the 1890s were parched affairs. The diggers were often desperate, excavating square miles of holes in favored areas. Writing in 1852, the sculptor and poet Thomas Woolner described the devastation thus: "I never saw anything more desolate than the first sight of Mount Alexander was to me. It was what one would suppose the earth would appear after the day of judgment has emptied all the graves. No matter where you were, you ran the risk of being robbed of your wealth by a highwayman. In California, it might be Black Bart, who performed 29 holdups disguised by a headgear of flour sack with crude eye holes. After his depredations, he left behind verses on morsels of paper. I've labored long and hard for bread, for honor and for riches, but on my toes too long you tread, you fine-haired sons of bitches," which proves that Black Bart was a more effective robber than he was a poet. He was caught in 1884. In Victoria, the traveler would have had to keep his eyes skinned for Black Douglas, who might have attacked him in the Black Forest. Clearly, the opposite of gold is black. There are fairy tales which exploit the naive lad who hears that the streets of London are paved with gold, to which he departs with only his cat or his spotted handkerchief for company. Barnaby Rudge, the simpleton hero of one of Dickens' more esoteric novels, was probably the last literary manifest ion of this fantasy. But there has been one time when the streets have truly been paved with gold. In the rush of 1893, Kalgoorlie prospectors threw away an excess of a bulky Puritas material as they delved deeper for pure gold, in the same way as the miners at Joachimsthal had once jettisoned pitchblende. They recognized the waste as being rich in yellowish fool's gold, iron, sulfate, and used it for hardcore or to fill in ruts or to bulk up crude sidewalks. Despite what was said above about the nobility of gold, there is, in fact, a stable compound that gold forms in nature with another rare element, tellurium. The resulting mineral is gold telluride or colaverite, to give it its mineralogical name. The waste material used to pave the roads in Kalgoorlie in fact turned out to be this very uncommon mineral. But nearly 3 years passed before anyone realized that their streets were paved with the proverbial gold. It was not until May 29, 1896, that the results of an elemental analysis of the strange mineral leaked out to the mining community, resulting in a second gold rush, this time to the dumps where the blocks of waste had been disposed of. Dr. Malcolm McLaren, writing in Account of the Affair in the Mining Magazine in 1912, describe how blocks of ore, a saying at 500 ounces gold per ton, had been utilized to build a roof, hearth, and chimney in a miner's hut. Forget the hills. There was gold in them dar bricks. Part 8. Hot rocks. Driving in India reinforces your belief in a protective God. The dry and dusty roads north of Pune, formerly Pune, bend this way and that as they climb into the foothills of the Western Ghats. It is the dry season, which lasts for 6 months or so. The landscape is reduced to a uniform pale tan color. It is hot, enough to make the roadside farmhouses, with their small courtyards draped in leaves, look restful and inviting. The roads are just about wide enough to take 2 vehicles abreast. Disreputable trucks covered in dents and dust hurtle along the road with no regard for bends or goats or barefoot children. Worse, they overtake other, older trucks even dustier and more dented, whether or not they happen to be climbing up a hill or going round a blind bend at the time. Our own driver is more circumspect, possibly influenced by my drawn face and clenched fists. But it still does no good, because statistical laws beyond the reach of caution inevitably dictated that sooner or later there is an oncoming truck in mid-overtake on our side of the road. I close my eyes. A few milliseconds later, there is a tremendous crash as our vehicle veers off the road and into a field. The statistic has been defied thanks to a lack of roadside fencing and providence. As we come to a halt, our driver exhales between his teeth and says, "Oh my, we nearly had our chip." One of the things I like about India is that they still know how to use English. Understatement. As we drive northwards, changes in the proportions of the landscape become obvious. For a few miles the road runs comparatively straight, then we climb for a while before another level stretch is reached. Any hills have flat tops, and in the distance more terraces rise one after the other, so that the hillsides look like a series of steps stretching away as far as the eye can see. We are in the Deccan Traps, one of the greatest volcanic features on Earth. 1.5 million square kilometers of volcanic rock. Each flat level was formed by the top of a single lava flow, which evidently extended for many miles. So as we climb, we ascend through flow after flow. The top of a more resistant flow might make an extensive plain, and then its successor would comprise the next flat area, perhaps half as wide. Each terrace supports a farming population, with many small holdings carrying humble, single-story dwellings. There is no corner of the flat area capable of cultivation that had not been dug or tilled. Occasionally, there might be a small square of bright green where some local water source permitted salad plants to prosper, but it is clear that the crops were over for this year. Nothing to do except wait for the next rainy season. We pass only one factory run by the ubiquitous Tata Corporation. The dependence on agriculture of this part of Maharashtra province is unlikely to change in the future. The word traps is derived from a Swedish word trap, meaning stairs or steps, and is certainly an appropriate way to describe the landscape. The Deccan is the apotheosis of the lava flow. The difference from the Hawaiian shield volcanoes is the sheer extent of the flows, which stretch for thousands of square kilometers. Rather than cones, they build up plateaus. For this reason, the underlying rocks are sometimes known as plateau basalts. As you drive over the terraces for hour after hour, you begin to appreciate the scale of the traps. Single flows of highly liquid lava must have flooded out on a truly enormous scale, leaving flows the thickness of a house covering more than 100,000 square kilometers. Viewed from the moon at the time of eruption, this area of northwestern India would have looked as if a great pot of black paint had been spilled out on the surface of the earth. The other difference from Hawaii, of course, is that the plateau of the Deccan Traps is built upon continental rather than oceanic, crust. It makes for an area of the world where dark, oceanic-style rocks have been plastered mightily on top of the continents. This happens on a scale that makes the ophiolites considered in the previous chapters seem insignificant. Because the lavas are porous, water drains away through them. There are cracks and joints and holes running through the stack of layers. For all that, they appear solid and impregnable as you pass them in a road cut. Water sees the rocks differently, as a mass of tiny channels through which it can pass to lower layers, there to seek out other subtle passages still deeper. It is spirited away further and further from the surface. When the rainy season finally arrives, the landscape bursts into fecund productivity. But it is a time of plenty, running against the clock. Even as leaves unfurl into the moist air, water is dribbling away unseen through the flows beneath the ground. I notice empty pits and scrapes all over the Deccan hills. These are temporary reservoirs that try to slow the draining. Roughly caulked, they are a temporary way of making ponds for irrigation. They only stay the inevitable drought for a while. As the sun beats down harder, evaporation takes its share, too. The whole region hunkers down for the mean season. You begin to understand how men are enthralled to geology, even though there are many places where it does not blatantly announce itself. It rules unseen. Native vegetation understands the bidding of climate and rock. Plants have developed all manner of techniques for surviving periods of hardship. Leathery leaves, deep roots, deciduous habit. There is not much old woodland left in the parts of Maharashtra province I visited. Too many hungry mouths need to be fed. That any remains at all is thanks to sacred groves, which are small but inviolate areas associated with gods and legends. They retain a very rich natural flora with many unique species. They, too, pay homage to the peculiarities of geology. Professor Varker in Pune maintains a huge personal herbarium for conserving these species that threatens to edge him out of his apartment. Currently, there is concern about keeping some of these endemic species from disappearing altogether, a concern partly fueled by pragmatic arguments about the loss of uninvestigated plant chemicals that may prove to be useful in areas such as cancer treatment. The case of the critically rare Madagascar rose periwinkle, which has yielded one of the best anti-cancer drugs, is rehearsed again, but the stronger argument is a moral one. Our single species has no right to extirpate what geology and climate have created over millions of years, a whole habitat. Unlike the Hawaiian chain, we cannot even say that these basalts are doomed to immersion. The only sea that swamps these inland terraces is a sea of humankind. The road climbs more steeply after the town of Aurangabad, named after the last of the great Mughals, Aurangzeb, 1659 to 1707. Looking down from the hills beyond, you can see the magnificent but now decayed fortress walls that had been built around the town by previous Mughal emperors for its protection. In places, trees now sprout from the battlements. On a cricket pitch, albeit a dusty one, at least 3 teams of middle-sized boys dash about, ignoring the heat. I am telling you, India is cricket mad, the driver informs me unnecessarily. Cricket is a legacy of the British Raj, and possibly one of the few enduring contributions of my own race to India, and certainly the most harmless. The other contribution is our useful and flexible language, which has helped India to take a prominent part in the international communications revolution. The sway of Mughals and British has passed away, but the tumult of the street carries on as it always did, only now enlivened with the cry of Howzat. The Ellora temples and caves lie 30 kilometers on from Aurangabad. The hills in which they lie comprise another stack of horizontal lava flows. The monuments were constructed as rock temples and monasteries between the 5th and 9th centuries, starting more than 1,000 years before the British sniffed Indian prophets. The Deccan Traps host the most direct link between geology and culture that I know. The work grows from the rock, which provides both inspiration and material. There are 3 religions celebrated at Ellora. A guidebook tells me that 16 caves are Hindu, 12 are Buddhist, including the earliest ones, and 5 are dedicated to that. Most peaceful of all religions, the Jain faith. The Jains are strictly vegetarian and will not contemplate harm to any living thing. The purest Jain will even sweep the road in front of his advancing feet, lest he take the life of an ant. The caves lie in a series running north-south for about 2 kilometers and apparently follow the seam of one particular lava flow that is more suited for excavation. Over some parts of the outcrop, a more resistant flow overlies. The caves. The small lake known as Sita's Bath is fed by a waterfall that plunges over this capping flow. Cave 16, Kailasa, Shiva's mountain abode, is the one that the tourists flock to first, and you can see exactly why. It is an astonishing construction. I should perhaps rather call it a deconstruction, a piece of architecture in reverse. For this edifice has been fabricated by taking away rock rather than by building up with bricks or blocks. The temple was made by removing masses of lava to leave behind monumental buildings and reliefs, effectively a gigantic sculpture hewn from the rock with hammer and chisel. It was made during the 8th and early 9th centuries under the orders of King Krishna I. It is as if the temple lay nascent within the lava flow until released by a century of chipping and digging by Hindu artisans. Something like 3 million cubic feet of volcanic rock had to be removed. The main pit dug from the cliff top was approximately 30 meters, 100 feet deep, 84 meters long and 46 meters wide, 276 feet by 150 feet. At its center, a huge block was left behind, which was carved over decades into the huge 2-story temple of Shiva. Inside, rooms were excavated. On the outside, rectangular columns frame sculptures that combine delicacy and extravagance. The richness of decoration is reminiscent of the Victorian embellishments of Pugin, for all that the subject matter could scarcely be more different. This has something to do with a sense of fecundity, an ebullience of ornament. The friezes of the temple are carved into life-sized elephants, stiff and grand, standing separately from the temple. There is a victory pillar as splendid as any monolith, resembling a geological outlier, with its lines of detailed carving mimicking a kind of geological stratification, a case of art unwittingly imitating nature. In several parts of the monument, there are sculptures depicting the marriage of Lord Krishna with Parvati. The female figure is voluptuous. She has spherical breasts as plump as small grapefruits and a tiny waist. Krishna is manly but also tender. His hands reach towards his partner with a decorousness that belies the nudity of the lovers. There is an intimacy between the couple that is affecting and tender. Even their token garments have an understated elegance. They conceal more than they expose. For all that they were gods, these figures were also made in human dimensions. The bodies are different from the Greek archetypes that adorn Pompeii. Here, they have more of flesh and blood, even though some may sport extra pairs of arms or hybridize in interesting ways with animals. Looking at the rocks close to, it was clear that many of the lavas at Ellora were the kind described as porphyritic. They show large, flat feldspar crystals floating in a matrix of darker, fine-grained basalt. It was as if bold, white brushstrokes had been added to the faces of the sculptures. Such prominent, prismatic feldspars had crystallized out at depth where they had time enough to grow large before the main lava eruption spilled out over the ground in the thick flow that would one day give birth to a temple. The crystals were carried along with the fluid lava and then trapped in its solidity, like nuts and brownies. The crystals served to leaven the relentlessness of the black volcanic rock. An even grander monument lies 75 kilometers onwards from Ellora. The Adjunta Caves are carved into a vertical scarp along a horseshoe-shaped ravine. They, too, seem to follow a few flows, horizontal ribs above. The caves show the boundaries between the flows that were left unworked by human hand. The caves were lost for 1,000 years. After Buddhism declined at the end of the 7th century, they were simply forgotten. Scrub covered their entrances, and bats were left to keep their secrets. A British horseman accidentally stumbled upon the site in 1819. It must have been like the moment when the tomb of Tutankhamun was opened. A little road takes you to the base of the cliff, ending at an open space where there are dozens of stalls selling souvenirs. Mineral stores are as numerous as traders selling. Thumbs Up, the subcontinental equivalent of Coca-Cola. When the bus stops, tiny urchins mob you with handfuls of pretty minerals for sale. The minerals are indeed beautiful, and they are on sale here for a fraction of the price asked in Western rock shops. Pink or green crystals catch the eye. Some specimens show gems arranged in delicate rosettes, or there are spiky balls made of elongate prisms. The crystals are another product of the ancient volcanic activity, and some of them belong to rare species, like apophyllite. When the lava cooled, there were cavities or vugs left within it. Many of these were originally air bubbles, part of the froth of eruption. At a late stage, fluids moved through the lava pile and minerals were deposited within. The holes, many of them are of a class called zeolites, which includes several rare varieties sought after by mineral collectors. These beautiful crystals appeal to that queasy part of human nature that lies between aesthetics and avarice. I am as vulnerable as anyone to the appeal of rarity dressed up in crystal form. When the Pune-Bombay Railway was cut through the Deccan, traps, glittering subterranean galleries lined with crystals were discovered, and these furnish some of the finest specimens now displayed in museums around the world. But even the scruffiest street vendor might have had a lucky day in the hills, and you can make a substantial difference to his family economy by buying an example for a few dollars. No chance of turning a penny is left unexplored. There is a steep flight of stairs up to the Adjunta Caves. When I finally escaped the mineral vendors, 2 strapping young men offered to save me the walk by lifting me up the flight on a kind of palanquin. This I huffily refused, although I had second thoughts halfway up the stairs. The 30 caves are reached by way of an undulating path that has been scraped along the scrap. Originally individual caves were reached along steps climbing from the stream below. These have largely collapsed, so now you go from one cave to another as you might from gallery to gallery in the Louvre. The comparison is appropriate because almost every cave is an artistic treasure house. Some have entrances supported by round columns of lava, but these were left behind as the excavation of the cave proceeded, rather than built up block by block in the classical fashion, so they are seamless. One cave has a roof made of twisting, ropey lava belonging to the overlying flow. In a number of caves, Buddhist wall paintings have survived in a remarkable state of preservation. They are, by turns grand and intimate. Scenes from the life of the Buddha are complemented by episodes from everyday life. Some are undoubted masterpieces. The torsos of the figures are unclothed, but all except on occasion the Buddha wear necklaces and bangles, garters and bejeweled headgear. It would be an understatement to call the latter hats, for they come in every imaginable shape, from sparkling piles to elegant curlicues. The emotions of the figures are easily read by a modern observer. Here the Same tenderness, they're the same sadness, the same humor. The subjects portrayed are those that have always interested artists, mother and child, death and redemption. On the back wall of the antechamber, in Cave 17 there, is a scene depicting the return of the Buddha to his palace as a mendicant, carrying his begging bowl. His son Rahula, whom he has not seen for 7 years, in turn begs of the Buddha his recognition as a son. The poet Lawrence, Binyon 18691943, who did much to make the quality of Ajanta's art known to the world, said of this painting, "No picture anywhere is more profoundly impressive in grandeur and tenderness. I feel an affinity with this particular visitor to Ajanta because, like me, he spent much of his working life as an employee of the British Museum. There was another detail that moved me for a reason I struggled to understand. In Cave 2, there is a fresco that includes a half-naked girl on a rope swing set against a rather dark and stylized field of flowers. It is an image of fun, but also curiously solemn. It has an exact counterpart in a painting called The Swing by the pre-revolutionary French artist Jean-Honoré Fragonard, in which an aristocratic girl, dressed as a notional shepherdess, soars carefree into the sky. 2 girls, from different millennia and from remote traditions, enjoying an identical game, and captured in mid-swing by the hand of an artist. I take this as an emblem of the deep similarity of human responses, and especially of the importance of the artist in proving it. Ajanta, too, was rooted in the geology, and not just because the caves were hollowed out from the appropriate flow. Clay derived from weathered strata was one ingredient of the plaster used to prepare the walls for decoration, the others being cow dung and rice husks, with lime being used as the finish. The pigments were mostly of local origin, like ochre and sienna, the weathered products of iron-rich volcanic rocks. These earthy washes provide a tone to the paintings that makes them feel as if they have grown from the rocks themselves. It is an interesting question where the brilliant colors came from. Surely the bright blue used to paint in some of the jewels must have been produced from a cobalt mineral. Other caves are full of sculpture, hewn directly from the lava, rock and man engaging directly via the chisel. Cave 1 has a huge hall nearly 20 meters square, with an aisle flanked by a colonnade. The crude cells for the monks behind would certainly have encouraged a decidedly ascetic life. My favorite sculpted images are the flying couples that adorn the columns. United in ecstasy, these Gandharvas loosely embrace as they fly to the heavens, eyes closed. In one cave after another there is a parade of larger-than-life Buddhas that displays various embodiments by means of exquisite hand gestures. Cave 26 is veritably crammed with sculpture, which has a profusion about it that is more organic than the Hindu work at Ellora. A carved tableau tells the tale of how the enlightened one resisted even the charms of the daughters of his relentless tempter Mara. At the center of it all, the giant reclining figure of the Buddha, Mahaparinirvana, head resting on one hand, exudes peace. Playing about his lips is that distinctive expression that is not quite a smile, but does undoubtedly convey bliss. Basalt, the commonest of rocks, has never been employed for a more rarefied purpose. I have avoided reflections upon the vastness of geological time in this book. Its extent imbues every page, but I have passed over with hardly a second glance the millions or even billions of years that radioactive clocks tell us have elapsed since one geological event or another. If you are not careful, referring again and again to the huge span of time available for Earth's evolution becomes something of a mantra, rendered subliminal through its constant repetition. Familiarity breeds unawareness, but at this point it might be worthwhile to think about what has happened over the historical span of the Deccan caves. Images of 3 religions have appeared, carved in the rocks, Buddhism faded sufficiently for the Ajuna caves to be lost for 1,000 years. Neither Islam nor Christianity left its mark there, as they did elsewhere. The Mughals came and went, as did the British Raj. All this happened within a couple of thousand years, during which time the face of the cliffs altered hardly at all. The changes that mankind has wrought upon the landscape are much more profound. An ecosystem can be destroyed in a couple of human generations. What geology and climate married over millions of years, man can put asunder in a global heartbeat. All our human mess of history hardly registers on the scale of geological processes. It will be clear by now how much the world has changed to this infinitely slower rhythm. Lyell was wrong about the constancy of the Earth's processes, but the method he gave us has been crucial to understanding the nature of the fluctuations that have occurred. Nowhere on Earth today is a new Deccan erupting. This does not mean that it is beyond study, because its peculiarities are readily capable of being interpreted in the light of processes we understand. You cannot describe the world as uniform when such events occur without modern equivalents. However, there will be levels of history that we shall never reach. In deep time, there will be millennia beyond. Recall, simply because the level of dating precision we need to see time is not available to us that far back. Some things are lost forever. Our own species emerged from Africa perhaps 100,000 years ago. This is still nothing in geological terms. Yet all human biographies are crammed into those few milliseconds of geological time. I wonder if the adherence to the biblical timescale insisted upon by creationists is not partly motivated by a desire to hang on to history. Let time go into the millions and beyond, and the insignificance of our own sector becomes patent. Time again. The eruption of the Deccan traps happened over a very short period. The pulse of history quickened. Increased accuracy in radiometric dating techniques has shown that the eruptions were bracketed by an interval as short as 1.5 million years. Asterisk, it could have been even shorter, longer than the life of our species, to be sure, but still a blink in the gaze of time. Considering the volume of basalt erupted, an estimated 2.5 million cubic kilometers in the vast area over which it extended. This was an extraordinary outpouring of magmatic floods. The underworld bubbled over in this part of India. Many of the flows are 20 to 30 meters high, and they maintain their thickness over hundreds of kilometers. Charged with gas and highly fluid, they must have spread at remarkable speed, one after another. The lava emerged from a source that was plumbed into the mantle. The trace elements present in the basalts are consistent with such a deep source. The flows must have discharged from long fissures to account for their wide spread. These would leave their relics today as vertical feeder dikes cutting through the geological underlay all the way to the depths. It has been estimated that the lava must have gushed out at a rate of hundreds of meters per second, which can be compared with the discharge from some of the world's largest rivers. What a sight it must have been at night, having resisted the rivers of fire, cliché when writing of Hawaii. This is surely the place to apply it without embarrassment. Floods of flaming fury, a Ganges of geological gaudiness, an Indus of inflagration. It is scarcely possible to go over the top. Deeper time. The radiometric dates prove that the flood basalts of the Deccan traps were erupted 66 million years ago. This is on the Cretaceous-Tertiary boundary. The same period saw the extinction of the dinosaurs, as well as of other kinds of animals that lived in the sea, such as ammonites. It is one of 5 mass extinctions that have punctuated the history of life, and probably the second greatest of them all. Not surprisingly, the two events have been linked: eruption and extinction. Quantities of sulfur dioxide and fine dust released into the atmosphere during the plateau basalt eruptions may have Triggered adverse climate change is sufficient to kill vegetation on land and poison the seas. Herbivorous dinosaurs starved, while their predators briefly gorged upon their carcasses and then followed them to oblivion. The marine plankton was decimated at the same time. Currently, rather more evidence favors the impact of a huge meteorite in the Yucatan Peninsula, Mexico, as the instrument of the dramatic crisis that reset the evolutionary clock. Its direct effects have been detected more widely in sedimentary rock successions around the world than in features that can be definitely attributed to the eruption of the Deccan Traps. Still, it is a remarkable temporal coincidence, and the eruption scenario is a hypothesis waiting in the wings. It will come as no surprise to discover that the Deccan eruptions are yet another consequence of plate movements. Think back to the northward drifting Indian Peninsula and recall that it was not always where it is today. Remember that the world has been remade, so to understand what happened 66 million years ago, we have to reset the continental stage and shuffle the props. At the end of the Cretaceous, the migrating Indian subcontinent passed over a hot spot. As we saw in the Hawaiian chain, the heat source was stationary. The continent passed over it as a hand might pass over a blow lamp. When it did so, the mantle plume injected its tholaitic magma directly onto the continent with redoubled fury. This is one place where ocean and continent meet head-on. Piled up on the lighter continent, dark flows usually associated with the abyss transformed a part of the face of the earth, like a huge black blister. So much heat was dissipated that it has been suggested that there must have been a superplume to give birth to the traps, a torch from the mantle bigger by far than the Hawaiian example. But then the Indian plate continued on its way northwards towards its rendezvous with Asia and left the plume, super or not, behind. The eruptions finished as suddenly as they had begun. A final twist of the story is that there are some scientists who believe that the huge outpourings of lava and hence heat energy in the Deccan could not have been accomplished by normal Earth processes alone. They ask, where did the extra energy come from to account for a superplume? One answer invokes those meteorite impacts. The energy imparted by such an extraterrestrial interloper, it is suggested, may have provided just the addition needed to induce the enormous lava outpourings. And since meteorites tend to arrive in clusters, the time equivalence between events in Yucatan and those in northwestern India is no coincidence. The Earth winced before a double blow. One meteorite left a crater in Mexico. The other provoked floods of basalt that gave the Hindu sculptors their stone and the Buddhist artists their canvas. Perhaps the stars painted on the ceilings of some of the Ajanta caves were strangely prescient. The Deccan Traps are not unique, although the richness of their human associations is without parallel. There are comparable massive outpourings of plateau basalts in several other places, forming untamed tracts of country. The Triassic Age Siberian traps are, if anything, even more extensive than those in India, but are remote and inaccessible. They may have erupted over only 500,000 years. The Columbia River Plateau in the northwestern United States was erupted 17 million years ago and occupies 130,000 square kilometers. The flows filled in an earlier mountainous topography, flooding and leveling former valleys with relentless masses of volcanic darkness. Something like 1,500 meters of lava smothered this old landscape with the effectiveness of a builder pouring in new concrete foundations over an old archaeological site. There may have been as many as 100 separate flows. Present-day rivers are cutting back into the pile to spectacular effect along deep valleys. One day, the old landscape will once again be exhumed. The Snake River basalts in southern Idaho, 50,000 square kilometers, are even younger, of Quaternary age. There are also extensive plateau basalts in Brazil and even Antarctica. There are ocean floor flood basalts, too, where superplumes have poured out their effusions far from the eyes of mammal, or a dinosaur like the Ontong Java Plateau in the West Pacific, 120 million years old, or those to the south of Madagascar. These rocks are a major feature on the face of the Earth. As to their antiquity, there are indications that these extrusive plateaus may have besmirched the face of the Earth as long as there were plates to move. Many researchers are convinced that swarms of basalt dikes dating to about 2.5 billion years ago, at the end of the Archean, may have been feeders for vast and now completely eroded flood basalts. In the deep Precambrian, there would have been no forest to clothe them, nor any kind of vegetable cosmetic to conceal their darkness. They would have been rawly black, explicit stains from the depths smeared over the landscape. The old Earth must have been blackened many times. Granite is an unforgiving and ungenerous stone, hard to break, slow to decay. Granite does not flinch under the onslaught of the elements. It lends its name to things that are dauntless and immovable. The granite redoubt were the grenadiers of the Consular Guard at the Battle of Marengo, June 14, 1800, whose unyielding square formation stopped the Austrian advance and helped win northern Italy for Napoleon Bonaparte. Granite does not give way. Granite features belong to the face that reveals no secrets. It lends authority to public buildings. Even those who know nothing about geology can recognize its solidity. It means business. Granite construction seemed to say, "Here we stand, and here we stay." It is oddly consoling to know that the bank holding your life savings is made of granite. On the other hand, you do not expect granite to underlie gentle countryside. Seamus Heaney knew its properties. Granite is jagged, salty, punitive, and exacting. "Come to me," it says, "all you who labor and are burdened. I will not refresh you." And it adds, "Seize the day, and you can take me or leave me." Granite is abundant over the surface of the earth, moors and mountains vast, and inaccessible peaks in the Himalayas or the Andes, including some of the ultimate challenges for alpinists, along with monadnocks and inselbergs in Africa and barrens and tors in Europe and America. All are the surface manifestations of this, the most obdurate geological underlay. After the Deccan traps, one of the greatest of all basalt bodies, the granites of South, Western England, form one of the least spectacular intrusions. Describing them is not perversity on my part. The granites of Devon and Cornwall are, as the tourist brochures relentlessly proclaim, steeped in history. In the West Country, you can understand how granite connects with scenery and tectonics, not to mention human character, history, and literature better than almost anywhere. Dartmoor is often just another destination on the Heritage Trail, a brief stop on an inventory of historic Britain, the kind of tour from which most of the drama has been drained and the history condensed to a handful of brochures. But this does little justice to a wilderness that once struck such fear into the traveler that he would make his will before setting out to cross its dismal wastes. Even today, you have only to walk out of the sight of the nearest road and hear the wind sweeping through the endless heather, punctuated by the chinking cry of the meadow pipit, while bold clouds scud across an enormous sky, to know that wildness endures here for all the domestication of the beaten track. The granite moor still says, "You can take me or leave me." When you approach Dartmoor from the east, its appearance is hardly dramatic. Off the new arterial roads, there are narrow, beach-lined sunken lanes wedged between high banks. These were the ancient tracks into Dartmoor. In the spring, the hedge banks are miniature botanical reserves, decked with bluebells and red campion, early purple orchids and greater stitchwort. It's like a patriotic flower show, red, white, and blue. Then you catch a view on the skyline of a low swell, with wide and unencumbered contours. This is the moorland, which is higher than it looks and further away. It seems to take far longer than it should to reach the open skies. The twisting and turning lanes always seem to dodge off in a different direction as, if reluctant to confront the bleakness ahead, then you notice that the walls have changed. They now consist of pale, piled-up blocks, large and rectangular near the base, smaller near the top, and all fitted together in a kind of ad hoc jigsaw puzzle. Foxgloves sprout from the interstices there. Pink spires always abuzz with bumblebees when the sun shines round. Leaves of pennywort slink in the cracks. These are walls constructed of granite blocks. Some of the walls might be 1,000 years old. After you cross the cattle grid, you are on to the open moor. This is where diminutive tousled Dartmoor ponies acquired their hardiness. In the spring, the slopes on the moors can look almost black, even cheerless and oppressive. You could be forgiven for wondering if you were not, after all, looking at some kind of basalt flow, but it is the fine new growth of the ling that lends spurious volcanic heaviness to the moorland. Ling shoots are dark, with tiny leaves packed together against the harsh climate. Later in the year, the same plant will wash the hillsides with millions of purple flowers. The heather family has learned the trick of thriving on poor soils almost anywhere in the world. We have already met a relative of ling on the raw volcanoes of Hawaii, and the thin soil above the granite here is scarcely richer. Sheep-picked delicately at fine-leaved grasses among the ling, white puffs of woolliness. Against the dark hillsides, granite is used for almost everything out here, as well as the walls. Vertical granite slabs are used as gateposts, whilst granite blocks have been employed for constructing dwellings since Neolithic times. Spinster's Rock, not far from Edwin Lutyens' grand granitic house castle, Drogo, is a chambered tomb dating from about 3000 BC, with 3 uprights, supporting a great horizontal slab. The whole granite intrusion is peppered with several thousand Bronze Age hut circles that are often marked by stones. There may have been wooden huts, too. In the 1970s, the low field boundaries, known as reeves, were recognized for what they were. These unremarkable lines of stones, often capped by gorse bushes, are still used as farm and parish boundaries. A tough farmer at the edge of the moors today might still follow a line laid out by his Bronze Age predecessor 3,000 years ago. The farming habit endures, much like granite. Stone circles and avenues are numerous over the moor and isolated standing, stones waiting like sentinels in the middle of a field or by the roadside are so common that you soon cease to remark on them. Here is a domesticated, ancient history, lacking the grandeur of Stonehenge, perhaps, but giving a better sense of the density of occupation of land during the Bronze Age. This was no pioneer community, but a busy, thriving society. The people probably grew oats and beans and scoured the streams for tin. Grimspound is as impressive as Stonehenge in its own way, a stone structure with piled up walls so thick it has been estimated they would have taken 35 man-years to build. Dartmoor seems to have been more or less abandoned in Roman times, a process that continued into the Dark Ages. It has been suggested that the eruption of Krakatoa in 8540 so badly affected the climate that many of the inhabitants of Cornwall emigrated to Brittany in order to avoid starvation. Whatever the cause, the moor was left to itself for almost a millennium. Medieval farmers returned after about AD 950. The longhouses that they built still survive in a few places, for granite walls do not readily tumble down. The population was denser then. Near Hound Tor, there is evidence of an abandoned village, only the low remnants of house walls remaining. In the few surviving longhouses, granite slabs make up the lintels and the door jambs, and the walls are thick-set against the winter winds. Granite slabs were also used for crossing rivers, which can be intimidating when in full flood. Clapper bridges are simple structures comprising a few piers that support large, flattish granite slabs, over which pedestrians and pack horses could pass. In medieval times, there were many tracks across the moor where footpads preyed on lonely travelers. Where these ways crossed one another, a stone cross was often erected, and they endure today, even if the tracks have disappeared. So you might come across one standing alone, and miles from anywhere, mysterious and somewhat forlorn. More often you will find one tucked in the corner of a churchyard or on a village green. The cross may be crudely carved, but its import is unmistakable. Before churches were built, the holy site may just have been an enclosure containing a granite cross. These monuments are peculiarly moving. Faith itself, they imply, will endure like granite. The underlying rock reaches the surface at the high points of the moors. The tors. From afar, tors can look like crumbled castles or ruined pyramids. Close to, you discover extraordinary arrangements of piled-up blocks, sometimes almost teetering on the edge of collapse. It is almost plausible that they were thrown up by some Neolithic Henry Moore, for, like good sculptures, tors have the interesting property of looking quite different according to the angle from which they are viewed. From the side, an obelisk, perhaps from the other, a medieval keep. You do not have to be very imaginative to see a 12-meter figure at Bowerman's nose gazing out over the greener fields. Below, like a protective god, Combest one tor rather resembles piled bales or coffins, some tipped over as if they had been dropped from the sky by a careless giant. Vixen's tor was the legendary home of a witch. All the shapes were the product of natural weathering. They are what remains when the granite around has been removed by hundreds of thousands of years of wind and water. The cracks that define the blocks are joints in the granite natural cracks. Only the most resistant blocks remain behind. All else is lost to the great cycles of Earth history, willed away by time. The shapes, however, fantastical, are no more than the legacy of the whims of the elements. When you get really close to a tor, you realize that you are not seeing the rock at all. The pale gray color that tints the surface of the granite is a lick of paint. The surface has been decorated with lichens. This porous of pasture can still support a patina of growth. Lichens grow in patches. They run into one another so that you cannot tell where one patch ends and another begins. The rain that falls so freely in the west of England is all they need to sustain their growth, with a meager mineral supplement from the rock that provides their home. Many are so tightly bound to the surface that you cannot even scrape them off with your fingernail. They grow partly within the rock. Most are pale in color, which is why the granite looks white and smooth from a distance. Occasionally, an orange patch reveals a different species. I have seen granites decorated with lichens at 80 degrees north, and I don't doubt that lichens can survive in Antarctica. A symbiotic collaboration between fungus and algae, lichens are tougher than either partner. Look closely, and you may see the little pads or cups that are their reproductive structures. Many lichen species grow more slowly than the creep of tectonic plates. If you want to see the native rock, you must go to a quarry. There are plenty of disused quarries around Dartmoor. Granite makes good road metal, and it underlies the sleepers along many of the great railroads constructed in the 19th century. The tough felons locked up in Princetown jail were once obliged to break such ungrateful rocks as part of their punishment. The prison is still there, even if the rock breaking has ceased. It is a steep-sided block looking like an old cotton mill or a factory from the Industrial Revolution, rather than a jail, a factory for the manufacture of hardened criminals, perhaps. Marivalli Quarry nearby now lies silent, but the plant that used to lift the granite blocks remains behind, rusting, resembling a collapsed gargantuan spider. The hole from which blocks were extracted is now full of water, but you can see a cross-section through the granite in the face of the quarry. The whole mass is divided into great slabs by subtle cracks, running parallel to the surface of the ground above and by others plunging vertically. The granite was originally a nearly homogeneous mass, with hydrostatic pressure equally distributed in all directions through it. As the eons of erosion slowly stripped the top of the granite away, the balance was lost and the consequent stresses caused joints to develop. Thus you could say that the shape of the tor was already anticipated deep within the ground. The rusting hulk once moved blocks that had been freed by blasting. Then they were cut with diamond saws. To make a facing stone, the cut surface was then mechanically polished to a shine. Bits and pieces of polished stone lie all over the huge waste tips that surround the quarry. There are other, more exotic granites besides, so the place obviously acted as agent for buffing several types of rock. I recognize the reddish Scandinavian or bicular granite, which is easily identified by its large, circular feldspars, each surrounded by a green rim of altered mineral. The feldspars reacted with the magmatic liquor with which they were surrounded to grow these neat fringes of crystals, so now they look like plums in a pudding. The commonest stone on the waste heaps is a local granite, however, mostly whitish and speckled, some blocks pale pinkish. The dominant color follows that of the orthocase feldspar that makes up the bulk of the rock. Sections through these big, white prismatic crystals are well displayed on the slabs and show apparently random orientation. It was recognized from the early days of scientific geology that the large crystals proved that the granite magma cooled slowly at depth within the Earth's crust to allow such a coarse fabric to develop. The largest crystals may be up to 7 inches long. There are also crystals of plagioclase feldspar. According to the British Geological Survey, the Dartmoor granite was placed as an intrusion, having risen from a depth of 17.5 kilometers, 10 to 12 miles. If the plateau basalts were instant scabs on the face of the earth, granites were slow oozings from its deep contusions. The slabs also show clear patches between the feldspars without clear crystal shape. This is quartz, silica which fills the gaps between the larger, milky feldspar crystals. As for the black specks, they are probably dark biotite mica. This is a softer mineral than the others in granite's igneous jigsaw. They often pull away at the surface of the polished slabs, making tiny pockmarks in the otherwise flawless complexions of the elegant facing stones that are used as skins to clad buildings constructed of concrete and steel. Even granite can be cosmetic. If you want to see how slowly granite succumbs to the elements, look at one of the ancient crosses. It has been standing for 1,000 years, yet still retains its shape. Run your fingers over the surfaces, and they are rough, not the crumbly texture of lichen, but something altogether coarser. Irregular lumps protrude from the surface. These are quartz crystals. Centuries of weathering have left these crystals standing proud as the other minerals around them have preferentially worn away. This is the extent of weathering over the time. Since the medieval surf system faded, the moor was abandoned and machines that could cut granite to a polish were invented, just a roughening to the touch. Look in the little rills that drain the moors and you will see something similar. Tiny bits of granite, but mostly quartz, form a crunchy stream bed. This is the waste of the moors. The feldspar will rot. The quartz will edge its way seawards over millennia, tumble downhill during times of flood, but it will endure. The sandy beaches near Padstow, so popular with surfers, will gather the debris At some time in the future, a sedimentary sandstone will incorporate all the silica grains, and then it, too, will be elevated above the sea and eroded. A trillion grains or two might survive again, only to enter into yet another geological cycle. This is endurance. The longevity of quartz is reminiscent of the words of the hymn, "A thousand ages in thy sight are but an evening gone." Dartmoor is part of a still greater batholith. The same granite mass extends westwards to Bodmin Moor and St. Austell, and thence to Land's End, where it forms a mighty bulwark against the still mightier Atlantic Ocean. It extends beyond the mainland to the Isles of Scilly, where the early daffodils grow. Radiometric dates tell us this had happened by 290 million years ago. Arthur Holmes portrayed the whole mass as if it were a vast plutonic whale whose back broke the surface in a few places. Its shape is rather longer and thinner than that of a typical whale. But you can, if you wish, view the folded, sedimentary rocks that surround and overlie the mass as borne on the back of a hidden granitic leviathan. What should have been one of Britain's greatest wild places at Land's End has been turned into a theme park. The drama of land and sea with waves heaving and sucking at the Aubric cliffs is played out only a few yards away from a snack bar. Zenner, on the north coast a few miles away, is a much better place to observe the confrontation between erosion and granite. Zenner is a medieval hamlet and has changed little. It still comprises church and farm and few houses. A bowl, granite of course, is displayed therein, which vinegar was placed during the plague years to sterilize money that had to pass between the infected village and the outside world. The pub is called the Tinner's Arms, and there are the relics of mines nearby. The road shies away from the sea along this coast, so you have to walk along an ancient, walled path to see it. When I was there, the hillsides bore pools of bluebells. The granite plunges sheer to the sea, or else the cliffs are buffered by a zone of huge fallen boulders running along the boundary between cliffs and sea. There is a blackened zone 15 meters high, another kind of lichen painting, the rock, marking where the winter storms batter the land. The sea is clear, enough on a sunny day to see the sandy sea floor, the long legacy of erosion. Jackdaws and stone chats busy themselves among the gorse that covers the steep slopes. Higher still, the granite emerges from the springy sea turf and yellow-flowered gorse and pallid or greenish crags. Off the coast, outriders of granite form steep-sided sea stacks that provide a kind of advance guard against the onslaught of the elements. Even on a calm day, the waves smash, foaming against the columns, greedily seeking out the joints, the weaknesses that lie hidden in the fabric of the rock. The sea seeks to make low everything that has had the temerity to rise above it. It is the great leveler, where hot, light granite magma rose deep within the ancient mountain belt that once traversed southwest England. It baked and altered the sedimentary rock surrounding it. The magma also bodily engulfed chunks of these folded rocks. The zone of thermal alteration around a granite is known as a metamorphic aureole. In Devon and Cornwall, this can be as much as 4 miles wide. You can expect a metamorphic effect upon all the slates of Devonian or Carboniferous age that surround the granite masses. St. Michael's Mount is a little boss of granite off the south coast of Cornwall, not far from Penzance. It is spectacular when seen from afar, a conical island with a castle perched on its craggy apex. It is almost too romantic to be true. At high tide, it is cut off from the mainland, and a ferryman takes you across to disembark in its own granite-walled harbor. At low tide, a causeway is exposed, enabling you, rather more prosaically, to walk back to the mainland. The whole island, with its cobbled harbor backed by pretty houses, has been taken over by the National Trust. The dominating granite castle, seat of the St. Aubin family is everything you expect such a building to be, with thick walls, battlements, an old chapel, and a dizzying view out to sea. It seems to grow out of the rock, and indeed it does, for the building had to accommodate itself to the profile of its granite foundations. Life was much tougher here in the past, where tended and wooded gardens now flanked the heights. A dairy herd formerly provided essential milk and cheese, and were pastured on bleak hillsides. The castle started as a Benedictine monastery. After becoming a fortified manor, it was sacked and retaken several times. Bleakness can be clothed in trees, but granite cannot be modified so readily. Towards the top of intrusions, however, their cusps may fracture. Just below the castle entrance, you can see swarms of parallel veins of quartz cutting through the granite, filling such fractures. They make white stripes running over the surface of the rocky steps, worn smooth by hundreds of years of tramping boots. And a few feet from the granite itself, behind the old dairy, there's an exposure of the metamorphosed country rock, the rock into which the granite was intruded, a brown, crumbly outcrop hornfells that could not contrast more obviously with the granite above you on the hillside. If the tide is low, you can examine other altered rocks on either side of the causeway. Similar rocks are better displayed around St. Ives, the impossibly picturesque resort and artists' colony on the northwestern edge of the Land's End granite. These rocks are spotted with cordierite, a mineral that grew within the slates as they were heated by the granite intrusion, a transformation in situ, an alchemy of the underworld. Twisty quartz veins are abundant, riding through the rock as pale wisps. Pebbles of the same material can be found in rock pools, white as pigeons' eggs. All around Cornwall there are old chimneys. They arise improbably out of the sides of gorse-clad river valleys, or stand alone on the moors. These mark the sites of mines, wheels in Cornish. Many of them were formerly rich in tin, and some were rich in copper as well. Several other metals, silver, tungsten, antimony, have been mined at one time or another. Most scholars believe that the classical Greek name Cassiterize the Tin Islands refers to the Scilly Islands in Cornwall, cassiterite, tin oxide, from the same linguistic root, is the common ore of this valuable metal. The Veneti are said to have bartered for tin and sold it on to the Phoenicians. Bronze, of course, is an alloy of copper and tin. Nearly 4,000 years ago, the Bronze Age inhabitants of Dartmoor eagerly extracted the tin ore from the beds of streams that concentrated it. The smelting of tin ore was high technology at the time, nor did the practice of looking for reworked tin ore in stream beds die out. The 18th century streamers followed the course of former stream beds often now buried beneath younger river terraces. But even by Roman times, miners had learned to pursue the booty nearer to its source, veins or lodes that traversed the country rock surrounding the granite intrusions, or within the upper parts of the intrusion itself. The charmingly named Ding Dong mine in the Land's End Peninsula has been claimed as a Roman survivor. There are dozens of such lodes, and many of them follow faults or other fractures in the country rock, which provided preferential passage for the hot fluids that laid down the valuable minerals. The fluids were derived from the latest stages of the intrusion. The lodes within the granite itself are often found along joints, so it must have already solidified. The majority of lodes are described as hydrothermal deposits, a technical term that is unusually self-explanatory. Hot water. Often they are layered with different mineral products, like a vertical club sandwich. There are almost as many chimney stacks as there are lodes. 18th and early 19th century wheels have a melancholy, romantic feel in ruin that they doubtless lacked when they were working. Wheel Betsy, On the western edge of the Dartmoor granite sits on a hillside on one side of A Valley, a steeply rectangular building with gaping windows and a chimney. Adjacent, it marks an ancient tin site that was redeveloped in 1806 and ran successfully for 70 years. It was originally worked by water power, but in 1868 the present building was erected to house the famous Trevithick Cornish beam engine, which did all the necessary pumping and grinding and crushing. Such engines were the workhorses of the Industrial Revolution. The building somehow looks much older. It is built of the local comb slabs, of slaty material that make up the country rock in those parts. As always, the top of the chimney stack is finished off with bricks. I imagine the stone could not be trimmed with sufficient precision. You can still pick up bits of quartz, rock containing glinting black, or from the edges of the grassy waste heaps. On the northern Cornish coast, Wheelcoats near St. Agnes teeters close to the cliff edge, surrounded by gorse and sea turf. Ridges in the vegetation mark the courses of medieval open-cast workings. It is a challenge to imagine the wheel in 1881, when there were 138 people employed here. The clanking of machinery must have drowned out the sound of the surf breaking against the cliffs far below. The Torove pumping station drained a 600-foot shaft. The tin ore was actually chased out under the sea. It is difficult to conceive of worse working conditions. The cramped tunnels, the weight of rock and sea. Above, looming but unconsidered, there were accidents to contend with, and silicosis. The consolation of religion was of the bleak variety signaled by mean, gray chapels, which can be found on the edges of many villages. The last working tin mine in Cornwall, indeed in Europe, at South Crofty closed in 1998, so ending a tradition that had endured for 2 millennia. Who knows if the products of the hot fluids linked with granite will ever be sought again? With the closure of the mines went names that would once have been as familiar to the miners as those of their household pets. Near Bassett there, where Theaker's Lode and Patton's Lode, Dr. Shaft and Marriott Shaft, and the Great Flat Lode, all forgotten now, covered by gorse hardly visible, even to the buzzards wheeling above the abandoned workings. Granite intrusions are found in mountain belts. They, too, follow the bidding of the plates. They appear at the center of those most dramatic upheavals of the crust, where one plate collides with another. They are the sternest legacy of the tectonic cycle on the continents. The Cornish granite is but a ground down stump from the great Variscan chain that stretched eastwards through Europe at the end of the Paleozoic era. From a beginning in the Permian, we know it took nearly 150 million years for the granite to be deeply excavated. By erosion, some of its most characteristic minerals appear in sediments of Cretaceous age lying to the east of Dartmoor. This English Pluton is now among the least spectacular of granites, for all its historical resonance. Greater granites lie elsewhere in the British Isles. The mass of the Donegal, intrusion in Ireland, or the Cairngorms in the Highlands of Scotland, a granitic heart within the Caledonides, carved by the glaciers of the Pleistocene Ice Age. The Cairngorms are still rawly gouged. It will take millions of years to reduce these mountains to domestic proportions. Glaciated granites make fearsome vertical rock faces. Mont Blanc in the Alps, or the sheerest cliffs of El Capitan in the Yosemite National Park. California. Climbers delight in the meager cracks offered by such rock faces. Those who suffer from vertigo can only wince at the mere thought of tackling them. Doubtless, new challenges still await brave or foolhardy alpinists on granite peaks in the Himalayas. There are granites in the heart of the Appalachians, and we have met them already in their northward continuation, the Barrens of Newfoundland, whose name so well describes the scenery they produce. The Tatra Mountains of Slovakia are barrens in the heart of Europe. The greatest series of intrusions of them all forms the core of the Andes. Massive granites extend discontinuously along the heights of the mountain chain all the way from Tierra del Fuego almost to Panama. They cover something like 465,000 square kilometers. The batholiths of Western North America are hardly less considerable. In Alaska, British Columbia, Idaho, the mighty Sierra Nevada, the peninsular ranges of California, granites comprise several millions of cubic kilometers of the most intransigent rock, here of dominantly Cretaceous age. These granite ranges parallel the confrontation of the Pacific Plate with the Western continental Americas. On the opposite side of South America, the Sugarloaf at Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, rises like a massive, stuck-up thumb from the eroded gneisses that surround it. The mountain looks almost organic, as if it had grown upwards like a monstrous termite mound, yet it, too, is the product of granite's obstinacy in the face of the elements. Go to the other side of the world, and Mount Kinabalu on Borneo is a bald eminence rising from lush and dangerous jungle. It is flanked by cliffs 1,000 meters high, broken only by the occasional gully. At its summit it carries a few jagged peaks and weird, lobed, weathered protuberances like malignant growths. Kinabalu is a surreal island of bareness amidst a green sea of tropical profusion. The fiercest, strangest, least tractable features on the face of the earth belong to granite. But even these proud peaks will be humbled in time. There are ancient granites in the oldest parts of the earth that have been brought low. In Central Africa, they form low swells, exfoliated layer by layer as if the granite were the slough skin of the earth itself. Tropical weathering peels off the outer layers of granite blocks as if they were onion skins. The granite is reduced to heaps of reddish rounded boulders. These often provide the only feature to relieve the endless savanna, the last remnants of mountains 50 times older than the Alps. The durability of granite is a gift that has served to preserve the monuments of ancient human cultures. Wherever it has been used as a building stone, the structures survive, whether in the architecture of the Near East, Egypt, and South Africa, or in the pyramids of the Mayan civilization in Mexico, or the temples of Nepal. Steels made of it endure. Granite has outlasted the pomp of despots and recorded the faces of gods whose names have been forgotten. Its hardness and coarseness impose limits on its tractability for sculpture. The rose cyanite asterisk of Syene, the Greek name for Aswan, is famous for its use in the sculptures of pharaonic Egypt at Luxor, and was also used in the construction of the obelisks at Karnak. The material itself imposes a certain gentleness of contour and limits the detail that can be portrayed. In some respects, this is a virtue, for it obliges the artist to consider essentials of form. The grotesque visages of Mayan deities are the more terrifying because the sculptor has been compelled to simplify and formalize. Thus, sculpture is constrained by geology. Much more detail can be imparted to the limestones and sandstones used by medieval sculptors of Romanesque churches and cathedrals for gargoyles and leaf tracery, but time has served most of them badly. Noses crumble, roses rot. The Sphinx is proof of the same deficiency. In the Nile Valley, marble metamorphosed limestone serves the virtuoso chiseler best, especially the white marble of Carrara, which can record every fold of a garment or the delicate swell of the least muscle on a torso. Greek and Roman sculptors sought marble out. How much, one wonders, would Michelangelo have achieved had he been obliged to use only granite? Abraham Gottlob Werner, professor at the Mining Academy at Freiburg in Germany at the end of the 18th century, taught that granites were part of the Erzberg, the first deposits precipitated from a primeval sea that once covered the earth. Younger rocks, he proclaimed, including all the ones we would now recognize as sedimentary, overlay them. Granites played a part in disproving such theories, not least because they could be seen to cut through sedimentary and metamorphic formations and must therefore be younger than the country rock they intruded. Here is how the pioneer experimentalist James Hall of Edinburgh described intrusions in 1790, not many years after. James Hutton had outlined his ideas about their fiery origin. Wherever the junction of the granite with the schist was visible, veins of the former were to be seen running into the latter and pervading it in all directions, so as to put it beyond all doubt that the granite in these veins, and consequently of the great body itself, must have flowed in a soft or liquid state into its present position by the time Charles Lyell made his journey around the bay of Naples. The deep igneous origin of granites was established, but questions remained. Why were they associated with mountain belts, ancient and modern? And where did the magma from which they crystallized originate? How did they arrive in their present position? Edouard Suess appreciated the significance of granites in mountain belts. He had seen splendid examples in Switzerland, where he had learned his geological trade. He recognized that they were not, as it were, bottomless, but were intruded as masses into the deep crust late in the mountain building cycle. He wrote that they lie embedded in older stratified rocks. Their form is of large irregular loaves or cakes. He was right. Geophysical evidence can now be used to map the bases of intrusions. Suess also recognized that in places he could see how overlying strata were baked and metamorphosed by the granite, which is therefore younger than the overlying strata. But he also went on to say, it is absolutely necessary that the injection of a granitic mass possessing so high a temperature as to be capable of altering the surrounding rocks should be preceded by the formation of a corresponding cavity. As usual, Suess italics indicate that this was a particularly important point and show that he believed strongly that the granite was intruded into a kind of welcoming space that opened up before it. It is now timely to return briefly to Newfoundland to recall some of the rocks in the central mobile belt. This is part of an ancient mountain belt, the Appalachian chain, stripped down to its innards by millions of years of erosion. There were granites there, as there should be, but there were also rock smegmatites in which pods and folded veins of granite intermingled with banded gneisses, which are high-grade metamorphic rocks. It was confusing. Some of the rocks cropping out among the stunted conifers seemed more granite than gneiss, with darker wisps alone betraying a kind of gneissic memory, but in other places veins of true granite cut through what was indubitably banded gneiss. There was a transformation happening in front of you. Gneiss seemed to dissolve before your eyes and merge into granite. Then, magma generated by this process in turn squeezed out into adjacent gneisses, or so it seemed. This area of central Newfoundland was evidently exposed to erosion so deep that it penetrated into the tectonic crucible where granite is born. Exactly how this birth happened proved to be controversial. In both editions of Arthur Holmes' textbook, there is reference to a process he termed granitization. This is the conversion of gneisses and other rocks into granite in the solid state, and in situ by a kind of wave of transformation. He, too, recognized the importance of deep erosion into the interior of the crust, where we can see the granitized rocks of former ages and the crystalline rocks associated with them, all arrested at the particular stages they happened to have reached when the processes of metamorphism and granitization ceased to operate. Or, to put it simply, rocks frozen in time and trauma. The transformation of other rocks into granite had been suggested by J.J. Sederholm, director of the Geological Survey of Finland, who had studied appropriately ancient Precambrian rocks of the Baltic Shield. He had proposed that the changes happened as if by magic, as he said, when a transforming agent he termed ichor circulated through the rocks. To invoke the name of the ethereal fluid that flowed like blood through the veins of the gods was a suitable way of signaling the mysterious properties of granite. Generation. Holmes opted for the less classical, though equally insubstantial, term emanation to describe what had been modified to rock-transforming, gaseous solutions in his textbooks. Moving fronts of these emanations migrated through the rocks deep within mountain belts affecting their wondrous work, transforming gneisses and schists into what would eventually become the substance of unscalable cliffs and bleak uplands. The more extreme granitizers thought that all this could happen without the necessity of invoking magma at all. Holmes adopted these transubstantiationalist views on the origin of granites, because they were also those of his strong-willed second wife, Doris Reynolds. In 1931, while Holmes was professor of geology at Durham University, he met Doris on a geological field trip to the Scottish volcanic island of Ardnamurchan. Before 2 years had elapsed, Holmes had secured Doris a job in his own geology department, sitting across from him on the other side of the same large desk. An affair of this kind would scarcely be worth remarking in a modern university department, but in the 1930s it was unusual enough to be something of a scandal, the more remarkable because Arthur Holmes was by nature unusually level-headed. Holmes and Reynolds were married after his first wife's premature death in 1938. Doris Reynolds had to be a tough-minded and determined woman to prosper in what was in those days an overwhelmingly male profession, which, regrettably, it still is. You disagreed with her at your peril. She became an ardent, even extreme, adherent of granitization, and Holmes dutifully followed suit. There was, however, an opposing school headed by an outspoken Canadian petrologist, Norman Bowen. This group has been labeled the Magmatists, which is self-explanatory. They claimed that granite had indeed solidified from a liquid magma, and that magma had been generated by the partial melting of gneiss under sufficiently high temperatures at sufficient depth in the crust. Like the granitizers, they could point to field evidence to support their point of view. It was just different evidence. Places like Newfoundland could be used to support both views, depending on which bit of outcrop you examined. The debate between the two schools soon heated up to magmatic temperatures. One of the problems the granitizers had to account for was the loss of certain elements, especially calcium, iron, and magnesium, in the transformation of a typical gneiss into a typical granite. These are the elements characteristic of basic rocks, as opposed to acidic ones like granite. The granitizers said that these elements migrated away from the freshly transmogrified granite in what they termed a basic front, a kind of fugitive chemical miasma, spreading away from the growing granite behind. Bowen described this idea as, on the contrary, a basic affront to the geologic fraternity, not a great pun, admittedly, and with a nasty dig, intentional or not, at the sex of his principal opponent. Reynolds returned that Bowen was accusing nature of an intentional break of politeness. Bowen's friends in the United Kingdom included Professor H. Reed, who became Reynolds' implacable opponent. He speculated that the basic elements might, after all, remain behind as a kind of residue as granite generation proceeded, and in 1951 he added, punning insult to injury by writing, "I suggest for discussion that some basic fronts may be better interpreted as basic behinds, a somewhat indelicate term, I admit, but one which expresses the possibility that we may here be dealing with subtraction rocks, i.e. gneiss minus basics, equals granite." Doris Reynolds coped with this kind of antagonism in spirited fashion when the granite controversy, as it came to be known, was played out in the scientific meeting rooms of London. As she wrote, she bought herself one of those high hats like a witch. I thought that if I kept that on at the meeting I could not be overlooked attitudes had hardened like granite itself. As Seamus Heaney said, "You can take me or leave me." I cannot report that Reynolds triumphed in the battle between miasma and magma. The crucial work in settling the issue was the outcome of improvements in the design of experimental equipment, notably O.F. Tuttle's cold seal pressure vessel. The mineral ingredients of rocks could be cooked under pressure. It should then be possible to see under what conditions they melted, became a magma, if you like. Bowen teamed up with Tuttle to study how a granitic mixture of feldspars and quartz behaved under conditions of temperature and pressure like those in the deep crust. Previous experiments under low pressure had only produced a thick, sticky magma at excessively high temperatures. The crucial added ingredient was water. When the mixture was heated with the addition of the aqueous phase, the temperatures and pressures at which a granite melt resulted were lowered considerably, quite consistent with a presumed origin deep within mountain belts. It was shown that natural granite magma should be the first to melt out under the ambient conditions at depth if there were poor water present. Since water is well nigh ubiquitous in the crust, this was not an unreasonable assumption. To put it the other way round, if rocks such as gneisses were progressively subjected to higher temperatures and pressures, and this might happen as the crust thickened where two continents collided, the first product that would melt out as magma would have the composition of a granite. Granite magma sweats out in the profound depths of the underworld. The swirling migmatites of Newfoundland, like those that Sederholm had studied in Scandinavia, were granites in the process of their birth, frozen, just as Holmes had described it. Like many births, it was a messy business. Hence the bewildering arrays of texture and detail. Some rocks were already nearly granite, or they were gneisses that had been invaded by granite, sweated out elsewhere. Other rocks again were neither one thing nor the other. Deep flux flourished. By 1965, the outlines of the process of granite magma generation were clear. Progressively refined experiments in partially melting rocks continue to this day. As we have seen before in this history of the Earth, few issues of geological truth are ever clearly black and white. Doris Reynolds may have been wrong about her mysterious transforming emanations, but much recent research has been focused on the details of how elements move through rocks at the submicroscopic scale. In a sense, the granitizing spirit lives on. As for Arthur Holmes, his association with the discredited theory did his reputation no good at all in the latter phase of his career. This was hardly just since he was a great geologist with many other achievements to his credit. It should be added here that granite magma can also be generated from much more basic, oceanic-type lava. This can occur by a continuation of the process of evolution within an oceanic magma chamber, as described previously, whereby the heavier, basic, and darker minerals progressively crystallize out and push the remaining liquor more and more towards granitic composition. It is rather like making applejack. Fermented cider is buried in the freezing ground, and as the ice crystallizes out little by little, the remaining liquor becomes enriched in alcohol. This process of refinement and magma generation may occur in relation to the subduction of an oceanic slab. The final granite rock may look similar in the hand specimen to its counterpart generated by the partial melting of gneiss continental rocks, but its deeper chemistry betrays its origins. The isotope ratios of rare elements, specifically strontium senior/86 senior, are not altered by the refinement process and give different signatures for the granites with continental as opposed to oceanic origin. This method proved that the large batholiths of California were the product of partial melting of the continental crust, a scientific point that had been in dispute in a place where continent and ocean approach one another so closely. The greatest granites are mostly of this continental kind. What now of Seuss contention that granites must fill in cavities already present for the reception of magma. Clearly, granites like those in Devon and Cornwall had intruded as a mass, and one that was still hot enough to bake, surrounding strata in the country rock, and give rise to all those lodes filled with hydrothermal ores. The magma also engulfed lumps of the rocks, through which they intruded. It seems evident that huge quantities of magma, once it had been sweated out at great depth, moved upwards through the crust. Detailed studies of large batholiths have shown that there were often several pulses of granitic magma. The reason for the upward movement turns out to be rather simple. The hot granitic magma is less dense than the other crustal rocks through which it passes. It rises through heat and sheer lack of weight. Far from entering ready-made cavities, it insinuates itself into the emerging mountain belt. The process resembles what happens when a lava, that iconic 1960s objet d'art, is switched on. A heat source at the base of the lamp sufficiently alters the density of an oil layer to make it rise. As a weird plume through the overlying liquor, all the materials are rather viscous at this stage, so the process takes some time. For the rise of the granite magma, millions of years must be allowed. Nonetheless, the shapes of such diapirs can be almost as remarkable as those cooked up in the lava lamp. Now you will understand the precipitous oddity of the sugarloaf at Rio de Janeiro. Like the lava lamp, the generation of granite demands a source of energy. Granites do not rise up from the depths to disrupt the chalklands of England, the Paris Basin, or the Texas Plains. These are all areas underlain, at least, near the surface by undisturbed sedimentary rocks. Granite eschews the quiet, uneventful regions of the earth, for the source of heat is subduction. Granites are the sweat of earth movements, whether along the Pacific coast of the Americas or through the Alpine to Himalayan mountain chains, or in the ancient Caledonides or in Seuss Hercynides. Granites rise to dissipate the energy that plates produce by their marginal friction, particularly where continent collides with continent. The crust is thickened enormously. Nap piles upon nap. The concatenation of sediments and volcanic rocks yields a deformed and packed pile sandwiched between approaching continents. The pile may bulge downwards deeply towards a mantle to form what have been termed roots beneath the growing mountain chain, the image perhaps being more appropriate to dentistry than to a tree. Mountainous molars have downward extensions into the tissues of the earth. While this happens, the temperature gradient can be depressed for a long while, pushed downwards, along with the folded sedimentary pile, to a region of high pressure at depth. But, given time, the heat flow from the interior of the earth will be restored. The isotherms will bounce back, though bounce is probably too enthusiastic a word for the leisurely progress of geological time. Then the deep alchemy can proceed further, as additional heat sweats out the granite. Magma from the already metamorphosed rocks, ready to mass up and rise as plutons through the developing mountain chain. Naturally, this rising body will cut across the earlier folding and distortion that accompanied the thickening of the tectonic pile. Granites are a consequence, a spin-off, a late expression of tectonism and subduction. Given the chemistry of rocks, the physics of their melting, and the temperatures and pressures involved in tectonism at plate boundaries, granites are almost a logical conclusion to a dialectic of the earth. They arise inevitably in mountain belts. Once emplaced, they may themselves be subject to late phases of orogenic activity, sliced or thrust, or even squeezed so hard as to be metamorphosed anew. Nothing, not even this proud rock, is exempt from the mill of the earth. Both Seuss and Holmes realized that the thickened, rooted mass of a mountain chain would ineluctably present itself to the blast of erosion. Such a concentration of light continental rocks as is found in mountain belts would be compelled to rise as a result of isostatic readjustment. As it did so, the resulting mountains have to enter the realm of ice and wind, which diligently do their elemental duty to render the mountains low again. The more the weather slaves away and succeeds in removing rock, the more further isostatic adjustment will successively deliver the depths into the maw of the storm. Deep in the underworld, this flexure of the lithosphere is accommodated by the creeping flow of the underlying plastic rocks of the mantle, which moves as a viscous fluid. I have tried various homely metaphors, like depressing a big crouton on a bowl of pea soup or plastic, ducks in hot baths, to try to make this process more transparent. But the conditions at depth are so different from those in saucepan and bathroom that a bald statement of what goes on will have to suffice. As erosion proceeds, the granite's turn for exposure will eventually arrive, its rounded bulk exhumed from its seat in the folded pile. This rock will certainly give erosion something to chew on, but frost is eventually able to shatter it mercilessly, prizing it open along its joints. If the granite forms a high redoubt, glaciers will grow upon it. As the ice sheet creeps downhill, it will use boulders of granite entrained within it to scour and gouge the surface beneath it, forcing the rock to conspire in its own destruction. In the end, the forces of erosion will win. They always do. Quartz sand will pass onward into the next cycle of the earth. The ground-down granite will end up as no more than a gentle slope topped by remarkable boulders, standing as witness to their strange journey from deep in the earth's crust, where granite has rotted deeply without eroding away. The feldspars may be converted to deposits of the white clay mineral known as kaolinite. This is the china clay used for making fine porcelain. All around the Cornish town of St. Austell there are what look like snowy terraces, or perhaps small white volcanoes. They look unnatural. From afar you might think they were made of piled salt. They are in fact the waste heaps from the china clay pits. The feldspars in the granite of this area have been converted wholesale to white clay. A number of the great chasms from which the clay was extracted remain. One is now the site of the imaginative ecological experiment, the Eden Project, which has reproduced various natural ecosystems inside huge geodesic domes. There is something rather wonderful about growing a tropical jungle in an old clay pit. It is boldly traducing the poverty of granite soils. The clay, though, was always productive in other ways. The very best plates and vases were manufactured from this startlingly white clay. Josiah Spode developed the techniques for making bone china in the mid-18th century, but the fine goods were not made on the spot. Instead, the clay was transported all the way to the potteries, the region around Stoke-on-Trent, where the great names in ceramics had their factories. The trade was a stimulus for the construction of canals, which could move great loads cheaply. Wedgwood, Spode, and the Mintons were enthusiastic experimenters, always coming up with new pottery recipes and new glazes. The delicate blue and white were manufactured by Spode in the early 1800s, show rural scenes or illustrate fables, or reproduce an embellished Orient with feathery trees and borders of frothy foliage. It is ironic that the exquisite height of refinement in ceramics was grounded ultimately in granite, that coarse and implacable rock, whose natural sculptural expression is the tough stone cross that faces out the centuries in the bleak waste of the Great Moor. Part 9. Fault Lines. Some people love Los Angeles. They love its endlessness, the way one conurbation merges with another along freeways that promise more liberation than they ever deliver. They love the sidewalks lined so regularly with teetering palm trees like overgrown fly whisks. They love the unbridled eclecticism of the prosperous villas, where Spanish haciendas combine with Corinthian columns, and maybe a soucan of Elizabeth Mock Tudor, all flanked by implausibly verdant, perpetually irrigated lawns of coarse grass, upon which citrus trees seem always to be either in flower or in fruit. Downtown L.A. may be like any other towering downtown of glass and steel. But away from the commercial center, there are places that are unlike anywhere else. Venice Beach is to narcissism what Rome is to the priesthood. It's a place of impeccable pectorals and toned tans, but it is also a town with one of the best bookshops I have ever visited, where it is possible to sip a leisurely cappuccino and discover the meaning of chill out. In older towns, like Riverside, there are still distinctive hotels, Art Deco villas, and orange groves that have escaped redevelopment that allow you to understand how enticing this part of California must have been before everything became joined together and the drive-in mall homogenized everyday commerce. California has a reputation for being laid back, and the warm climate does indeed produce a kind of dreaminess in the visitor. The smog-filled air, backing up on the built-up coastal plain against the San Gabriel Mountains, contributes to an unreal, impressionistic haze. A little more experience quickly proves that this is where a Mediterranean climate mingles with the North American work ethic, and the people that I know in L.A. are every bit as frenetic as New Yorkers, only in Hawaiian shirts. It seems entirely appropriate that the microchip revolution was nurtured here. I was slightly disappointed to find that Haagen-Dazs ice cream was manufactured in a huge factory in Greater L.A. I had naively imagined that it was mixed by Flemish maidens in cowsheeds. Movies, microchips, and chocolate fudge sundae are all made on a global scale here. When I paid a working visit to UCLA on its incomparably well-furnished campus, it was humiliating to find that I was always the last person at the desk every morning. I may well have been the first to leave every evening. The art of being Californian, it seems, is to cultivate a loose-limbed insouciance while secretly working away like a frantic ant. This curious combination of devil-may-care and industry may be a response to living in the shadow of doom. California is one of the least stable parts of the earth. This is the state with the shakes. All that beavering away in the pursuit of fame and the dollar could be regarded as diverting attention from tectonic truth. There is no S. Gennaro to intercede, as there is in Naples. There is only a kind of collective amnesia produced by keeping your eyes down and your pockets full. Suddenly the ground might start to heave, and the porticos of the most extravagant villas will come tumbling down. The sprinklers on the lawns will dry up, and automobiles on the freeway will be tossed about like dry beans on a sieve. This will happen when there is an earthquake, and an earthquake will happen when there is sudden movement on a geological fault. If you had asked a man in the street to name just one geological structure, he would probably say the San Andreas Fault. Indeed, in the minds of some people, it is almost synonymous with geology. There are other great faults, like the Anatolian Fault that has wrought periodic havoc in Turkey, but it is the San Andreas that has somehow entered common consciousness as symbol of the power of the earth, the great shaker. Faults are breaks in the earth's crust. Many of them are brittle fractures, which happen when rocks snap. Most rigid materials break if they are strained beyond endurance. Bones break if they are bent in the wrong direction or if they are forced to carry more than they can bear. Even steel girders will fracture given enough goading, or if some microscopic weakness lurks within them. Why should the earth itself be any exception? For common materials, the strain that has to accumulate before breakage can be measured by experiment. Much modern architecture depends on precise knowledge of what a load bearer can carry without fracturing. When a break occurs, the material is said to have failed. So the language of tectonics has resonance with our own character, our own faults, our own failures. Faults run deep, They say best men are molded out of faults, as Shakespeare put it in Measure for Measure. Every man his own planet with weaknesses ingrained. The possibility of failure always lurks when pressure is exerted upon our nature, which is when we may be sure our faults will find us out. Perhaps more than any other geological process in this intimate history of the Earth, it is faulting that we understand at the most visceral level, for we all know of failure, and most of us acknowledge the flaws that cut through our own thin crust. The San Andreas Fault is just one of several faults that make up a complex of potential catastrophes, the flagship of a fleet of faults that run close to the western edge of North America. Most of the faults trend more or less parallel to the coast. In places, maps of interweaving faults look more like a braided mesh than the single deep cut of our imagination. Los Angeles lies off the main fault, but is vulnerable to movement on others. The whole system is 1,280 kilometers, 800 miles long, about the same length as the entire British Isles. It is one of the great fractures on our planet. In places, the fault zone is a mile wide. You can see it from space, for many features line up along it. From far above, this scarp lines up with that depression, and the whole picture is gradually revealed. Lakes tend to pond back along the fault zone, both because of its weakness and because different kinds of rocks are brought into juxtaposition on either side of the fracture. Bays and valleys follow it. Rarely is it displayed as an open crack, an explicit fissure, but it can be seen clearly, running straight as a die, as if scribed out by a titanic burin in arid areas such as the Carrizo Plain in central California. The San Andreas Fault, sensu stricto, runs from Northern California and San Francisco Bay southwards to Cajon Pass near San Bernardino. There, it splits into a number of branches, including the San Jacinto and Banning faults. Asterisk faults like football teams often take their names from towns, although the San Andreas itself is named after a lake of that title in the San Francisco area, along which the main fault runs. New and active side branches are still being discovered, usually when a sudden earthquake reveals what has until then been concealed beneath a cover of rocks or soil. Quiet as you like, it is a messy business, this slippage of the earth, and liable to spring a surprise in a vulnerable place. The rocks along the San Andreas move one way. On the seaward side of California, they are sliding past the rocks on the coastal range side and moving northwards. Imagine if you were able to stand and watch the movement from the western side of the fault. You would see the rocks on the far side of the fault slipping away to your right. Hence the fault is properly called dextral. If you average out all the movement in the long term, it amounts to only about 30 millimeters a year in some segments. You might find it rather boring watching the Earth move if it were continuous. Of course, the segments of crust do not slide past one another in a stately fashion. The reason that there are earthquakes at all is that the crust moves in jerks. It sticks, it judders, it jams, until it is compelled to give way. Faults are not smooth, well-oiled affairs, nor is movement distributed evenly along them, all within a system. Strain builds up in a particular segment until failure occurs. Then this one segment may shift dramatically, letting out energy in destructive waves. The longer the period of quiescence on an active fault, the more worrying it is to seismologists. The prelude to seismic cacophony is a silence longer than it ought to be. When the fault finally gives, the displacement direction becomes as obvious as if there were a signpost marking it. Crust this way, streams are diverted all along the fault. Those running off the California mountainsides towards the sea show kinks in the course of their little valleys. After the 1906 San Francisco earthquake, a road into Tamales Bay was offset by nearly 6.4 meters, 21 feet. The strain of a century or more was dissipated in a dramatic jump. The same event caused destruction in the city on a massive scale. Ironically, the earthquake generated data that helped scientific understanding of the very forces of destruction. It struck at 5:13 a.m. on April 18th. Many of the dignified Victorian houses were not constructed with earthquakes in mind and collapsed. To a geologist, briefed in disaster, it is surprising that there are so many of the old houses still standing today. Mature trees were uprooted and even tossed entirely, root over crown in places close to the fault line. It has been estimated that some 375,000 square miles were directly affected by the seismicity, half of it on land. Hardly had the dust settled than human faults began to move the tectonics of character. There was plundering. Mayor Schwartz was forced to act. Police and army units enforced order. But the mayor's problems were just beginning. At 8:14 p.m., there was an aftershock. The rocks were settling after the main event, but the shock was sufficient to bring down buildings already weakened earlier. Thousands panicked. Then the real killer started. Fire. Conflagration spread through the city. Over the next few days, magnificent hotels crumbled into ashes, and neighborhoods were destroyed. At one point, there was a mass rescue by sea that was probably the greatest such exercise before the evacuation of British troops at Dunkirk in the Second World War. At the final account, the death toll stood at some 3,000 souls. The San Andreas and associated faults will not calm down. The system has been operating at least since the Miocene for some 20 million years. The fault was already old when the first primates came down from the trees to sample terrestrial life. As I write these words, I have checked the U.S. Geological Survey website. It reports that an earthquake of intensity 5.2 on the Richter scale struck Gilroy, California, on May 14, 2002. There were no casualties. The intensity of earthquakes on the Richter scale is not like temperature, measured on the Celsius scale. 1 degree up is not 1 degree quackier. It is a logarithmic scale based upon the energy released during the event, which means that 1 notch up the scale represents a considerable increase. A magnitude 7 earthquake releases 30 times more energy than a magnitude 6, for example. Charles Richter was a geologist who developed his famous scale in 1935 based on the movements of the San Andreas Fault, so the language of seismology was born along the Pacific coast. The scale is calibrated precisely with modern instruments, but it has also entered the common vocabulary. The San Francisco event of 1906 has been estimated as 8.3 on the Richter scale. I have a sneaking regard also for the Mercalli scale, which describes earthquake intensity in terms of what is felt on the ground. Arthur Holmes outlined a 12-notch scale of this kind, using Roman numerals, which has appealing features. Here are some samples. Intensity 2, feeble, noticed only by sensitive people. Intensity 5 rather, strong, felt generally. Sleepers are wakened and bells ring. Intensity 7, very strong, general alarm. Walls cracked, plaster falls. Intensity 8, destructive. Car drivers seriously disturbed, masonry fissured. Chimneys fall. Poorly constructed buildings damaged. Intensity 12, catastrophic. Total, destruction. Objects thrown into air. Ground rises and falls in waves. Imagine the scene. A Californian ranch-style hacienda with Lonnie and portico. Myron, a seismologist, vaguely notices something. Can it be an earthquake? Intensity 2, he muses. Must call Christabel. She's so sensitive. The tingling increases. Oh, it's stronger than that. In fact, is that a bell I hear ringing? It must be a V. Almost immediately, an ionic column. Collapses. Oh my God! I feel generally alarmed and my plaster's falling. We have a 7. A wild-eyed motorist staggers into the front yard. Heavens! To Betsy! It's a seriously disturbed car driver. We've moved to an 8-inch. Ard! Myron is thrown into the air. It was a 12. I have seen road cuts slicing through the fault zone. The rock that is thrown up. It is hard to characterize just a tan-colored mash of little pieces with an occasional larger fragment. This is the debris of the grind of plate against plate, a kind of tectonic hamburger meat known as fault gouge. Geophysical evidence proves that the San Andreas Fault extends at least 16 kilometers, 10 miles, down into the crust. It becomes easier to understand how the great fault might stick long enough to build up the kind of strain that would topple the Winchester Hotel in San Francisco when it was suddenly released. In order to understand what is going on under the sunny coast of the western United States, we have to look globally. Plate meets plate at the edge of Asia, on the opposite side of the Pacific Ocean, but here it is along oceanic subduction zones. California is very different. To appreciate what is happening, we have to look beyond the hedonistic shores of Venice Beach, out and under the sea, southwards to the Pacific Sea floor adjacent to Central and South America. From quite early days in modern oceanographic exploration, a range-like, relatively shallow region was recognized here rising above the general level of the seafloor. This was named the East Pacific Rise. Later, this structure was identified as a spreading ridge and was mapped as a more or less linear structure for several thousand kilometers. Its smooth course was offset by transform faults asterisk that shuffle its crest stepwise into a dozen or so chunks. But it is not a typical mid-ocean ridge, not least because it is nowhere near the center of the Pacific Ocean. Instead, its course heads towards and under North America, passing into the continent along that most curious of long, narrow seas, the Gulf of California, which separates the peninsula of Baja California from the Mexican mainland. The conclusion can be drawn that the East Pacific Rise has disappeared beneath the North American continent. A whole chunk of the Eastern Pacific has been tucked away beneath the great mass of what is now the United States. To put it another way, the rate of production of new crust at the ridge center was exceeded by the rate of consumption of oceanic crust at the western edge of the great continent. The result was that the ridge was sucked towards America and then beneath it. In Oligocene times, 30 million years ago, there was still a continuous East Pacific rise off the coast of California. 3 million years later, it had partly disappeared under North America. The subsequent shuffling of the continental and oceanic blocks set up the northward rotation of the western coast that still happens today. The San Andreas was born. Proof of this long-term movement was discovered in fossils of seashells occurring to the west of the San Andreas Fault. If this seaward segment had indeed been shuffling northwards for a sufficiently long time, it should carry with it a cargo of fossil clamshells and snails, the remains of animals that would have originally lived in the subtropics, but which were transported tectonically all the way to cold northerly climes. These fossil strangers were indeed discovered by a paleontologist, applying his hammer to ancient marine sedimentary rocks. The beauty of such theories of the Earth is that all branches of science have their part to play in unraveling the sequence of movements of the crust. Charles Lyell would have rejoiced in the solution. The next place to go is downwards. The latest methods of analysis of earthquake waves create a three-dimensional picture of slices of the Earth's crust in horizontal sections at various levels, much as CAT scans can image the interior of the body. This method is known as seismic tomography. There is an ongoing project in the San Francisco Bay Area to understand the deeper connections down to 10 kilometers or so into the Earth. It carries a HAPI, acronym of BASICS, Bay Area Seismic Imaging Experiment. The 3D models developed show the plunging oceanic lithosphere underlying the northward, moving part of the coast. The different faults in the area show up as vertical, planes cutting emphatically through the crust. But, more surprisingly, they seem to connect with one another by way of a deep, nearly horizontal zone of weakness, a detachment zone where the North American plate and Pacific plate interact at depth. When Pacific push comes to American shove, all those diligent Californians are evidently dancing to a deeper tune. All such advances in knowledge help towards improved prediction of when the next earthquake will strike. This was once regarded as an extraordinarily difficult business, as much art as science. Sudden drops in the level of water in wells might indicate movements along faults at depth, and, as in Mercalli's scale 2, some animals might be sufficiently sensitive to notice early signs of which humans might be unaware. Today, early seismic signals that indicate when strain on a particular fault is reaching a critical level can be distinguished from all the other noise produced by our creaking earth. Predictions have improved so remarkably that the Gilroy earthquake of May 2002, briefly mentioned above, was anticipated in an article published in the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences by John Rundle and Christy Tiampo of the University of Colorado's Cooperative Institute for Research in Environmental Sciences, Surreys. The article was published on February 19th, a clear example of being wise before the event. Similarly, building technology has risen to the challenges of accommodating violent shaking without falling down. Shock absorbers have been designed that rest whole buildings on giant pads of rubber and steel, webs and struts of steel-reinforced concrete slabs to the same effect. Even so, the world was shocked by pictures of collapsed, though reinforced, concrete overpasses after the Kobe earthquake of January 17, 1995, in which more than 5,000 people died. This devastating event in Japan was exactly 1 year after an earthquake in Northridge, California, one of the suburbs of Greater Los Angeles, lying on a hitherto unremarkable branch of the San Andreas Fault. Roads collapsed there. Also, 60 people died. If an earthquake is violent enough, human ingenuity counts for little. Nonetheless, engineers are confident enough to build high towers within earthquake zones. It is impossible to gainsay the confidence of the Transamerica Pyramid in the middle of downtown San Francisco, an 853-foot needle piercing the skyline, peerless among its towering neighbors. It is earthquake-proof, or so it is said. Sadly, in China, Turkey, and Afghanistan, the effects of plate grinding against plate have not been mitigated by the ingenuity of engineers. Buildings still collapse like houses made of playing cards when the earth finds a strain. Too much. Kobe and Northridge are both symptoms of destruction. Oceanic rocks are being destroyed beneath Japan, and tumbling freeways are a consequence. Equally, oceanic rocks are disappearing on the Californian side of the Pacific Ocean. This, the greatest of the world's oceans, is getting slowly smaller, eaten away at its edges. In 50 million years' time, its transnavigation will not be a challenge. It must be admitted that the San Andreas Fault is not particularly impressive. On the ground, Professor Peter Sadler of the University of California, Riverside, has been mapping the San Andreas and its splays for years. He smiles somewhat lugubriously when we drive up into the foothills of the San Gabriel Mountains. "There it is," he says. "Where?" I respond, "with a little work, you can make out a linear depression in the sparsely vegetated ground, running northwards, and perhaps a modest bank on its eastern edge. It does not seem adequate to account for bucking freeways, erosion in the soft fault, Gouge soon modifies the famous fault's discreteness. We pass up into the mountains, leaving behind the slipping margin of the most prosperous nation on Earth. The mountains themselves are the legacy of earlier tectonic phases of terrain docking, such as I described in the northern part of the Appalachian chain in Newfoundland. Much of mountainous western North America has been plastered on to the continent. Beyond the mountains lies the Mojave Desert. There are probably as many mixed feelings about the desert as there are about Los Angeles. Many people drive through it as quickly as they can usually, heading straight for Vegas, where they need never see a salt pan. Most geologists I know are desert lovers. There is nothing like the clarity of light in a desert. There is nowhere better to see geology writ large. Shales that usually weather away to mush can be collected for their fossils. Structures that normally take months to work out are laid out for all to see. Geological maps are written out on the ground, explicit for once. The natural history is intriguing, and no observer capable of detecting an intensity 1 earthquake can fail to wonder at the adaptability of organisms in the face of adversity. Some way over the Mojave Desert, there is a particular region where Joshua trees grow abundantly on gentle slopes. Their growing tips carry aloft a ball of sharp leaves, like an elephant's trunk bearing a porcupine. Their bare trunks branch sparingly below and are frequently bent fantastically, as if they had sagged once under the burden of hardship and perked up again in times of plenty to point skyward. Then there are yuccas, which may, if you are fortunate, sport a great spike of white, bell-like flowers arising from a spiky rosette of leaves. There are many other varieties of spiny or woody plants. Nothing nourishing is given away to grazers in such a hard place. But little footprints impressed on the sand prove that there is plenty of animal life out and about after dusk. The arthropod specialist in me recognizes a scorpion tracks. Turn left at Baker and you can make a visit to Death Valley. Everyone should. Like almost all major features in the far west, the valley trends north-north, west-south-southeast, and is under structural control. Faults define the edges of things. The eastern edge of the mighty Sierra Nevada at the Owens Valley, the western edge of Death Valley. The high country of the Sierra is, to say the least, difficult of access. The snowy peaks are almost intimidating when viewed from the more modest White Inyo Mountains to the east. They are cut off as if by a knife at the edge of the green and domesticated Owens Valley, one of the greatest scenic contrasts in the world. The pioneering conservationist John Muir is said to have burst into tears at the sight. The exploration of the Sierra Nevada, as Edouard Seuss said, resounds to the lasting honor of Whitney. Josiah Dwight Whitney first mapped the geology of the area during 1864 to 70 and has the highest mountain in the Sierra Nevada as his memorial. He it was who recognized the major fault boundaries that are still defined on maps today. These are not faults that shuffle rocks huge distances sideways in San Andreas fashion. Instead, they are faults that drop chunks of the crust. Gravity alone allows things to sink. So, wherever there is crustal tension or extension, there are faults of this kind. The rocks relax to a new level, with a fault marking the boundary. There is still movement along the older faults in eastern California, and this is nothing unusual. Like old soldiers, old faults never die. They simply fade away. I once felt a tremor in the agreeable old town of Bishop's Castle in the Welsh borderland that derived from a fault several hundreds of millions of years old. Death Valley drops to 85 meters below sea level. This dramatic disparity is a result of movement down throw on the fault. It is so hot that sweat even drips off the tip of your nose. At Badwater, salty, springs evaporate in the sunshine, leaving a white crust dusting a saline waste. Astonishingly, There are things living in the pools and scrubby, halophilic plants that seem to eke out a living even on the barest ground. The depth of the valley below sea level means that it is hotter than you believe, possible if you're broken down by the roadside. Air conditioning systems simply cannot cope with the job of cooling the inside of a vehicle in the fierce heat. Engines expire with the effort. The surface of this valley has just been let down too low. It overheats more than it should. It is the fault's fault. Death Valley is not Journey's End. Eastwards again, we cross the border into the state of Nevada, heading for the Great Basin. Unlike geological faults, state borders are arbitrary lines on the map, but sometimes they do flag. Cultural differences. The contrast between California and Nevada are the most striking. First, Nevada is so empty. There seems to be nobody there. When you are driving along the paved highways, you are often alone with the horizon. After a turnoff onto the dirt roads, you soon get used to going for an hour without seeing another vehicle. My colleague Mary Drozer and I were accustomed to explore the lesser tracks off the greater tracks in search of fossils. All the people are in Las Vegas and Reno, which leaves the rest of this beautiful state to the enthusiasts. On the slow climb into higher altitudes, you observe that Nevada is sage, brush country. The open valleys in the Great Basin are full of it, dominated by it, a tough little shrub that mostly grows thigh-high, bearing thin woody stems and grayish leaves. It takes its name from the aromatic smell of the foliage. This sage-like odor is strongest after rain, when the whole atmosphere is infused with a distinctive fragrance, reminding the European visitor of walking through the Mediterranean maquis. Sagebrush has to be tough to endure climatic extremes. The winters are hard in the Great Basin, but the summers are long and dry and can be very hot. There is little free, standing water in the summer. Most of the lakes are salt pans that shimmer, white in the sunlight. This is where the winter waters gather and evaporate, leaving behind another thin layer of salt each year. You can drive as fast as you like across the pans, for they are perfectly flat. Even in summer, there are occasional torrential squalls, and then you had better get out of the pan as fast as you can, for rainwater drains rapidly into it. Mary Drozer and I once had to flee such a storm in our all-terrain vehicle, close to the Confusion Range. We saw lightning playing in the hills and felt no more than a hint of anxiety. Within minutes, everything turned dark. Soon it was deluging, and we could see the track over which we had driven washing away in front of our eyes. No choice but to head through the brush. It was startling to discover how quickly the draining flood reached the axles of our vehicle. We could all too easily imagine being carried away to early graves. Observing a semi-desert convert to a shallow sea in half an hour was truly terrifying. Reaching the hardtop was one of those moments that returns to you again in dreams. The roads across the Great Basin run straight for a while, and then climb and loop. This is the Basin and Range Province. Straight courses cross the basins, which are long valleys that run approximately north-south for perhaps 100 miles. Between successive basins are ranges of comparable length and up to 3,000 meters, 10,000 feet, high, one after another. The sagebrush wilderness is used for cattle ranching, but it is poor pasture. You can go for miles without seeing a cow. When you do, it comes as a surprise to see animals that would not seem out of place in a lush European meadow. While you are speeding along the roads across the basins, there is a delicious openness about the world. These roads, you feel, could go on forever. The ranges appear as distant prospects, backed by white clouds, and then quite suddenly are upon you. Each one is a mystery, a surprise. Some are high, enough to retain snow late into the year, so as you climb, you cool. The road has to buck and turn back on itself to cross each range. Naturally, the rocks that geologists seek crop out in the ranges, and when the road begins to ascend, there are immediately crags and bluffs and road cuts that reveal the character of the land. The exposures on the flanks of the ranges are superb. You can follow the rock beds for mile upon mile. The only problem is reaching them, for to get close you rely on rocky old tracks made by hunters and backwoodsmen. The flat tire becomes an occupational hazard, and walking back to the main road is not an appealing prospect in the heat. Much of the rain in the Great Basin falls on the ranges. Hence the vegetation is utterly different from that of the valleys, dominated as it is by fragrant sagebrush and almost completely lacking trees. On the ranges there are large numbers of conifers, often aged and twisted, which line the hillsides without crowding them, so that you can easily amble between the trees in search of rocks. On hot days, the conifers give off an entirely different smell from that of sagebrush, a pleasant whiff of cedarwood and resin. Among the conifers is the pinyon pine, the source of pine nuts, which were an important source of protein for indigenous Indian tribes like the Shoshone, whilst the bristlecone pines are the oldest living things on earth. In the woods you feel you are alone in the world. You even get to welcome the rare intrusion far overhead of jet aircraft from the Nevada test site. From the top of the range, the view commands the adjacent basin, and thence to ranges beyond. All the names are evocative. The Monitor Range, Egan, Tequima, Hot Creek, Lost River, the Ruby Mountains. Towns are small and a long way apart. Some are ghosts, relics of silver, discovered and worked out. Others are picturesque in their near abandonment. Carson City used to be the state capital. Now it is an endearingly ramshackle collection of wooden houses scattered over the hillside. Eureka, Nevada, is billed as the loneliest town on the loneliest road in North America on a big hoarding outside the main street. The claim may even be true. Route 50 traverses a lot of sagebrush. There are historic buildings from the days of the great gold boom in the 1870s, a fine old theater all painted up, standing opposite the courthouse. I have visited Eureka sporadically over 30 years, and it has changed subtly, smartened up, if anything. It is surprising to hear an enigmatic language spoken in one of the bars. It is Basque. During the boom years, Basque shepherds established themselves in these parts. The miners drifted away when the good times were over, as miners always do. But the farmhands stayed on, as farmhands always do. So here in the loneliest town there is also the strangest tongue. Philologists puzzle over the origins of Basque in the way that geologists puzzle over the deep structure of faults. Almost everything that I have described in the basin and range exists at the behest of the geology, the long mountain chains and the valleys between, the metal sequestered in the hills, the internal drainage that produces the playas, or salt pans. Faults are the deep control. They chop the landscape into pieces. They direct the ranges north to south. They provide the general control over the most intimate details of the landscape. The steep scarps of the ranges are defined by huge faults. These let down adjacent chunks of crust that form the basins, so the whole landscape is divided into a series of massive, elongate blocks. The main faults lie on the western sides of the ranges, and they run north-south, albeit with many local complications. Hence the direction of the faults determines the grain of the landscape. The down-throw sides of the faults mostly lie to the west. These are cracks in the brittle crust, deep faults, but lacking the transcurrent motion of the San Andreas, the winding roads that require such intense concentration from the driver are, you might say, climbing up the sides of the fault blocks. The level swathes across the basins reflect instead what erosion has done to the mountains. For even as the basins have been let down, so they have filled up. Sediment has flooded in to raise what faults have made low. 1,000 to 1,500 kilometers, 3,000 to 5,000 feet of such sediments have filled in the basins. The flood that Mary and I experienced was just one moment in the great leveling, one incident among millions. The sagebrush knows the geology with the unwavering intelligence of its precise adaptations. Nor would the pine trees lead their slow lives were it not for the gift of the mountains. In the comparatively recent past, when the climate was wetter, many of the basins were united in one vast lake, known as Lake Bonneville. We could see evidence of the ancient shorelines of the lake on the edges of the basins, a kind of bevel in the hillsides. The playas were the last remnants of the Great Lake. Further east, where the basin and range pass into Utah, a more considerable legacy is the Great Salt Lake, a huge expanse of whiteness, testimony to the evaporation of all the salts formerly leached out by rain from the eroding mountains, made solid by evaporation under the fierce sun in drier times. It is a weird place. From a highway passing, alongside it you can see mirages. When the horizon suddenly goes liquid, small buttes arising from the lake appear to float eerily above the ground. Everything shimmers. The faults that define the edges of the basins dive downwards at a steep angle. Seismic reflections show that the faults actually flatten out at a depth of perhaps 20 kilometers. They are more like a series of scoops than simple vertical cracks, dropping chunks of crust to make a step, like a failure, in a concrete floor. So now we have what my American friends would call a visual. The whole vast basin and range area stretching, and the crust accommodating the tension by extending and sliding down faults in parallel chunks. The greater part of several U.S. states shattered and adjusting. The process must, of course, be related to deep things, just as the Californian coast shakes at the bidding of the subterranean engine. Like that area, the evolution of what we see today has a history of 30 million years or so. We have to look far down beneath the sagebrush and the pinyon pines to see what guides the character of our journey across the Great Basin. Arthur Holmes was already familiar with one fact about the deep structure of the Great Basin. The crust is thinner there. It has an average thickness of 25 to 30 kilometers, something like 15 kilometers less than under the Great Plains, which comprise the flat heart of America. At this point, we have to recall that the deeper you go into the crust, the more the rocks are likely to flow rather than fracture as pressure and temperature increase. The twisted gneisses in the center of Newfoundland were an example. Some of the great minds of tectonics, like Dan Mackenzie, have pondered the Great Basin and have used the contrast and behavior of the brittle upper crust and the ductile lower crust and mantle lithosphere to explain what is seen at the surface and to infer what happens far beneath it. Deep seismic reflection profiles have revealed that below the normal faults that define basin and range there is a low-angle zone of detachment, flanked by a region of ductile deformation. It is a plane of weakness at great depth where slow slithering happens, one major piece of lithosphere over and past another. In one version of the theory, this shear zone is thought to cut obliquely downwards across the entire lithosphere, providing the deep control of the crustal extension over the basin and range, which in turn generates the faults. For example, the crust is thin where the zone of detachment approaches the surface. Remember that the crust is less dense than the mantle beneath. Hence, where it is thinned, this results in subsidence. This is the converse of the situation in mountain ranges that we have considered previously, where thickening of crust during continental collision results in its elevation. It is all a matter of checks and balances. Where the crust has to accommodate to such deeper controls, it shuffles and blocks in response, brittle fracturing to obey the bidding from below. At the same time, extension in the crust may induce melting of its lower part, and lavas will erupt at the surface as a consequence. Mary and I saw evidence of these on our traverse. Across the Great Basin, where piled ashes formed terraces or slaggy piles. Some of them were the product of the kind of explosive aerial eruptions that generate extensive ash flows. These are preserved as ignibrites, like those we met around the Bay of Naples at the start of this book. And faults can be conduits for the hot fluids that distill the bounty of the earth, where minerals and metals escape upwards from the magma chamber. The miner, too, must gnawed to processes asterisk deeper by far than his shaft can ever penetrate. Pines, sage, brush, salt pans, gold, twisting roads. It is a gestalt united by tectonics. There are other fault lines that traverse the earth, cutting north-south through. Eastern Africa, there are great valleys. A depression passes southwards from the Gulf of Aden through Ethiopia, then splits into two arms, passing either side of Lake Victoria. The eastern arm strikes southwards across Kenya, its course marked by lakes sitting in the valley base. Lake Turkana, Lake Baringo, Lake Magadi, Lake Natron. The last named is one of the great natural sources of soda, for it is another great salt lake, where evaporation has concentrated soluble salts. Natron is an old name for hydrated soda and has left its legacy in the chemical symbol for the element sodium, Na. The lake supports a huge population of delicately pink flamingos, which use their extraordinary bills to filter out nutritious microorganisms from the warm, alkaline lake. For these birds, a soda fountain is a literal description of their source of nourishment, and they derive their color from their food. The western arm is one of the most blatant lines on the face of the earth, an almost continuous ribbon of water running southwards from Lake Albert to Lake Edward, and thence to Lake Tanganyika and Lake Nyasa, Malawi the Great. Rift Valley. Edouard Seuss would have used the term graben for this kind of structure. The total length of the system is some 3,000 kilometers, 1,800 miles. The width of the valley is about 30 miles, 50 kilometers, along its entire length. You do not need to be a naturalist to read this line for political boundaries, and before them, tribal boundaries are drawn along it. The faults to either side of the Great Valley let down the stretch of crust between, slithering cracks delineating a sag. Earthquakes are concentrated along the rift, so much so that a map of earthquake epicenters provides a kind of Pointillious map of it. Clearly, the surface of the earth is jittery along these lines. When seen from the air, the faults defining the edges of the rift are clearly visible and can be as straight as a ramrod. They are geological lines, graven on the ground. There is often a series of faults at each edge, stepping down, as it were, to the valley floor, rather than a single mighty fault. Near Lake Turkana, the valley is filled with volcanics and sediments to a depth of 8,000 meters. Since the scarps are up to 2,000 meters high, this implies no less than 10,000 meters of movement on the fault. Staggering though this total might seem when divided by the 10 million years over which the movement has been happening, it is slippage averaging just 1 millimeter a year. Lichens grow faster. Volcanoes follow the rift line less slavishly than earthquakes, the greatest. Kilimanjaro is outside it, but throughout Ethiopia and Kenya and further south, there are many active or dormant volcanoes hard by the fault lines. Many of them erupt curious lavas rich in carbonate minerals which we usually associate with sedimentary rocks known, rather unsurprisingly, as carbonatites. O.L. Doigno-Lingai, 2,891 meters, 9,485 feet high, is a typical volcanic cone that has spewed out lavas that have helped to supply the white crusts of Lake Natron. The crater at the summit of the volcano is one of the most desolate places on Earth. A crumpled and petrified sea of carbonatite is dotted with steep-sided conelets, the dark holes in their apexes revealing the volcanic chimneys below. Everything is white. It is a hellish inversion of all we have come to expect from a volcano, a bleached-out counterpart of the realm of Pele. The lava still pours out onto the surface of the crater from time to time, and when it does it is black, like any other lava. But as it cools it changes, first to a chestnut color, and then, after some hours, it, too, becomes white and crusty. Erupting in the heart of Africa, the lavas have enriched themselves with juices acquired from the continental crust, thereby transformed utterly to a new and strange composition. Black becomes white. Colorless volcanic gases can be more dangerous than the obvious sulfurous exhalations of more dramatic volcanoes. Carbon dioxide is heavier than air and collects in hollows, as Oliver Goldsmith described so graphically in The Cave of Dogs near Naples. Investigators in the rift must not be caught unawares in such a pocket. The most lethal carbon dioxide eruption was not in the Great Rift, but in an altogether less impressive volcanic area in the Cameroon Highlands in West Africa. On August 26, 1986, gas bubbled up from Lake Nyos and crept like an invisible stream downhill a 150-foot thickness of lethal miasma. 1,200 people were suffocated in the town below, along with their beasts and the very birds. Perched on the bushes, only cattle herders in the hills escaped to tell the horrible story. The Rift Valley had another role to play in history. Game has flourished there for millions of years, and in pursuit of it, our distant ancestors and relatives walked upright among the bushes and trees. If Africa was the cradle of human evolution, it was around the lakes and volcanoes in the Great Valley that the bones and artifacts of our ancestors stood the best chance of being preserved. Expeditions to Lake Turkana in the Ethiopian Rift discovered fossils which showed that hominid history must now be reckoned in several millions of years. It was here that our history began to reveal its true complexity, that there were many different animals in the family of Homo sapiens, from which we, alone, eventually prospered. Just how many species were involved is the subject of endless debate among anthropologists. The details of human evolution are not part of our story, but I am obliged to mention that the flow of new discoveries has not abated. As this was written in 2002, a scientific paper in Nature has claimed a new fossil as marking the branch between the human line and that leading to our close relatives, the great apes and chimpanzees. It is no surprise in such a disputatious area of science to find that claim already challenged. What is not in dispute is that early hominid evolution involves a cluster of long-extinct species, some of which are not close to our line and some of which are, nor that the genesis of the line leading to modern humans was in Africa. The growing richness of fossil evidence is a measure of how much we are learning, but I do not doubt that current textbooks, like their predecessors, will eventually have to be rewritten. That there is such a fossil record, whatever its entanglements, is thanks to the geology, the volcanic rocks that periodically spread or exploded over the rift valleys both buried the precious remains and provided the means to date them, for the radioactive clocks which measure time are interred with the bones, and the fact that faults let down the rocks step by step preserve their precious cargo of history, which might so easily have been eroded away as if it had never been. What has been dropped down in the rift has survived. We owe our history to our faults. When Edouard Seuss was writing, the structure of the African rift valleys was already partially understood. With his characteristic confidence, he extrapolated from what little pioneering geology had been undertaken in this part of Africa, of Nyassa and Tanganyika. He wrote, "I do not see in what way these two depressions, each of which, although of very trifling breadth, is prolonged through about 5 degrees of latitude, could have been produced, except by trough faults And in my opinion, their origin is very similar to that of the Red Sea and the Dead Sea. Seuss had made a connection that we still observe today and which we can explain through deep processes. The African rifts, trough faults, pass northwards to the Horn of Africa. To the west, the Red Sea has rift margins. So, too, does the Great Depression, running northwards beyond the eastern edge of the Mediterranean Sea. The Dead Sea lies at its lowest point, below sea level, a sink for all the waters of the Jordan River, one of the first pictures I remember from my children's encyclopedia was of somebody lying on their back in the Dead Sea reading a newspaper. Salt is concentrated by evaporation there to the point where you cannot sink. Faults have let it down deeply. If there was another biblical flood, the sea would rush in and inundate the whole area in the twinkling of a geological eye. The Red Sea is a young ocean. Look at the map. It requires little imagination. To close it up again, it is like a simple break in a platter. Imagine Africa and the Arabian Peninsula united as a single continent. An irresistible force parts them. First, a rift valley records a tension in the strained crust. It sags and weakens. As Seuss noticed, the faults are preserved along the flanks of the Red Sea today. There are associated volcanic eruptions, many related to readier access to the underworld provided by faults along the rift. Then the true ocean opens out as new oceanic basalt rocks are in place within the nascent basin. A mid-ocean ridge grows. There are two arms to the ocean, one along the Red Sea, the other along the Gulf of Aden, separating the Somalian plate from the Arabian plate and meeting at afar at the end of the eastern rift of Africa. Asterisk inexorably, the African and Arabian coasts move apart. In its early phases, the new sea was cut off from the Indian Ocean from time to time and evaporated to dryness, leaving behind thick deposits of salt. Today, there is much active geology within the juvenile ocean. Earthquakes are aligned where you would expect them along its midline, where oceanic lava can also be sampled. 13 pools of hot brines have been identified on the ridge in localized deeps. These are places where valuable metals like zinc and copper are concentrated. Originally of volcanic origin, they have been distilled into brines by circulation through the underlying rocks. The young ocean is a kind of chemical brewhouse where the ingredients of continents and mantle can interact and cook up new recipes. Many ancient ore deposits are the fruits of such encounters. In the Red Sea, perhaps, we may obtain a vision of the birth of other, greater oceans. We can imagine the early days of the Atlantic Ocean. It, too, transferred from rift to drift as Pangaea dismembered itself. We can envision how today's familiar continents first shuffled into their separate identities, just one late phase in the slow dance of the plates over the face of the earth. If the Red Sea shows the birth of an ocean basin, the rift valleys of Africa are thought by many geologists to represent a still earlier phase in continental breakup, a new geography in Stata Nascendi. The Red Sea and Gulf of Aden are but one part of Seuss' interconnected system, which extends southwards into the great continent. Given enough time, perhaps the eastern part of Africa will separate from the western, and a new ocean will divide the Somalian plate from the mother continent. Another movement of the dance will have begun. As for the deep cause of the separation of the neighboring plates, there is much evidence for mantle plumes impinging on the crust beneath the eastern part of Africa. The rising limbs may provide the deep root of the tension that causes the progressive rifting in the valleys, like huge, hot hands parting the brittle skin of the earth. The same volcanoes that buried the remains of early hominids are no more than a consequence of these profound motions, occurring where hot mantle partially melts deep beneath the continent to generate magma. The plume spreads out like a mushroom beneath the lithosphere. This explains why major volcanoes, like Kilimanjaro, lie beyond the compass of the rift itself. They arise like suppurations from hot sepsis, under the skin of the Earth. Much evidence from modern measurements along the Rift Valley testifies to the rising of hot mantle material beneath it. For example, the general heat flux is greater within the rift than on the stable continent to either side. Measurements of the minute changes in gravitational anomalies across the region are also consistent with a hot plume beneath the rifts. Current geophysical work seeks to model what is happening at depth. Some geologists believe that the rift system within Africa will develop no further, that it will, in effect, remain forever a failed ocean. Given the slow march of geological change, it is unlikely that mankind will be here to confirm whether this is true or not. Who knows if the fossil remains of the last of our kind will lie entombed beneath some ashfall within the rift just one more species among the millions that have already become extinct? The surface of the Earth is crisscrossed by faults like a sheet of crazed glass. How could it be different after thousands of millions of years of the crust being subjected to stress? Uplift produces cracks. Loading of the crust often produces the same effect. Stretching of the crust again induces faults. Tectonic squeezing may thrust rocks pickaback in stacks as the crust shortens, wincing brittly away from forces greater than it can accommodate. Only in deeply buried rocks will plastic deformation predominate. For the rest, cracking and evidence of movement is everywhere. On average, the longer rocks have endured, the more likely they are to have been affected by faulting at some stage in their history. A walk along almost any beach backed by cliffs of sedimentary rocks will discover places where the strata have been displaced by small faults, sometimes as neat and obvious as cutting a triple-decker sandwich and dropping one side you can match the layers and tell just how much the fault has displaced the strata. In other places, a greater fault may juxtapose quite different sets of rocks. You may see crushed rock along the fault, or find milky quartz, or the sea may have picked out a cave along the fault plane. In quarries cut into the guts of ancient mountain belts you may inspect the polished plains of faults long since sunk into quietude, scratched and gouged in the direction of movement. What once might have rocked the Earth is now no more than a passing stop on a geological field trip. The faults of old Earth are beyond counting. Green fields may cover them over, or, as in the western United States, they may delimit mountain ranges. Fault lines cut the character into the face of the Earth. Part 10. The Ancient of Days. Dressed in sensible boots and tweeds, in the summer of 1883, the Scottish geologist J.J.H. Teal strode down to the harbor in the little fishing village of Scourie. He looked back on a scattering of cottages, an inn and a kirk, tucked into the back end of a protected bay, not many miles from the far northwestern tip of mainland Britain. Teal crossed by Scourie Lodge on his way and passed the time of day with its tenant, the factor, the Duke of Sutherland, Mr. Evander McIver. There were not many educated men in those parts, and Mr. McIver had attended no less than 3 universities, so he was naturally curious about the presence of a middle-class geologist upon his land. Then, too, as one who had prosecuted the clearances, he may not have known many among the local population who cared to flatter his erudition. He may well have invited Teal to inspect the wonders of his stone-walled garden, constructed upon one of the few patches of fertile earth in this most barren part of Scotland. The Gulf Stream warmed it to a degree that defied its northerly latitude beyond 58 degrees. In this protected haven, the astonished geologist might have seen exotic red and blue fuchsias and even a thriving New Zealand cabbage palm that had been grown from seed sent by one of the factor's relatives on the other side of the world. But the geologist had other interests today, and with the factor's blessing, took off along the walled track behind the boathouse that led up over the hillside above the lodge. He approached the sea along the northern shore of the Bay of Scowrie, where the coast was indented by a dozen small inlets backed by modest but rugged cliffs. The rock forming the underlay of the country announced itself everywhere, in lichen-covered crags, in stones lying about the grassy fields, in the crude but durable patchwork of the stone walls, in rounded boulders on the narrow beaches. The rock was nice, gray and heavy-looking, finely banded and speckled mile upon mile of it, apparently, when Teal tramped onwards towards the small headland of Creek Amale his eye caught something different, a steep, dark seam of rock running towards the headland. The sea had eaten through part of the seam, but now he could see that it continued to the east and struck inland. As a good Lyellian geologist, he recognized the seam for what it was, a dike of igneous rock cutting through the gneisses. It must, therefore, be younger than the rocks it violated. He clambered down to collect a piece of the trap. He probably thought it to be the volcanic rock called dolerite. A few weeks later, back home in the laboratory, he recognized something else. The igneous rock of the dike had itself been metamorphosed, like the gneisses it intruded. Teal published his results in Volume 41 of the Quarterly Journal of the Geological Society of London on the metamorphosis of dolerite into hornblende schist. The Scowrie Dike had been introduced to the world. It has since become one of geology's holy places. Dozens of famous geologists have followed Teal's trail, and you somehow feel there ought to be a plaque somewhere about. There have been structural geologists, geochronologists, geochemists, and paleomagneticists, the whole tribe of specialists spawned in the century since Edward Seuss wrote Das Antlitzter. When I visited the site late in 2002, Mr. McIlver's cabbage palm was still thriving inside its walled garden, 150 years old and perhaps 15 feet high, with many heads that had been sprouted over the years. It was, I was told, the most northerly palm tree in the world, and as I dodged the hailstones I could well believe it. The track behind the boathouse was now boggy and clogged with rushes, and higher up was overgrown with prickly gorse bushes. But the tough gneisses were of course unchanged. It could have been these rocks that Henry M. Caudale of Grange, Bowness, had in mind when he wrote, in the Geology and Scenery of Sutherland in 1896, a hand specimen of gneiss resembles a closed book with chapters of varying lengths, each chapter consisting of pages of a different tint, in other words, striped but irregularly. So, to the geologist, these rocks are known as the Lewisian gneiss. I brought back a beach cobble of the stuff. It was satisfying when clasped in the fist, like a goose's egg. I also found a smaller pebble derived from a dike, black, with subtle lighter speckling, like a piece of the map of deep space. Since Teal's discovery, the area around Scowrie had been logged in detail by Dr. Clough of the Geological Survey, who had found not one but many dikes, all with a trend west-northwest, east-southeast. Dikes, like angry wasps, tend to occur in swarms. They are intruded in response to extension over a great area, a crustal cracking filled with magma. Their direction clearly had absolutely nothing to do with the familiar Caledonian trend running from northeast to southwest across Scotland. Indeed, they lie almost at right angles to it. Looking at the map, the course indicated by the dikes seems to be rather common in the Northwest Highlands, guiding the shape of lochs and the flow of rivers running towards the irregular coastline. What now controls the lie of the land is a legacy of something far, far older than the Caledonides, an antecedent world, a scrap of immemorial crust, the ancient of days, what with the covering of lichens, the wind and the rain and the sea splashing up. It is not as easy to distinguish gneiss from dike as it should be. When a cold wind is stinging your eyes, One dark rock looks much like another, but eventually the famous dike was identified. My mentor, Graham Park, who has spent much of his life on these rocks, recommended that we go to another dike locality at Ackmelvich Beach, a few miles to the south, where it was easier to clamber over the outcrop. This proved to be good advice. The single-track coast road to Ackmelvich follows the contours of the land with precision. It is as if somebody had simply stuck a very narrow strip of tarmac over the switchback terrain. When a vehicle comes the other way, etiquette dictates that you must scuttle into a marked passing place while waving at the oncoming vehicle in comradely fashion. The coastline is wonderfully varied, indented with little sea locks and strung with half-hidden offshore islands of every size and shape, at low tide all marked out with a bright fringe of yellow bladderwrack plastered to the shore rock. The Lewisian gneiss emerges from the ground in numerous gray, rounded hillocks, rank upon rank of them. They look almost like cumulus clouds, and towards dusk they can merge uncannily with the sky. The soil produced from the weathering of old gneiss is thin and poor, as if the passage of billions of years had somehow leached all the goodness out of it. There are boggy pools to either side of the road, each with a meager fringe of rushes and cotton, grass, and hollows filled with sphagnum moss and carnivorous plants, equipped with sticky glands that supplement their hard rations with what insects they can trap. The late autumnal bracken and dry grasses paint the slopes with a shade that falls somewhere between rust and russet, laid warm against the pallid outcrop. Somehow, the landscape feels ancient, worn down, as if it had seen it all before and could only now manage a hilly shudder, when once it might have drawn itself up into great mountains. Crofters' cottages, the tiny road to Ackmelvich, each one has a few trees of downy birch on the hillside behind it, which is just now carrying lemon-colored autumn foliage, and perhaps a mountain ash by the garden wall, heavy with orange berries. The older Croft cottages are stone-built, with one end of the building reserved for winter quarters for animals. Rough lumps of gneiss make for solid but unrefined buildings. They seem almost to grow out of the land. I saw several examples of plain but comfortable-looking newer houses alongside the original Croft buildings, which in some cases had become tumbled down. The tenancy of a croft is rigidly administered by the Crofters' Commission, and crofters enjoy a security of tenure and of inheritance of that tenure that many lessees might envy. Each croft has an inviolable parcel of land assigned to it, and rights to run perhaps a dozen sheep and cut peat, all designed to keep a family above subsistence level. The commission was partly set up to ensure that the commotion of the clearances did not recur. A modest rent is paid to the landlord. In this part of Scotland, usually a landowner like the Duke of Sutherland, there is simply no opportunity for speculative development in such remote communities. But you can replace your old Croft house with a spanking new bungalow. Of course, modern materials imported from outside are quicker to build with and cheaper to maintain, so that the umbilical connection to the local geology is lost in most of the newer erections. Something, a little character, a morsel of regional idiosyncrasy is lost with the transformation. It is a small step towards Sutherland becoming like everywhere else. Graham Park told me that there is a waiting list in the prettier areas to get a croft, so the appeal of life close to the elements in the least populous part of Great Britain evidently endures, although only a minority now follow the farming option. Ackmelvich proved to be a perfect little bay backed by white sand shell. Sands, surprisingly, like something you might find on Hawaii. The shells have been washed in from the Atlantic Ocean, smashed to pieces in storms, and blown into marram-covered drifts. On the north side of the Bay the Old gneiss runs into the sea. You can get a more comfortable look at the geology here than at Scourie. The speckled appearance of the gneiss is more apparent where the sea has washed it clean. These are rocks that have, to borrow a phrase from Caudill of Grange, been crumpled by the long-continued ill usage to which they have been subjected. They have, in fact, been subjected to almost the greatest extremes of pressure and temperature that rocks can endure without completely melting ill usage with a vengeance. The even-sized grains look almost like some kind of granite. It is as if they had been squeezed so hard that their every component was forced into having similar dimensions. Geologists refer to this high pressure and temperature regime as the granulite facies in recognition of the distinctive texture of the rocks. The strong banding or foliation betrays the fact that deformation was the fons et origo of the rock's characteristic fabric. Laboratory experiments have shown that the minerals typical of these rocks only coexist under conditions close to those that pertain near the base of the crust. The gneisses that are now just a few feet away from white shell sands blown from the Atlantic Ocean have been on a journey deep into the earth, from which they have reemerged to become encrusted with lichens and moistened by sea spray. I once went in search of the type locality of another granulite facies rock, known as Charnockite. The locality was the gravestone of Job Charnock, founder of Calcutta, died in 1693. It was originally recognized from the great man's memorial, and so, naturally enough, took his name. Ancient rocks with origins as deep as the Lewisian gneiss evidently also occur on peninsular India. I struggled through the fog of Calcutta to get to the Anglican cathedral, were it not for the presence of that irrepressible city on every side and the relentless heat. The building might have been in Tunbridge Wells or Ashby de la Zouch. It seemed so frightfully English. Inside there were various elaborate memorials to army officers and civil servants, but I never found Job Charnock, nor his Charnockite gravestone. Some day I may return to try and find the correct church. The chemical composition of the Lewisian gneiss on the foreshore at Akmelvich indicates that it was originally an igneous rock known as tonalite. Metamorphism at depth changed it to gneiss. The dingy color of the feldspars imparts grayness to the whole region. I am used to clear pink or white feldspars, like those in Cornwall. Under powerful modern probes, the Lewisian feldspars can be shown to contain myriads of minute inclusions, comprising elements such as titanium that are soluble in the feldspars at very high pressures, and these, like the chemical smog that fuzzes up the streets of Calcutta, impart a kind of smokiness to the commonest mineral in the gneiss. The world, after all, is painted at the molecular level. On closer inspection, the gneisses can also be seen to contain irregular balls of very black rock, some larger than a football, that look as if they had been caught up in the original igneous intrusion. They are reminiscent of the xenoliths, those messengers from the underworld we first met in the lavas of Hawaii. They are believed to represent fragments of the original ocean floor from which the tonalites were derived by partial melting when this ancient crust was first formed. The mere fact that we can use such comparisons shows that the processes that operated so long ago can still be interpreted in the light of processes we know today. And then there are the dikes, much more visible than in Scourie, dark walls decked with contrasting white lichen patches like paint splashes, each dike bounded by narrow, sheared edges. If you look hard, you can see remnants of the original igneous texture, mere ghosts of crystals, of feldspar long since changed into a granular mosaic by transfiguration in the deep earth. We are looking so far back in time that ghosts and chemistry are our best informants. But how far back in time, and how do we know? To unravel the argument, we have to follow the footsteps of the early investigators a few miles to the east of the Moyne Thrust. Recall that the northwestern margin of Scotland is, in its deeper geological reality, part of the old Laurentian continent. Scourie and its environs are but a piece of the old heart of North America, stranded by the subsequent opening of the present Atlantic Ocean on the wrong side of the water. Mr. Evander McIver would no doubt have had to light a second cheroot to take it all in, but the idea is familiar to us by now. To the east of Scourie, forming the highest of the highlands today, lies the eroded remnant of the great Caledonian mountain chain. The Lewisian territory forms part of what Edouard Seuss would have called its foreland, and we have to imagine that foreland stretching far westwards over into what is now the core of Canada. The final heave of the Caledonides towards the foreland happened along the Moyne Thrust. The geology is shown at its simplest at the famous locality at Knockin Cliff, a few miles north of Ullapool, close to the A835, the main road northwards. The interpretation of the geology of this unremarkable, grassy slope topped by a small crag sparked one of the great rows in the history of science. When I first visited Knockin Cliff more than 20 years ago, there was not much to mark out the place, a small monument, no more. Nowadays, it is a full-fledged visitor center topped by a turf roof and a marked trail set with plaques leading upwards to the cliff. I noticed that the construction of the center had been sponsored by no less than 8 different organizations, which reflects how difficult it is adequately to mark sites of scientific pilgrimage. The marked trail was excellent. You are led up through a succession of rocks of Cambrian, about 540 million years, age piled one on top of the other. Near the base is the pipe rock, riddled with the tubes, made by worms in the sands of an ancient seashore. From the top, the exit holes of the tubes look as if someone had stubbed out a whole series of cigarettes in the sand. Then comes a rock bed, including small fossils of the mysterious tube Saltarella. Above again lie shales yielding the beautiful early Trilobite Olanellis, the size of a crab, which proves as clearly as if the outcrop had been date-stamped that these rocks are not merely Cambrian in age, but Lower Cambrian. This was the time period when marine animal life-carrying shells apparently suddenly burst into variety and complexity. A lower Cambrian sedimentary pile, then, and above it, along the outcrop, a thickness of early Ordovician limestones. Then you are led onwards and upwards to the famous thrust. A dribbling waterfall marks the spot. At the top, forming the little cliff, are some completely different-looking rocks. For a start, they have been strongly metamorphosed, whereas the Cambrian rocks beneath them on the slopes show no such alteration. These uppermost rocks are known as the Moyne Schists, a dreary formation that covers a huge area of mountains and heather-clad moors to the east. At the base of the cliff is a rock bed, perhaps 2 of a creamy yellow color, forming a kind of boundary layer between the Moyne above and what lies below. The 19th century argument centered on the interpretation of the rock succession I have just described. Was it a normal sequence, in which case the Moyne rocks would have been younger than the rocks that evidently lay below them, or had the upper part of the sequence been thrust bodily over the underlying sedimentary rocks, and might therefore be much older than the rocks on which it came to rest? In many respects, it is the same problem, already examined in detail in the Glarus Knapp in Switzerland, and the arguments do not need to be rehearsed again. It is sufficient to say that reputations were made and lost in defending one view or the other. The name that is in use today embodies the eventual solution to the problem. It was indeed a thrust. The yellowish rocks beneath the Moyne were mylonites, the ground-up rock paste upon which the huge mass above rode. Look at them closely, and you can see evidence of the intense deformation to which they have been subjected. Dense pleating and banding, because it squeezed over early Ordovician rocks. The thrust event must have happened after that time, which marks it out as part of the Caledonian deformation. Elsewhere along the long outcrop of the Moyne thrust which runs from Durness in the north to the Isle of Skye in the south. There are true naps interposed along the boundary, so the Swiss analogy becomes even closer. The Highlands controversy, as it came to be known, took more than 30 years to play itself out, during which time tempers inflated to almost orogenic proportions. The Visitor Center portrays the heroes of the controversy as the two geological survey geologists, Ben Peach and John Horne. Peach and Horne's 1907 memoir is certainly one of the great works of geology, and it mapped out the Moyne thrust in incomparable detail. But the intellectual leap towards the thrust solution was made more than a decade earlier by the great geologist Charles Lapworth, in opposition to the then director of the Geological Survey, one of the most famous scientists of his day. Lapworth himself suffered a nervous collapse as a result of his anti-establishment role in the Highlands controversy. He dreamed of being crushed beneath the mighty thrust. Peach and Horne were, in a sense, righting a wrong that had once been sustained by their own paymasters. It is all done and dusted now. A controversy subsided, and as I stand in the cold sleet on this bleak slope, it is hard to believe that the rocks before me once generated so much heat. In the Visitor Center, an animation shows how this part of Scotland, in early days a piece of Lorena, has changed its latitude over the last billion years, playing its part in the stately progress of the drifting continents. It began near the South Pole. By the time that the Olanellus trilobites were groveling around in the Cambrian mud, it had reached the equator. Thence it moved at an irregular pace towards its current position at high latitudes. This is another lesson in how we must unmake the world as we go back in time, lose all familiar geographical outlines, rearrange everything. The deeper we go, the stranger everything is, the less recognizable. As we look westwards from Knockingcliff, we are also looking further back into geological time, to the ages before the Cambrian. Before us lies the mountain of Culmore, 981 meters high, presenting a curiously rounded rather than jagged outline and rising with almost improbable steepness from the surrounding undulating plain. A dusting of snow has picked out the higher strata. It is as if white, parallel, horizontal lines had been drawn upon it, lending it the appearance of a layered cake sprinkled with icing sugar. These are bedded, sedimentary strata, neither folded nor sheared. Yet they are also the rocks that lie below the Cambrian succession. There are several sites nearby where you can see the sandstones that form the base of the Cambrian rock succession lying upon this earlier package of sediments. There is also evidence that there was a break in time, an unconformity below the base of the Cambrian rocks, which records the invasion of the sea over a rocky surface that had previously been weathered down to close to sea level. So the rocks that make up Culmore were, by definition, deposited before the Cambrian began. They are Precambrian in age. All along this part of the west coast of Scotland, there are wonderful mountains composed of the same sedimentary rocks, Sullivan stacked Polyid Canis Quinaig. Almost wherever you are along the coast on the Lewisian gneiss, one of these mountains seems to peek down at you from beyond one of the low hills in your immediate vicinity. None of them belongs to the select group of Scotland's Munros, the 284 mountains catalogued by Sir Hugh Munro that rise to more than 914 meters, 3,000 feet high, but they seem higher than they really are because of their sheer sides. In some cases, there is only one way up for the climber, without pitons. Uncountable years of erosion have left these peaks standing proud, and their intractable, uniform hardness has resulted in their curious, monument-like topography. You feel an urge to bound to the top, to feel that you have conquered your own piece of deep time. The rocks take their name from Loch Torridon. 30 miles to the southwest, they are Torridonian in age. Careful mapping in the last 30 years has shown that there is an older and a younger series of rocks within the Torridonian as a whole, a further division of Precambrian time. Perhaps we should take a closer look. It has to be said that this wonderful countryside has one drawback: rain. On my previous visit during the summer 20 years ago, I concluded that I might just as well jump into a loch early in the morning to save myself the trouble of trying to keep dry later in the day. There was scarcely such an option in late October, with snow on the hills, and even the sheep looking a little depressed. My visit coincided with the heaviest rain in eastern Scotland for years, and so I inspected the Torridonian through a haze of water. Graham Park optimistically insisted that, in western Scotland, the weather's always liable to take a turn for the better. "It's getting lighter in the west," he would exclaim, pointing towards a slightly less dense bit of stratocumulus. We examined the Torridonian along the roadside between squalls. Here was a place where you could see that the rocks were mostly reddish sandstones. Years of rain had weathered out the sedimentary bedding into a kind of naturally sculpted mural, which preserved the traces of the kinds of channels that are produced by vigorous flash floods today. In a broken rock face, crystals of feldspar, still quite fresh and pink, indicated that these ancient deposits were laid down under arid conditions in moister environments. Feldspar soon decays to clay, so the Torridonian was indeed Torridae. Curious, but entirely coincidental marriage of name and historical fact. A few miles to the south by Loch Marie, the Torridonian makes an impressive waterfall. The Victoria Falls. Queen Victoria herself had inspected them when staying at the Loch Marie Hotel. The falls are reached by walking up through a majestic conifer forest, underlain by moss and ferns and no scrub at all. In sheltered places, fir trees make stately specimens in western Scotland, and their branches whisper and sigh. The falls plunge over a rock bed made of massive sandstone. The rock beds underlying it are much shalier and very much softer, so that the falling water has excavated an impressive overhang, like a miniature Niagara. Little by little, the Torridonian rocks are being worn away, even after having survived for so long. Later that day, Graham Park was proved right. The sun came out. We were in the very eye of the storm. From the southern shore of Loch Marie, we can see the whole story of the rocks laid out on the cliffs on the opposite side. Loch Marie is one of the most beautiful lochs in Scotland. In the 7th century, an Irish monk lived on one of its islands and converted the local people. His holy well was credited with curative properties, though no one I spoke to could tell me its location. On the flanks of the loch, patches of the old Caledonian forest linger on, with groves of Scots pines with branches that make such interesting crooked elbow shapes compared with other conifers. Scraps of wild forest also survive on islets in the loch, where seedlings are protected from the depredations of nibbling sheep. The long loch follows the old grain of the land from northwest to southeast, tracing out a fault more than 1 billion years old. The northern shore is so straight that it might have been ruled out. Upon the ground, fundamental faults never entirely go to sleep, and there is evidence that antique faults like the one underlying Loch Marie came alive again when the Atlantic Ocean opened, in the latest of the many tectonic cycles to affect the Highlands. Sir Walter Scott, who virtually invented the romantic view of Scotland, supplied us with an unexpectedly accurate description of the durability of faults in The Lord of the Isles, 1815 canto. Ely seems that primeval earthquake sway hath rent a strange and shattered way through the rude bosom of the hill, and that each naked precipice, sable ravine, and dark abyss tells of the outrage still. The original lakeside track ran along the straight northern shore, but now the main road runs from Kinlochweir Peach and Horn Lodge to Gare lie along the southern shore. From this road, under the shadow of Ben, we can see the structures written out in the cliffs on the far side of the loch. It is Golden Eagle country, with open crags and mountainsides. To the east, the Moyne thrust is repeated, but here complicated by one of the naps, the Kinlochew nap, which actually turns the whole sequence upside down. But we can clearly see the Cambrian sandstones underlying the thrust, forming a steep slope, and beneath them again the thick-bedded, pinkish Torridonian rocks, of which we had already seen so much on the hillsides around the Victoria Falls. But here there is something else displayed, the relationship between the Torridonian rocks and the Lewisian, with which this chapter began, above the shore opposite to us, around Glen by Annisdale. The low, grayish, mound-like hills have a familiar cast. They recall the low hills around Scourie, and they are indeed made of Lewisian rocks. We can now see that the Torridonian sedimentary rocks lie on top of the Lewisian. Canisp, Sylvan, and the rest of the western mountains rise above and lie upon an undulating basement of Lewisian gneiss. As Caudill of Grange put it in his colorful way, these mountains stand like giant sentinels round the margin of a heaving sea of gneiss. Not only that, on Loch Marie we observe that the Torridonian beds fill in valleys in the original Lewisian surface. They are spread over an older landscape, as a builder might level irregular ground. Before commencing construction, the ancient surface is being exhumed as erosion slowly, very slowly, strips away the Torridonian rocks above. It reveals a hidden landscape. When we look over the Lewisian terrain, we are, literally, looking back nearly 1 billion years into the past. Strip off the thin veneer of vegetation. It is no more than a flimsy film, and you can imagine walking through late Precambrian territory, while the rocks you are strolling upon provide an inkling of still earlier times. The Torridonian rocks have not been metamorphosed. Equally, we know that the Lewisian rocks have been altered deep within the Earth's crust, so it follows that the Lewisian had already been through its entire life cycle of formation, deep burial, metamorphism, uplift, and profound erosion before the Torridonian rocks were even laid upon it, and the massive thickness of Torridonian must itself have been derived from the erosion of yet another mountain range lying to the west on the ancient Laurentian continent, a range now banished to the far side of the Atlantic Ocean. An awesome vista of geological time suddenly opens up before us, a vision of age after age of mountain building, of continents remaking themselves, stretching far back into the distant reaches of the Precambrian. It should provoke a sense of our own insignificance, but it also stimulates a sense of wonder that we, alone among organisms, have been privileged to see these vanished worlds and challenged to understand the immensity of time. A sudden squall makes us shiver and turn up our collars. The Precambrian is divided into 2 huge sections, the Archean greater, then 2,500 million years, and the Proterozoic, 2,500 to 542 million years ago, underlying Cambrian and younger strata. Since the Earth was formed 45-50 million years ago, any rocks that might be discovered dating between then and 2,500 million years will be Archean by definition. The oldest history of the Lewisian gneiss is Archean. The Torridonian belongs with the later part of the Proterozoic. Our intimations on the shores of Loch Marie concerning the vastness of geological time were indeed correct. More than 2 billion years was laid out before us there. Most of Earth's history lies in the time before shelly fossils of animals became common in Cambrian and overlying rocks. However, life was present on Earth during most of Precambrian time, but it did not include large organisms with shells. Small fossils, thin threads, and rods for the most part miraculously survived from these distant eons. They Endure because not all early rocks have been ground through the mill of metamorphism. In a few places, special rocks, mostly cherts, survive that are privileged time capsules carrying traces of these pioneering organisms. The earliest fossils of bacteria date to about 3,500 million years ago. Deep within the Archean, the authenticity of these remains has recently been debated, but even if the earliest ones are chimeras, there is geochemical evidence that life has been present on Earth for at least 3,600 million years. The names used to divide the Precambrian are therefore inappropriate in the light of modern knowledge. There was proto-life before the Proterozoic, and the Archean was not as barren as was once thought. The story of life is not my story here, but it cannot be excluded from the story of the plates because life and Earth are meshed together, as we shall discover. Living organisms have been more than mere passengers on the shifting tectonic jigsaw. There are many places in the world where Precambrian rocks are more extensively exposed than they are in northwest Scotland and other places, where there are rocks older than the Lewisian. However, the highlands have a pivotal role in unscrambling Precambrian time. Although the Lewisian takes its name from the Isle of Lewis in the Outer Hebrides, where high-grade gneisses are abundant, it was on mainland Scotland that the main intellectual battles were fought. We have focused our attention there for this reason. When Edward Seuss wrote Das Antlitz der Erde, little progress had been made in subdividing Precambrian time. The earliest rocks tended to be lumped together as basement or described as fundamental, and then swept under the conceptual carpet. Basement still seems rather appropriate for something underlying the whole edifice of geological time. Even in Seuss' day, although most serious scientists knew that the world was very old, the calculations designed to find out exactly how old all proved to be gross underestimates. They were based on false assumptions, for example, assuming an erroneous rate of cooling of the Earth. More objective methods were to change everything. Arthur Holmes was a crucial figure in the development of radiometric dating techniques, especially uranium lead methods, which improved upon the earlier estimates. He spent hour upon hour hand-cranking calculators, performing tasks that a modern computer would take a millisecond or two to complete. No matter, he and his colleagues established, admittedly with huge margins of error, that the Earth had to be several billion, rather than hundreds of million years old. The Precambrian consequently grew both in extent and importance. Between the two editions of Holmes, 1944 and 1964, the Earth roughly doubled in age. To understand more about the Precambrian became a research priority. Could you still invoke the same tectonic processes for deep time that were applicable to the last few hundred million years? And could such apparently intractable rocks as fundamental gneisses be further divided in the field? This is where the Scourie dikes come back into the story. We must return to the coast from our tour along Loch Marie. The little seaside town of Gairloch nearby is strung out along a broad bay. Every cottage is rendered for protection against the winter blast and then whitewashed. The overall effect is pleasantly harmonious. The rain was still coming down in torrents when we arrived, and the place was empty except for some bewildered but game Dutch tourists. The ground behind the town displayed what had by now become a familiar topography, the gray-rounded hills of Lewisian country. The main road heads eastwards out of town, through a stretch of boggy terrain, and after a couple of miles passes a small, freshwater lake, Loch Tally, which, in the curious brooding light of a stormy day, manages to look both silvery and leaden at the same time. Like many lochs, it has a fish farm located within it, the long-term ecological consequences of which are coming under increasing scrutiny. The gneiss in the region is, if anything, more strongly striped than it was at Scourie, Blobby pink and gray seems picking out the strong foliation. Graham Park pointed out to me the outline of the Scourie dikes, intruding the gneiss on the hillside across the far side of the loch. A century ago, the skillful geological survey geologist C.T. Clough mapped out the course of these dikes across country. It became clear that the dikes could be used to trace out broad folds, asterisk, and similar structures within the Lewisian confusion. They provided a key to unlocking another phase of the remote past. It may be helpful to recap the sequence of events. First, the Archean crust was formed from tonalite. Then this crust was buried and deeply metamorphosed to the granulite facies, implying temperatures of 1,000 degrees Celsius and pressures of 10 kilobars. This tectonic trauma generated the banded gneiss we saw exposed and undulating gray masses along the Scourie coast. Then came the intrusion of the dikes, which cut through the earlier rocks. All this history is laid out in the strata around Scourie Lodge, not far from the most northerly palm tree in the world. The ancient events are therefore referred to as Scourian, the oldest rocks in the British Isles. But in the vicinity of Gairla, later events have remolded the earlier Scourian rocks. Insult has been added to injury. Pelion has been heaped upon Asa. To the uninitiated, one gneiss, to be frank, looks rather like another. But that careful mapping around Loch Tolly proved that earlier structures, including the dikes, had been refolded by a subsequent tectonic event. This later event was termed Laxfortian. Structural geologists love such things. They read the flexures in the rocks. With the certainty of a blind man reading Braille, they can easily imagine what it is for a fold system to be caught up in another, subsequent phase of contortion, fold imposed on fold. I admire this capacity to think in three dimensions, for, if you include time more than I can say. In 1951, midway between the two editions of Holmes, a paper by Janet Watson and her husband-colleague John Sutton outlined the history of the Lewisian in, essentially its modern form. All the rocks in the Gairla area had been remetamorphosed, heated, and baked again and reset to a lower metamorphic degree than the granulites, known as the amphibolite facies. Less deep, less extreme. A mineralogist reads this change by logging transformations that have occurred to the minerals within the gneisses. Technically, the minerals are said to retrogress. Minerals never lie. They tell us exactly the conditions of temperature and pressure to which rocks have been subjected, betraying another phase in their long-continued ill usage. This is still a form of cookery. It is just that, in metamorphic geology, cookery can go backwards as well as forwards. Now we just have to add dates. This is not quite as simple as it sounds. It is not like looking up a date on an old calendar. Dating relies on setting the radioactive clock. This might happen when a mineral crystallizes out from magma. Year zero in this case is truly a birth, followed by its own trajectory of aging as the radioactive clock winds down. But the clock can also be reset by a subsequent metamorphic event. Even the same zircon crystal can respond to one event after another. The inner part of a single crystal can be much older than the outer shell. Zircon is a kind of Methuselah among natural substances and seems to survive 5 times longer than almost any other mineral, which is why it contains such a useful clock. Modern techniques can obtain separate dates even from within that single zircon crystal. Even the most enthusiastic geochronologist will tell you that all dates still require intelligent interpretation, but radiometric ages have transformed our understanding of the Precambrian, and they are getting better all the time. So here are the dates for northwest Scotland. The crust-forming event at Scourie, the oldest Lewisian if you like, happened 2,960 million years ago. Within the Archean, the main metamorphism to granulites happened almost on the boundary between the Archean and the Proterozoic around 2,500 million years ago. Graham Park and his colleagues have recognized a third phase, termed Inverian, following the Scaurian, but predating the Laxfordian, which produces extensive shearing of the Scaury gneisses in several regions. As for the Scaury dikes themselves, a sample from Thiel's original locality has provided what is currently the best date for their intrusion at 2,400 million years ago. Mr. McIver would doubtless have raised both his eyebrows in astonishment had he realized the antiquity of the ground on which the lodge was built. Then there is a subsequent phase in the long history of the Lewisian, when the dikes were folded, as traced out in the hills around Gerla, and when the Laxfordian metamorphism remodeled the ancient gneiss to a whiter shade of gray. The best date at the moment from the Laxford area is 1740 million years ago. To put it in perspective, the events frozen in these ancient gneisses span more than twice the time that lies between the human race and the first trilobite. As for the Torridonian sandstones overlying the Lewisian, those pink rocks that we saw by the Victoria Falls as rainwater dribbled down our necks proved to be some 800 million years old, the oldest sandstone group around. The village of Storr may be as much as 990 million years old. So, for 1 billion years or more, the area occupied by Lewisian gneiss was eroded ground, down grain by grain, until time had breached a window deep into the ancient crust. Then it was blanketed by the sediments that now form sylvan and stacked polyid. The undulating gray Lewisian landscape that we admire today would have looked much the same long before the first trilobite scurried in. The mud, or the first snail, crawled upon the seafloor, and it will endure long after our species has vanished from the world. Time, that aged nurse rocked me to patience. This is not yet the end of the story. Around Gerla and extending inland towards Lochmarie, there is another group of rocks that Graham Park has been studying for many years. They are deeply entrained within the Lewisian gneiss and have been affected by the same Laxfordian metamorphism, but they are rocks that originally lay on top of the gneisses. Graham's careful mapping, published by the Geological Society of London, shows that they occupy two synforms within the Lewisian, one of which is now followed on the ground by a little stream running along the charmingly named Flowerdale. On the other side of the valley, volcanic rocks and sediments, now transformed by metamorphism, provide yet another window opening on to the Ancient of Days, for these rocks are almost as old as the gneisses they cover. Though they embrace a different range of geology, they tell us about what was going on under the sea. The old inn at Gerla looked singularly welcoming in the rain, but we had to forego the comfort of a pint of bitter by the fire to look at the rocks. Just behind the pub there are some heavy-looking, greenish-black rocks which are densely foliated. These are amphibolites, which started out life as lavas, with a basalt composition. They were erupted on the sea floor about 2 billion years ago and have been compared with oceanic plateau basalts. A little way up the road the rocks take on a kind of brownish cast a little subtle for my paleontologist's eye. Graham assured me that these were once sedimentary rocks lying atop the basalts. Their chemistry is just what would be expected from sediments associated with an island arc. The alchemy of metamorphism has transformed them into different minerals, to be sure, but they have retained their identity at the most fundamental level of atoms and molecules. To follow the story further, we had to walk along a muddy path up the river valley. On a good day, it would be a delightful stroll. In the drizzle, the bracken-covered hills, fading into distant mistiness, retained a flavor of Celtic mystery that Sir Walter Scott would have relished. Even the crude stone walls were made from fundamental rocks. What better way to be led back to the beginnings of things? After about half a mile, we paused to examine some rocks in a slippery bank. The dark amphibolite was still with us, but interleaved with it was something different to one raised on younger rocks. The black chunks of hard rockweed, levered out from these layers, looked a little like chert, a form of silica, but in the hand they seemed much too heavy for this common material. Examined close up, fine banding was faintly displayed within the rock. These apparently humble pieces of stone proved to be one of the defining rock types of the Precambrian, the banded iron formation commonly known as BIFs. Their characteristic heaviness is because of their high iron content. In some localities, they could be even used as ore. BIFs are another sedimentary rock, but one that is unique to the early Earth and that tells us much about its peculiarities. On the far side of the bank, we scraped out some pieces of lighter-colored stone, which, if I had happened to have a bottle of dilute acid on my person, would have fizzed merrily on being doused. This was a marble and would have been a limestone before its transformation by heat and pressure. The calcium carbonate of which it is made reacts with acid. No sculptor would have wished to expend his skill on these mean little pieces. But their significance is not aesthetic. Limestones are one of the commonest marine sedimentary rocks through the geological record and evidently were still being formed 2 billion years ago. And just underneath the limestone, there were other dark rocks with a familiar look that split into thin sheets. At first glance, they resembled the marine shales they once were, but they, too, have been transformed into chlorite schists. Among them are bands that chemical analysis shows have a high content of carbon, and the principal source of carbon in shales is organic, for carbon is the element most basic to biology. Is there a hint here of the presence of oceanic life? Just on cue, the sun came out, as if to cast light on the mysteries of deep time. The yellowing leaves of the birch trees almost glowed. We stood discussing how to fit together rationally all the features that we had seen along Flowerdale. The rocks exposed in the flank of the valley seem originally to have been a piece of the sea floor. Volcanic rocks at the base with various kinds of sedimentary rocks accumulating on top. Limestones and shales are familiar enough today, so evidently the sedimentary processes happening 2 billion years ago were not different in some respects from those operating now. One striking fact is that the metamorphosed sedimentary rocks have patently been incorporated into the Lewisian basement. Once tempered by deep cooking, they became one with the realm of old gneisses. So rocks derived from ancient oceans subsequently became part of the Archean and early Proterozoic shields, which are the oldest and now most stable parts of the Earth's crust. Cratons were created, shields were sealed, continental crust grew by a process of plastering on, by marginal accretion of bits of ocean, crust, and sediments. The places such conditions occur lie along subduction zones. After all, younger zones of subduction still leave their legacy in great tracts of rock added to the edges of older continents, just as the fold belt of the Appalachian Caledonian chain was soldered onto edge of the Canadian shield. The igneous tonalites that comprise the oldest Lewisian rocks may be explained by a process of partial melting not so different in kind from that operating today at depth on active continental margins. It seems that plate explanations can indeed be applied to the Methuselahs of rock, the ancient of days. Thus the apparently endless and uniform gneiss begins to reveal its secrets. Those gray hills are not, after all, unreadable, although the script may be distorted. To understand processes that happened billions of years ago, the present is still, at least up to a point, the key to the past. Now we can create a vision of the Archean world. Heat flow from the young. Earth was greater than it is now. What Charles Lapworth called the great Earth engine cranked over faster. There may have been more numerous convection cells within the mantle. Recall how thick soup over a high flame breaks into bubbling fury, while a simmering broth swirls over in a few dignified turns. The nascent masses of continental crust had not yet congealed to their present size. Instead, smaller rafts of lighter rocks formed, the nuclei of what would become more stable continental areas. The cycles of the Earth degeneration and destruction of plates probably happened andante cantabile rather than largo. The sea end there was certainly in ocean was whipped up by storms, reducing all land newly elevated by tectonics to sedimentary waste. Slabs of oceanic rock were covered with sediments derived from the rapid weathering of the proto-continents. Unprotected by any cloak of plants, the wind and rain worked fast upon the naked rocks. This was a world of tempests and flash floods, of jagged crags and dunes, clays and grits. The mucky progeny of erosion slumped down into deep water. Volcanic rocks were erupted over the sea floor, many of them associated with a multitude of hot spots that pocked the early Earth like a plague of boils. Then sediments and volcanics alike were plastered onto proto-continents at the subduction zone asterisk, or perhaps were sandwiched between two proto-continents that collided. It has been claimed that massive marine plateau basalts were added to the base of proto-continents because they were reluctant to subduct, like sticky toffee that adheres to the gullet. Gradually, continental nuclei grew, accreted, buoyed up by their less dense composition. The growing continents bobbed onwards, as would rafts of cork, on a mill pool, while heavy oceanic crust was created and then destroyed in the early cycles of plate tectonics. Smaller continents merged one with another. Thus cratons were born, which were to drift hither and yon for the rest of Earth's history, the stablest partners in the dance of the plates. With further erosion, sedimentary rocks were laid down upon the cratons. A few portions of such sediments were to escape all the subsequent vicissitudes of continental collisions, to carry forward to our own era a fossil record of the earliest life. So the world acquired the first of its many faces. Ancient Precambrian proto-continents often preserve tracts of volcanic and sedimentary deposits now, of course, metamorphosed along their edges. They may represent the line along which two proto-continents collided, like a Ural range of the earliest days seems so ancient that they are often no more than suggestions sketched in pointed minerals or linear bandages interposed between round masses of granulite. In these greenstone belts, the rocks are green because of the abundance of the metamorphic mineral chloride, as well as epidote and hornblende, more greens. The belts are often kilometers wide, as they are in the ancient shield regions of Canada, southern Africa, and western Australia. The rocks along Flowerdale exhibited features on the small scale that apply to greenstone belts on a large scale, except that they are often less metamorphosed, and the geology is even more complicated. The belts are frequently rich in precious metals, distilled and refined from the early and turbulent earth: gold, silver, copper, nickel. South of Hudson Bay, a swathe of greenstone belts passes east to west across Manitoba, northern Ontario, and western Quebec. The Red Lake Greenstone Belt in Ontario is rich in gold, while the Abitibi Belt to the east not only boasts famous gold mines around the town of Timmins, but also has deposits of silver, copper, and tin elsewhere, gifts from the early Precambrian. But it was a different world, this early one, for all that the same engines drove it. Most important, the atmosphere was initially almost without oxygen, while gaseous hydrogen sulfide and methane were abundant. Breathing this poison air would have killed us very quickly. At Solfatara, on the Bay of Naples, we had the merest hint of such a vile-smelling miasma, which would have been like a thickly suffocating blanket. Most of the oxygen in the atmosphere today is a byproduct of life. 3 billion years of photosynthesis, much of it achieved by very simple organisms like blue-green bacteria, added oxygen molecule by molecule to the air, the minute rod or thread-like remains of the bacteria that changed the world have been found. Among the earliest fossils, they formed sticky mats, which left their record in finely layered, crimped, or cushion-like fossils called stromatolites, looking like piles of petrified flaky pastry. These survived to the present, where they were formed on top of continental fragments that achieve early stability. A well-known example is the fig tree chert of southern Africa. Still earlier, bacteria could thrive in the absence of oxygen. In fact, oxygen is a poison to them. These most primitive forms of life survive, indeed prosper, in hot, sulfurous springs and in stinking mud. If we want to know how life started, it is these oddly tough organisms we should consult. Subsequently, life changed the air of the world, scrubbed out the early poisons, and in the process even modified the way rocks decayed, since oxygen is crucial to all sorts of chemical weathering. Banded iron formations, BIFs, a few dark pieces of which we collected in the drizzle in Flowerdale, were typical of a period 2,600 to 1,800 million years ago. When these rocks are polished and examined through a microscope, they are seen to be composed of alternating layers a few millimeters thick. Dark layers are iron-rich, often made of the mineral magnetite, Fe04, and iron oxide, alternating with lighter bands of common silica, stripes of a different color. The fact that the iron is oxidized in this curious sediment indicates that there must have been oxygen around to do it, but the peculiar banding and the occurrence of magnetite demands a special explanation, and one of general applicability, too, because BIFs are found on virtually every Precambrian shield. Iron is very greedy to combine with oxygen. Iron artifacts quickly become horrid lumps of rust when buried in the ground. One explanation for the existence of BIFs that has found favor derives the oxygen from microscopic photosynthesizing bacteria or algae within the ocean. Iron is weathered from continental rocks, but there is not yet enough free atmospheric oxygen to gobble it all up, so it enters the sea in solution as positively charged ions. These combine with oxygen derived from the photosynthesizing scum, and at once heavy, insoluble magnetite is formed, which falls to the ocean floor as a gentle rain of minute black specks. Magnetite is a form of iron oxide that is both the most iron and the least oxygen, which implies that the latter was at a premium and had to be scavenged by the greedy ions. But biological productivity soon outstripped the available iron, and so the theory goes, the burgeoning multitude of organisms became a victim of their own success, undergoing a bloom that became lethal. Similar plankton blooms still happen in the sea today. They might even have been poisoned by excess oxygen. During the quiescent phase that followed, only silica accumulated on the seafloor until the whole boom-bust cycle started again. It is much more complex than I have described, for several different kinds of BIF have now been recognized, with hematite, Fes degree 3, or siderite, iron carbonate FeSiO3, as important components. Nonetheless, the theory does conjure up a picture of a simple ecosystem, a lurching, fluctuating one, without the checks and balances that many millions of years of organic evolution have since imparted to the marine realm. However, some plausible explanations of BIFs have been advanced that do not require the intercession of life. For example, it has been claimed that they can be explained by fluctuations in sea level combined with a high supply of iron from hot fluids derived from the early crust and a low supply of atmospheric oxygen. The definitive explanation still eludes us. The earlier Precambrian was a strange place, with hints of what we know, but much more that is unfamiliar. The past, as L.P. Hartley said, is another country. They do things differently there. However different they are from anything we know today, BIFs continued to be laid down for 800 or 900 million years much more time than has elapsed since the beginning of the Cambrian, and which embraces the entire proliferation of animal life 5 times as long as the age of dinosaurs. BIFs can be hundreds of meters thick and extend for 1,000 kilometers. Our specimen from Flowerdale was the least impressive example. Just try to imagine how much iron is locked up inside them. The Earth was remolding itself throughout this long period, following the bidding of plate movements, and the atmosphere was changing at the same time. The whole planet was evolving. Life and Earth are forever intertwined. The critic John Ruskin wrote, in praise of rust, how it paints and dapples, but without oxygen there could be no rust. Iron meteorites, whose composition resembles that of the Earth's core, arrive from space metallic black and pristine. It is only contact with Earth's corrupting atmosphere that paints them rusty brown. Without the free oxygen generated by bacteria and plants, there would have been no breathing, no animal life, no trilobites, no dinosaurs, no writer of this book, no reader, and no rust. There are other rocks that help reveal the early Earth. Komatiites are peculiar, glassy lavas that are typically found in Archean terrains. They cooled rapidly from magmas with compositions like that of the mantle. Inside these black rocks, there are curious little bunches of olivine crystals that are said to display spinifex texture. The crystals radiate from a common center into 3 dimensions, a little like the dark traces produced as mines explode. The name of the texture has a peculiar resonance for those of us who have worked in the outback of Australia. Spinifex is a ghastly, glaucous, prickly grass that covers great tracts in the middle of nowhere. It, too, radiates from a common base. Each of its shoots, modified leaves, is tipped with a barb of silica that breaks off into your foot if you are foolish enough to stand upon it. If you light a match anywhere near it, Spinifex bursts into flames and seeks to turn you into a crisp. But it does look exactly like the crystals within komatiites. Lavas with komatiite composition are proof of the higher heat flow in those primeval times. The peculiar olivine crystals grew downwards like stalactites from the cooled roofs of the lavas. Archean and early Proterozoic shields comprise the middle of continents. The Hebridean area that we examined is unusual in being close to the edge of an ocean. They are the old hearts, the obstinate cores, the unchanging and persistent bulwarks against which subsequent history has piled its afterthoughts. After all, in a world that is 4,550 million years old, the last 1,000 million years are less than Act 3 in the drama of creation. Archean and earlier Proterozoic rocks and greenstone belts make up the old Baltic shield, underlying the territory where Lapps follow reindeer through lichen-covered and boggy wastes. They underlie the center of Canada, the Canadian shield, all stunted fir and endless lakes, and they extend southwards beneath the United States. The ground-down, acacia-sprinkled, central felt of southern Africa, including the famous rocks of Barberton, the Transvaal, the dusty plains of much of the Indian Peninsula, the rain-sodden northern parts of Brazil, many of the gold-rich regions of Australia, those plains carrying a few low knobs and ridges of fretted rock amidst the stony wastes or rugged Pilbara in Western Australia. All these terrains are older than we can readily imagine. They display a similar pattern, though, with many local variations. Old igneous masses, often granulites, form nuclei, around the edges of which greenstone belts have been wrapped or plastered on. They show us the baked and exhumed remnants of splitting and clinching of former microcontinents from a time so long ago. When you are talking about 3 billion years, you could be forgiven for wondering what difference the odd 10 million years or so really makes. Yet it is likely that the Earth in those distant days was as rich in events as it has always been, but that the detail has been fogged by metamorphism or scrubbed away by erosion. Geologists interested in such remote eras have a task comparable to reconstructing a vanished civilization from a thumb and forefinger broken off, a sculpture and a few shards of pottery. Indeed, for many years geologically, incredibly old areas seem beyond the reach of ratiocination, largely as a result of being thought about in terms of tectonics and geochemistry, and then being able to date them. Such rocky Methuselahs are now capable of being understood, even though all our perceptions are inevitably blurred through the mists of time. As D.H. Lawrence wrote, mists of mistiness complicated into knots and clots that barge about and bump on one another and explode into more mist. Or don't. Mist of energy most scientific. Plate tectonic processes evidently carried on from Precambrian into Cambrian times and thence to the present day. By reversing time's arrow, the movements of continents can be tracked ever further back into the past. There is probably no harder exercise for the imagination within the pages of this book. We have already traced the wandering continents to the time before the assembly of Pangaea. We have seen how paleomag can be combined with field geology to reveal another, still older world in which the continents were, again scattered, as they are today, but with all the pieces in different places, and arranged in a different way, as if the Earth's surface were a collage reassembled by an amnesiac. To reach the stage, we have gone back perhaps 500 million years, only about 1/8 of the history of the rocks on the planet. There is so much further to go. We must travel backwards much, further backwards in time, following the bidding of the plates, if we are to attempt to find out how the knots and clots that barge slash and bump on one another were laid out in the eons before the Paleozoic. We have to let go of even the most rudimentary outlines of the continents we know some of, which accompanied us back as far as Cambrian days. We have to go to worlds without familiar signposts, lost worlds, uncertain worlds. There is, though, a certain logic to it. If Pangaea split apart a couple of 100 million years ago, but was itself assembled from dispersed continents, then is it not likely that there might be a still older Pangaea? When the continents were married on a previous occasion, there is time enough and more. Perhaps there have even been a number of phases when supercontinents dominated the Earth, so that the progress of the continents was like one of those 18th century dances in which the participants move apart at one stage, only to repeatedly find one another again in the center of the ballroom on an appropriate prompt from the music. There is now evidence for no less than 4 Precambrian supercontinents at 2,500 million years ago, that is, on the boundary between the Archean and Proterozoic. Then at about 1,500 million years, again at approximately 1 billion years, and once more at about 80 million years before the beginning of the Cambrian period, approximately 625 million years ago, in the late Proterozoic. I say it approximately advisedly, because it is very difficult to be precise. The assembly of a supercontinent is a time when most subduction has stopped, and hence most of the activity that might lead to a radiometric date has also become quiescent. It is a kind of hole in history. Imagine being in the middle of the latest Archean supercontinent, the first one on the face of the Earth. Prior to this time, the continents had mostly been mere fragments, furiously jostling, but now a crudely rugged landscape, unsoftened by any green vegetation, would extend to the horizon for thousands of kilometers in all directions. You would have to be alert to the possibility of being carried away by a flash flood emanating from the granulite hills 30 kilometers or so away. The ground around you is littered with angular boulders carried by the furious waters. Feldspars glisten in the relentless sun. A hot spring bubbling and hissing at your feet is surrounded by brilliant orange and livid purple stains. They feel slick to the touch. The colors are painted by bacterial life that forms a slimy film. The lively hues are pigments that shield the tiny cells from harmful rays in the harsh sunlight. From here, you cannot see the tacky, green mats in the sea that are slowly transforming the Earth's atmosphere. The ocean is a kinder place, a womb for the future. But here in the wilderness, you don't know which organisms are going to inherit the Earth. The photosynthesis bug is no racing cert. It could equally well be a bacterium that gorges on sulfur and relishes boiling hot conditions. The early supercontinents juxtapose parts of the present Earth in ways that we would find most surprising. Just think about our small patch of Scotland. It was, of course, part of ancient North America, Laurentia. But in the late Proterozoic supercontinent, Laurentia lay alongside of all places South America. The little patch with the scoury dikes was not so far from the South Pole. Evidence from matching geological ages and structures turns the world topsy-turvy. What, you wonder, would Professor Seuss have made of it? Oh, this world so stripped of fixity? Even those of us who have had a whole working life to get used to the idea of mobile continents have a struggle to remake the world so completely. But what we can accept is that continents cannot jump from one place to another. They have to move in a logical procession in order to make kinematic sense. So we know about the slow march of the polar wandering path for northwest Scotland, from near the South Pole to the northern hemisphere over 1 billion years, and it is a pattern that has to fit in with other evidence from separate continents and geology. The ancient supercontinents, once so speculative, have started to achieve the respectability that comes with a name. The continental mass at around 1 billion years ago has been called Rodinia, and now scientists are starting to bandy that name about with the familiarity that Pangaea attained 40 years ago. There are other names that have yet to achieve widespread currency. Kenneland in the late Archean is one, but who knows whether they will be part of scientific consciousness in 50 years. It is extraordinary how quickly names useful in scientific discourse become incorporated into the language. Soon, nearly everyone forgets who coined the name, or, more importantly, who first understood the concept that the name embodies. The first supercontinent to be named was Gondwana, but who now remembers that Edouard Seuss was present at its christening? Yet, without the story of Gondwana and Pangaea, there would have been no vision of Rodinia, nor of any of the other continents united together deep into Precambrian times. A mid-Proterozoic, 1,500 million year supercontinent is also becoming widely accepted as a fact, although at the time of writing it does not have a generally used name. If it were up to me, I would call it Suecia. It was remarkable for including masses of igneous intrusions, now mostly situated in North America, which do not seem to be related to orogeny in the usual way. Precambrian geologists, if they may be so termed, have had much amusement devising model systems to account for them. The igneous rocks include a widely used ornamental stone, the Rapakivi granite, named for its type locality in Scandinavia. The polished stone can be recognized at once because it looks as if it is made out of sawn-through eggs floating in a dark background. Look more carefully, and you will see that the center of each egg is a very large, rounded-off crystal of pinkish feldspar, which has been surrounded by a thin shell of a different mineral, usually a greenish-looking rim of another feldspar. It is quite easy to read this rock. The large feldspars must have crystallized out of the magma first, but then the surrounding magma changed. The early crystals reacted with the liquor to brew up the shell of surrounding oligoclase feldspars as the rest of the rock completed It's cooling, a later event modified an earlier one. It is not so different in logic from the story of the Scowrie Dykes. A Rapakivi granite forms the counter of A, bar at Paddington Station in London. I come through this station most days. Although Paddington is one of Isambard Kingdom Brunel's finest engineering achievements, the bar is a recent addition. If you have just missed your train, you can at least lean on a bar that is 1,500 million years old and reflect that perhaps half an hour is not that serious a delay. Your fellow commuters might be surprised to learn that the shiny surface of the bar was in fact a piece of a continent more ancient than Pangaea, but one that broke up in the same way as India did from Africa, and that when the pieces came together again 500 million years later, it marked the formation of the next supercontinent, Rodinia. A billion years ago, the Grenville mountain chain was thrown up as a consequence of this rapprochement, which towered all along the eastern edge of the old Laurentian shield and made it possible eventually to build skyscrapers in New York on solid foundations, those parts of the rough mosaic of plates that were composed of continental crust moved, now together, now apart, in cycle after cycle. Gradually, these lighter continental slabs grew larger as the squeezing and melting connected, with subduction added material to their edges. The days, too, were getting longer as the Precambrian progressed, because the Earth slowed on its spinning axis, just as oxygen trickled molecule by molecule into the atmosphere. All these changes, while not exactly pure Charles Lyell, are explicable in terms of modern processes, a transformation rather than a revolution. But there have also been events in the Precambrian that have been claimed as utterly unlike any that followed. Of these, one that has achieved most notoriety is the snowball Earth hypothesis, not least because it has such a memorable label. It joins the Big Bang, black hole, and selfish gene in the pantheon of memorable titles for scientific concepts. The idea is simple enough that there was a time, or times, when the Earth froze from end to end. We have already encountered the Ice Age of the Carboniferous, and there was another at the end of the Ordovician period. But no ice age after the Cambrian refrigerated the whole world. If this really happened, it would have had an obvious effect on the progress of life, though it is even more superfluous to note that life survived. The rocks produced during an ice age are rather distinctive, so that the evidence required of a global event is that such rocks should cover the whole world at the time. One of the chief proponents of the theory is Paul Hoffman, at Harvard, one of those American academics who seem to have twice their fair share of energy. If expertise is defined as knowing more and more about less and less, I am at a loss to describe what it is to know more and more about more and more, but that is the Hoffman condition. Along the bleak shores of the northern peninsula of Spitsbergen known as New York, Friesland, there is little in the way of creature comfort, but much to interest. Another brilliant obsessive, Brian Harland, from the geology department at Cambridge. Brian is the authority on the Arctic islands of Svalbard, of which Spitsbergen is the major island, and for many years he ran Cambridge University expeditions there. As befits a Quaker, Brian's expeditions were marvelously organized, but trimmed of all frills. I did my doctoral work in New York, Friesland, on Ordovician fossils, so I know the area well. 35 years ago we traveled by small boat towards the rocks that I was about to map, passing by a succession of late Proterozoic strata, laid out like a spread deck of cards along the shore. We ascended, rockbed by rockbed, through geological time as we moved southwards, while screaming Arctic terns berated us from the air, urging us ever onwards. The rocks here were younger than the red sandstones of Loch Torridon and Canis, and very different in character. They were carbonate sedimentary rocks, dolomites, and limestones, We knew that they were laid down under the warmth of a tropical sun, and that provided an indication of how much the latitude of Spitsbergen had changed over hundreds of millions of years. Rare fossils of marine algae had been discovered in the same rock formations. I knew, too, that the Cambrian and Ordovician strata that lay ahead were also limestones of the same general type, with the important difference that they contain myriads of fossil shells of extinct kinds of animals, including the trilobites that I was to study for several years. The sequence of rocks in New York Friesland evidently spanned that literally vital time in the history of the Earth between the later part of the Precambrian and the explosion of animal life that happened at the base of the Cambrian period. However, between the two packages of warm water carbonate sedimentary rocks, something very curious happened, something which Brian Harland had pointed out years before the snowball Earth theory was proposed. For a brief interval, the carbonates disappeared, and in their stead some utterly different rocks took the ground. Prominent among them was a reddish rock that might be best described as a kind of pudding, full of boulders and blocks of various kinds and sizes, all suspended in a pink mud. To a student of glacial phenomena, this rock would seem quite familiar. When icebergs have calved from major glaciers to drift out to sea, they deposit just such a heterogeneous dog's dinner as they melt, dropping out the collection of stones they carried, along with the ground-up waste derived from the terrain they scoured. Now we look at an individual pebble. We can see it even carries scratches acquired during its sojourn in the ice sheet. So here is the paradox: a glacial event extending so far into low latitudes as to drop its debris where, not long before, tropical algae and bacteria has flourished on a limy seafloor. There was no denying the facts. Rocks do not lie. Hoffman vigorously extended these pioneering researches to demonstrate that similar changes could be recognized globally in strata deposited at about 590 million years ago. Snowball Earth had been born. There was a vision of the whole planet engulfed in a shimmering ice sheet from pole to pole. Since ice reflects light and heat from space, the Earth would then have resembled nothing so much as a giant pearl. Furthermore, since the Cambrian Big Bang in the history of life occurred, geologically speaking, not so very long after the alleged Great Freeze had relented, it was tempting to link the two as cause and effect. The survivors, released from the grip of global refrigeration, evolved into new ecosystems, reset the evolutionary clock, were stimulated into unparalleled innovation, and so on. The shells that I collected from the hard limestones on the frigid shores of Spitsbergen were ultimately a consequence of an even chillier past. The explanation does, it must be said, have a compelling narrative drive. Of course, there had to be places for life to hang on to the icy crisis, and deep-sea hot vents and similar unfreezable but feasible refuges were sited. Algae that needed light might have hung out on the edges of hot springs. The snowball showed plenty of evidence of unfreezing rapidly. The speedy reappearance of tropical limestones in the Cambrian age rocks in Spitsbergen was one example. Hoffman's idea was that during the snowball phase, volcanic gases like carbon dioxide for eruptions would not have been affected by the freezing of all that water accumulated in the atmosphere, building up the greenhouse effect until a critical level of global warming was reached. Then the ice sheets would have melted dramatically even over a few decades, and seas would have flooded back over the continents, and marine life could get on with the job in the nutritious shallow shelf seas that followed. As with many big ideas, the theory is not without its critics. They point to the fact that more than 2/3 of the Earth's surface was covered with ocean then as now, and since all 590-million-year-old ocean crust has long since been subducted to oblivion, there will never be proof that every part of that vast hinterland became deeply frozen Others dispute the evidence of complete coverage by ice, and there are indeed places where the evidence is less convincing than in Spitsbergen. Then again, a few fossils of complex animals that antedate the Big Freeze have been recognized in a few localities, though these too are controversial. Some, but by no means all, molecular. Biologists claim that you need much more time in the Precambrian than 542 million years to account for the evolution of all the different designs of animals that appeared apparently suddenly close to the base of the Cambrian period. Currently, the debate is at that interesting stage where we don't know how the chips will fall. The next decade will probably decide. The intellectual brew has been enriched by Professor Hoffman's imaginative younger colleague Joe Kirschvink from the California Institute of Technology, who has recognized up to 4 snowball Earths between 900 and 590 million years ago. All these have deposits of glacial origin associated with them. Recently, Joe has upped the stakes still further by adding another, far older one, almost as old as the gray gneisses of Laxford and Scourie at about 2 billion years. Glacial rocks that had miraculously survived from this distant era, almost unscathed, were discovered among the termite mounds and stunted trees in what is now the Kalahari Desert in southern Africa. What is amazing is that the paleomag in the ancient boulder beds also seems to have survived the passage of billions of years. The readings indicated that the glacial beds were laid down near to the equator of the time, hence Joe's conviction that this was another global event, ice from pole to equator. Far from being a unique event, a frozen Earth was allegedly a repeated risk during the Precambrian. I do find it remarkable that life weathered these frigid crises. If they really happened, we know that life existed before the earliest one, and traces of bacteria and algal mats appeared between the times when frigid conditions are supposed to have reigned. To adapt Oscar Wilde's famous line, "To survive one snowball is fortunate, but to survive several looks like miraculousness." We have moved back to earlier and earlier times, but we have yet to answer the question, where are the oldest rocks on Earth? Finding the definitive answer is not straightforward. With regard to dates, a record is always liable to be broken by a whisker when a different zircon crystal from the right ancient locality is analyzed. Then there is the question of the accuracy of measurement, which is serious if the ruler happens to be a radiometric date, because different methods can give different results. The really important fact is that older and older dates are rarer and rarer. You would expect to have trouble finding ancient crust because, as we have seen, it is likely to have been remobilized by younger tectonic events as the old Earth cranks over and over. Hence, younger dates will be imprinted over older ones as the radioactive clocks are reset. It has proved extremely difficult to discover rocks that are any older than about 3,800 to 3,900 million years. There are just a few places where the planet's plates have left small fragments of this antiquity relatively unscathed, scraps from early phases in the Earth's history. Endurance may be a matter of luck, perhaps of survival against the odds, like the grizzled old warrior who emerges from the battlefield with scarcely a scratch while his companions at arms are felled around him. This is the earliest time made tangible. We can put our hands upon the rock, stroke it, examine it with lenses, or attack it with sophisticated analytical probes. It may look at first glance like yet more nice, but it is precious stuff. A still more distant period lies prior to the oldest rocks. Dates from meteoritic material surviving from the early days of the solar system reveal that the Earth formed at about 4,550 million years ago. Hence it follows that there is a missing piece of history, an eon suited only for speculation and conjecture. Something like 600 million years is almost unrepresented by rocks. This period has come to be known as the Hadean, and perhaps appropriately so, for conditions during at least part of it were as furiously inhospitable as hell. Fire itself. As the Earth gained mass by accretion of planetesimals, its increasing gravity attracted massive meteorite bombardments. The energy imparted by massive and relentless impacts eventually caused the melting of the planet. It became a sea of lava, but still the impacts continued. Most planetary scientists believe that the moon was the product of a massive impact. It spun off as a gob of debris. It continues to edge its way slowly, further from the parent planet billions of years later, but still blatantly retains the legacy of the time and the meteorite impacts it received upon its surface so long ago. It is likely that both the moon and the Earth continued to be bombarded by meteorites until about 3,800 million years ago. The iron core of the Earth formed while the planet was near molten, and at that point the elements were parceled out according to their chemical fancies. This was a period when the ground itself was constructed, the dance floor set, before the slow dance of the plates could even begin. It remains a time of mystery, a morass of unanswered questions. However, hints toward some answers are preserved in the oldest rocks. These great-grandfathers of all gneisses have attracted much attention from geologists, particularly those concerned with the early history of life. There are a handful of places from which rocks yielding ages up to a maximum of 3,900 million years have been collected, and there are hints of still deeper time. These sites include the southern edge of the Churchill province of the Canadian Shield in Montana, the most ancient part of the Shield areas of Western Australia, and the Isua Rocks of Greenland. The center of Greenland is covered by a vast ice cap, but rocks poke out around the edges of the island, forming a rocky fringe, a kind of lithic tonsure around the bald center. About 150 kilometers north of the capital Nuuk on the west coast, the oldest greenstone belt on Earth at Isua takes up a narrow strip of barren outcrop, about 30 kilometers long. It is a primeval sliver underlying everything else. The belt was recognized more than 30 years ago, largely because it included the earliest banded iron formation, which gave a distinct signal to a gravity survey. The whole belt had been heated, of course perhaps to some 600 degrees Celsius, but there were little pockets here and there that seemed to have escaped the punishment due to them after so long a sojourn on the planet. Even some of the pillow structures of the submarine basalts have been preserved. Like other greenstone belts, the Isua rocks also include metamorphosed sediments. They prove that there was already enough water on the planet when the rocks were originally laid down to erode still earlier formations. Though old, they were not yet the beginning. A vision of still deeper time opens up, time beyond time. You can almost hear the sea breaking on some of the first shores, just as in summer it still tumbles against the margins of Greenland. And then you understand that of all things on Earth, the sea is most nearly immortal. Through all the reconfigurations of the face of the Earth, the sea has endured. Beneath the frozen ice caps that may have once covered the Earth, the sea still cradled life. It may be the sea that is the Ancient of Days, yet the sea itself originated or was gathered together during the Hadean. An ocean could not have survived during early, molten, violent days. Only when water could condense from hissing, steaming volcanoes, when the cooking pot of the Earth cooled sufficiently, only then could pools and basins survive. The impact on Earth of many comets made of dirty ice may have contributed more water. Quite how much is still debated. But one fact is certain: without water, there could have been no life. The origin of life on Earth and the early history of the crust intersect on the barren, glaciated wastes of Greenland. Enough is now known about the most primitive living bacteria to suggest that all living organisms lying at the base of the tree of life relished high temperatures. A nearly boiling habitat was their land flowing with milk and honey. Recall that these hyperthermophiles do not need oxygen to grow. Indeed, for many of them it is a poison. In short, they suited the early Earth, hot and anoxic. But were they there? In 1996, a study was carried out upon minute graphite, metamorphosed carbon, specks within crystals of the mineral apatite preserved in some ancient Greenland rocks that have been compared with those at Isua. The negative values of the isotope of carbon, 13C, obtained from this sample are typical of the carbon compounds produced by living organisms. Cooked though it was, the stamp of life was there, or so it was claimed. To look at one of the biggest questions about our planet, the scientists root less around inside a single crystal with an ion microprobe. If life was there 3.8 million years ago, it would have experienced a day only 5 hours long, as a result of the Earth spinning faster, and the moon would have hung large and close in the sky. Asterisk. As I write, still older dates from zircon crystals are starting to fill in the mysterious Hadean. The oldest of all is 4,400 million years from the middle of a crystal recovered from the Jack Hills of Western Australia. It is within a whisker of the earliest days. The ion microprobe has dug into this token from the aftermath of Hades. If the oxygen isotopes recovered from inside the tiny time capsule are to be believed, there was free water already present on Earth. Even at this extraordinarily early time, the timetables for Hades might have to be rescheduled. There is still so much to learn. The intimate history of the early Earth can only be recovered from hints and whispers buried inside crystals. We are only just beginning to translate the story they have to tell. The eternal sea breaks heavily over the Lewisian gneiss and the dikes of Scourie. The wind whistles through the gorse bushes, but even in October, there are a few bright yellow pea flowers hidden among the spines. Looking across the bay, the grayness of the undulating ancient rocks continues onwards to the dense, tossing ocean. The horizon is obscured in mist, and the distant islets fade progressively. Scanning the distance is like trying to penetrate Precambrian time. The furthest objects are hard to see, and so much detail is lost. Generations of geologists have sat in much the same place and contemplated the same panorama, but what they have seen and understood, their very perception of land and sea, has changed with the knowledge and prejudices of the times. The fundamental rocks that were once so incomprehensible have been picked apart and placed in their proper place in the history of the Earth. Supercontinents have come and gone, but the speckled gneisses endure. Now gulls shriek from a rocky promontory that once burned under a Proterozoic sun, before the Torridonian sediments buried the Lewisian again beneath a red blanket. These gneisses have seen it all, achieved a kind of repose. The assault by the sea today is no more than a postscript to a history that has seen these rocks glide around the world, roast in a deep furnace, witness silently the transformation of the atmosphere, and the rise of those presumptuous newcomers, animals. The rocks will still be here when the last organism has vanished from a parched earth. Asterisk, this is proved, for example, by the selection of pebbles found in the conglomerates in the Torridonian, including volcanic rocks, most of which cannot be matched by anything in the Lewisian gneiss. Asterisk, folding of foliation in metamorphic rocks is not the same as simple folding in sedimentary formations, because metamorphic rocks are so altered and contorted, it is sometimes not possible to tell their original orientation. So structural geologists call a downfold a synform rather than syncline, and an upfold an antiform, not an anticline. Part 11. Cover story. The mule has its eyes set in such a position that it can see all four legs at the same time. This is just as well if the track it is traversing is only a meter or so wide, and there is a sheer drop of 150 meters to one side. When it approaches A hairpin bend on the outside of a precipitous trail. The mule prefers to poke its head out into nothingness before jerking sharply round to follow the animal in front. I think it does it on purpose. If you don't like it, close your eyes, says Ken the guide. After all, that's what the mule does. I find myself clinging to the pommel on the saddle with terrible determination. The descent into the Grand Canyon in Arizona is one of the great geological journeys. It is more than a mile down, vertically speaking, from the rim of the canyon to the Colorado River. A journey through half the Earth's history, rock formation by rock formation. As the mule treads delicately but relentlessly onwards, you are carried downwards upon its back through the geological column. You become a time traveler, borne step by lurching step, back first through tens and then through hundreds of millions of years. You come across the Grand Canyon unexpectedly. In the approach to the south rim across the Coconino Plateau, the road hardly undulates. You pass from a dry, flat plain into an endless open forest of pinyon and ponderosa, pines mixed with feathery juniper trees. There is a sparse underscrub of spiny opuntia cacti and agave bushes like green punk haircuts. You cannot see very far. It is all pleasant enough and rather unremarkable. Then the forest suddenly comes to an end. Something has been slashed into the earth. The Grand Canyon opens up without any kind of scenic preamble, not even a gentle incline. It is at once familiar and alien. Familiar because you have already seen pictures of it many times. It is one of those universal icons like the Mona Lisa or the Empire State Building. For an instant you wonder if this apparent chasm might be another, particularly clever, three-dimensional representation. Then, too, it is astonishing and strange because no image conveys its sheer scale. The far side of the North Rim is 16 kilometers away or more, yet in the morning light you might imagine it much nearer or, maybe, in some other lights, much further away. Sometimes, indeed, the distant creeks and buttes look as if they were painted backdrops designed to present the illusion of distance as in a theater, wing after wing of cunningly crafted canvas, shades of cream, orange, rich red, and umber stripes in broad swathes parallel to the horizon. All that scooped and fretted bare rock seems to have been carved, dug away, leaving massive turrets and castles and dark dungeons. Architectural similes are irresistible. The appropriate comparison is with the Hindu temples of Ellora in the Deccan Traps, where the hand of man has created architecture by virtue of all the rock that has been removed, a kind of anti-architecture. In Arizona, the carver is the Colorado River, so deeply sunk in its dark ravine that it is usually invisible from the rim. The prime cause of all the erosion is hidden, hinted at only in a black-purple gash that dogs the bottom of the canyon. The dark inner canyon is often obscured by features developed higher on the slopes. When you do catch a glimpse of the river, it may be no more than a little silvery flash, and it seems absurd to suppose that what looks like a mere trickle could sculpt so vast an array of amphitheaters and promontories of rock. In the winter, the crowds of tourists keep away. It is too cold for them at the top. You have the canyon almost to yourself. A trail follows the rim, dodging back and forth from the edge as it leads you from one viewpoint to the next. There is a light dusting of snow among the short pine trees. This is a dry climate, and the well-spaced and rather stunted conifers take many years to reach maturity. It is quiet, for there are very few birds. Occasionally, a huge black raven wings passed on an inspection flight, faintly sinister. Just past dawn, the shadows are profound in the depths of the canyon, and as the sun rises higher, the shadows are lifted one by one. It feels more like an unveiling, a removal of a series of black opaque sheets from the sculptured forms below, then a progressive illumination. While the light is still at a low angle, the colors of the rock formations are at their most intense. The strata appear, unwaveringly horizontal, like an infinity of stacked plywood worked with a giant fret saw. There is a clear contrast between the cream-colored layers and those that are richly russet, the color of mature Italian sausage. From the rim, it is impossible to guess how thick these layers are, for depth and distance confuse your perceptions. You must go down through the great pile of rocks if you wish to reach the Colorado River, and then you will discover their true dimensions for yourself. The Grand Canyon was not always perceived as one of the 7 natural wonders of the world, as the postcards put it. The first Western visitor to reach it was the Spaniard Garcia Lopez de Cardenas in 1540. He was in search of the legendary 7 cities of Cibola, and, in the spirit of the times, a fortune in gold. He was unable to cross the great chasm, and, horrified by its impassableness, returned to Mexico with no treasure for his pains. 300 years later, the great gash in the earth was still viewed with as little enthusiasm. In 1858, the surveyor Lieutenant Joseph Ives was to report to his superiors that the region is altogether valueless. Ours has been the first, and will doubtless be the last, party of whites to visit this profitless locality. Exploration of the canyon had to wait for a one-armed Civil War veteran, John Wesley Powell, in 1869. What is now a 10-day whitewater adventure along 446 kilometers, 277 miles, of the Colorado River was a dangerous ordeal for the first explorers, blindly tumbling into what Powell termed the great unknown. While shooting one of the rapids, one of their boats was lost, along with much of their food. The party had to cope with meager, damp rations on top of the heat and danger. 3 of the men never returned. Through it all, Powell continued to survey and to collect rock samples and fossils. As was to be the case with the moon, it seems that the first way to establish the veracity of the experience was to bring home a piece of rock. Powell's account of the adventure, exploration of the Colorado River and its gorges, established him as the pioneer's pioneer. The journals of one of his companions cast him in a slightly less heroic light, but no one disputed his bravery. Powell went on to found the U.S. Geological Survey. His memorial is on a promontory on the south rim, commanding a panoramic view of the canyon, erected, it says, by order of Congress. A bronze bas-relief of the great man, bearded and splendid, somehow contrives to look like Charles Darwin. The change in attitude to the grandeur of the Grand Canyon came about quickly. A transformation in appreciation of what made for beauty soon became pervasive. American painters like Thomas Moran began to respond to the aesthetic of the wilderness, creating emotionally charged landscapes of the untamed scene. Pristine acquired cachet. By the 1890s, a few enterprising souls were offering guidance and hospitality to the intrepid visitor to the South Rim. Bucky O'Neill's cabin still survives, having been incorporated into the Bright Angel Hotel in 1898. It is a homely enough affair lined with split logs. There is an appropriately laconic picture of him posted outside, lounging with his gun tucked in his holster and a candle stuffed into a bottle. Behind him, he led Teddy Roosevelt down the canyon on muleback in 1912. I doubt whether the president would have passed the weight limit of 200 pounds currently imposed on riders down the trail, but this visit doubtless had a part to play in the designation of the Grand Canyon as a national park in 1919. The Santa Fe Railway Company had reached the South Rim as early as 1901, bringing those jaded with big city life to seek a novel form of spiritual refreshment. A humming locomotive was still waiting in the station when I arrived just over a century later. All that was needed was the comfort of a good hotel to cushion the wilderness experience. The Fred Harvey Company soon provided one. The El Tovar Hotel, built in 1904, is still rather stylish, in a knowingly rustic fashion. It settles down unobtrusively into the landscape, which is just as it should be. It helped to set a tone for North American national park architecture that you can identify. From New Mexico to Newfoundland, it says, harmonize with the natural environment. During the earlier part of the 20th century, you would have been attended to assiduously by Harvey girls, neat and spruce and ever so respectable in their nice little uniforms. There were oysters on the menu, which might be served off monogram crockery. The splendor outside was still there, of course, but the middle-class visitors did not now have to suffer hardship to appreciate it. The essence of modern tourism had been defined. All among the pine trees on the south rim, a bedded rock the color of rich cream crops out in blocky benches. This is a limestone, the Kaibab formation. You do not have to search for a long time before you notice fossils weathering out on the upper surfaces of the slabs, the skeletons of corals and shells of several kinds. Evidently, this sedimentary rock was originally deposited under the sea, where such animals thrived. You may see the stem of a sea lily or crinoid, which would once have waved back and forth in the current. The waters must have been warm and shallow, too, because that is where calcium carbonate precipitates out of solution in sufficient quantities to form limestones. An inland sea evidently invaded this part of the early North American continent. Successive sea floors are laid out, one on top of the other around the rim, as one rock bed succeeds another. Here is a catalog of the passage of geological time. Looking gingerly over the edge into the canyon, you can see similar creamy limestones forming the steep cliff all around the top of the canyon. The former seaway must have extended for many kilometers. The fossils also tell us the geological age, for they are representatives of species long extinct. These limestones were deposited in the Permian period some 260 million years ago. Dinosaurs had yet to achieve their hegemony when the warm sea engulfed this part of Laurentia. Now that you can recognize the Kaibab, you know that it forms the uppermost layer, for as far as you can see, below it other rock formations take their turn. So you look back further into the remote past as you look downwards. The Kaibab is only the beginning. The journey down to the Colorado River is a chance to see the ebb and flow of vanished seas over millions of years, to feel the slow pulse of the earth. Journeying down by mule is remarkably safe these days, but still exhilarating. Going over the edge is something of a shock, like jumping into space. The trail winds steeply downwards for 100 meters from step one. Since winter rains at the top, the narrow route is coated with ice. You cannot help but glance downwards and visualize a dramatic plummet into space. My mule is called Buttermilk. Soon, I realize that her step is sure and the quaking feeling in my innards subsides, though she lurches and stumbles and I keep my fingers tightly gripped on the saddle. My notebook remains unopened in my coat pocket. The personality of the trail precisely reflects the geology, hard and resistant. Formations make the steep cliffs and narrow trails, which are sometimes cut dramatically into the bare rock face. There is little vegetation clinging on to such formations, so you can trace them by eye as unscalable walls all around. The canyon, softer rocks produce gentler trails on gentler slopes with less scary drops, but they also wash away more readily, so that the way is irregular and dotted with fallen boulders. The mules must pick their way very carefully. The Kaibab Formation is one of the steeper ones. I tried to remember the names of the succession of rock formations that I would encounter on the way down. In this endeavor, I was helped by a slightly risque mnemonic, told me by a receptionist at the White Angel Lodge, kissing takes. Concentration. However, sex requires maneuvering between tempting variables. Kaibab, Toroip, Coconino, Hermit, Supai, Redwall, Mauve, Bright Angel, Tapeats, and Vishnu in that order. The list isn't quite complete, but perhaps that was to spare my blushes. That there was a trail at. All was the result of a fault that has fractured the whole pile of sediments. A weakness along which erosion had preferentially worked it slow. Depredations. We are following the side of an enormous V-shaped gully. I did not manage to scrutinize every detail of every formation as we descended. I was far too preoccupied with making sure that Buttermilk kept sniffing the trail in front. But I did notice that the Toroip formation marked a pleasant break in the downward zigzags for a couple of hundred vertical meters, and that there were reassuringly solid pine trees alongside the trail. These rocks must be softer as well as somewhat older than the tough Kaibab formation overlying them. I sit back in the saddle and relax. This proves premature, for the trail next turns vertiginously along the sheerest cliff I could imagine. It hangs on by its lithological fingernails. This is the Coconino Formation, an almost pure sandstone, shining pale yellow. My geologist I takes in the sweep of the vertical cliff it makes all around. The amphitheater, surely, it must be at least 100 meters high. How improbable that anyone could ever have climbed such a barrier. It makes a rampart as far as could be seen. Then, the structures embedded in the sandstones catch my eye. There are billowing sways of cross-bedding several meters high. The outer surfaces of the rock show etched faces scored with lines that sit at an angle to the horizontal lie of the strata above. I do not have to consult the geological guide to recognize this feature. We are traversing desert sands. Wind-blown dunes leave this distinctive cross-section, while the Coconino Formation was accumulating. The sea had abandoned this part of the world. Another arid sea of sand dunes stretched from horizon to horizon. No fossils are here but the petrified tracks of scorpions and the fingered traces of reptiles scampering across the ancient dunes seeking prey. They show as lines of little dimples on the sandstone surface, the kind of thing you might pass by without a second thought. This was a hard world, an ancient Sahara in the earlier part of the Permian period, when the earth was as dry as it has ever been. It seems curiously appropriate that clinging on through this part of the rock section was something of an ordeal. Then, the rocks turn red. Immediately, the slope of the trail slackens off. Gentler rocks, gentler gradients. The color change marks our downward passage into the Hermit Formation, soft bright red shales that are easily eroded back to make a sloping bench on the canyon's profile. This abrupt transformation from cream to red is one of the striking lines I traced out as I looked down from the rim, and when I flew in a Cessna from Las Vegas over the canyon, I could follow it from the air for many kilometers. The mules now have to cope with an apparently endless switchback of slippery ruts. The problem here is that when it rains, the trail washes out, but the more dignified descent gives me an opportunity to look around at the richer vegetation that is able to grow on the lesser incline. There is no longer any snow. As we descend, the temperature rises so that we move into different climatic zones. A few of the conifers that line the rim still grow here, but there are now also numerous small oak trees. The redness continues for a long time as we descend still further. At one point, the track steepens again, and there are tracks of sandstones making for a series of steep cliffs and exciting riding. We have passed downwards into the Supai group, which is itself subdivided into a number of thick, resistant sandstones alternating with softer rocks like mudstones. This variation produces a series of steps down, the canyon side as the trail winds ever onwards, now plunging steeply and, weaving from side to side, now sloping gently downwards for a longer, shaly stretch during which you can allow yourself to slouch down into the saddle, like an old cowpoke. Before you know it, you've gone down another 300 meters. The red color of these rocks, which lend the Grand Canyon so much of its drama, is just iron, the weathering of iron minerals in the presence of abundant oxygen assures that iron is in its ferric form, which paints russet, rouge, and rust. One of the most abundant elements in the crust is also the most versatile at decorating scenery. Such red rocks often indicate deposition under terrestrial conditions. The influence of wind was still important. Had we been able to scramble off our mules and tap at the rocks with geological hammers, strictly forbidden, we might have found the fossils of horsetails or the tracks of amphibians. There was life in this place between 270 and 320 million years ago, while the varied Supai rocks were accumulating. The strata take us all the way back to a coastal plain of the Carboniferous period, *. The ancient landscape has been compared with the Gulf Coast today. There were occasional little groves of primitive plants, streams with their own levees, and elsewhere more sand dunes. All these have left a legacy in one rock bed or another. Thus was one more vanished landscape built into the walls of the Grand Canyon, another blanket of sediment covering up the still earlier histories that lie beneath it, another cover story. Any such musings are abruptly brought to a halt by a sudden lurch downwards. It is the Redwall Formation. The name is entirely appropriate for what it does. It makes a red wall, an implacable vertical barrier 150 meters high. John Wesley Powell christened it and feared it. Nothing grows on the bare rock face. The trail winds over the cliff face thrillingly downwards with the random inflections of a bolt of lightning. The trajectory demands total concentration. As I round one switchback, I notice from a broken surface that the rock constructing this geological Jericho is not red at all. It is pale gray, almost white. It is, in fact, a massive limestone, like the Kaibab where we began. The red color is a superficial stain derived from the Supai. Immediately above, a kind of iron color wash that renders the mighty rampart pink. In the early morning light, it seems to glow. There are caves excavated within the upper part of the Redwall limestone that show up black and inaccessible high on the wall. Like almost all limestones, this one was marine, laid down under a warm sea. It contains numerous fossils that betray its origin: shells of brachiopods and nautiloids, skeletons of corals and bryozoans. They also tell us that the limestone was deposited in early Carboniferous Mississippian times, when a shallow sea flooded over a large part of the early North American continent. This segment of history makes my legs stiff, and poor Buttermilk comes out all in a lather. Our guide Ken, however, does not allow us to dismount just yet. He whistles for Buttermilk to catch up, and she breaks into a trot. I scarcely notice the Temple Butte Formation, a thin marine formation of Devonian age, but I do notice getting down to the Cambrian rocks below it, for the trail eases up more than a little, and the strata are finer bedded and softer. This is almost like coming home for me, because the Cambrian was the time when trilobites were most abundant, and I have been studying trilobites for most of my life. 520 million years ago is my kind of time. Trilobites only lived in the sea, so when the bright Angel Shale was accumulating, the Grand Canyon area was again immersed beneath the waves. It is a time so remote that no creatures had yet ventured on land, and neither the corals nor the nautiloids we saw in the rocks at the beginning of our journey had yet evolved. We are getting back towards the beginnings of animal life. I feel a pang because there is something missing. There are no rocks of Ordovician or Silurian age in the canyon, and I have always been an Ordovician man. Nobody has discovered a rock record in this locality representing nearly 100 million years of geological time. The sea withdrew to somewhere else. Between the Devonian, Temple Butte Formation, and the Cambrian Mauve limestone below, there is an unconformity. We shall never know what happened in the Grand Canyon during this great period. Without a rock record, there is no way of reading the Book of Time. It is lost to us more definitively than the secrets of the Aztecs or the rituals of the Easter Islanders. We pass downwards through the Cambrian, passing the Mauve Formation and onto the outcrop of the bright Angel Shale. This is the softest of all the rocks in the canyon. As a result, it underlies a large bench interrupting the cascading series of cliffs. This is called the Tonneau Platform, which can be seen very clearly from the top of the Grand Canyon. It stretches out far below as a kind of dark plain, its somber colors contrasting noticeably with the warm hues of the steep red wall. Limestone above it, it provides a landing upon the relentless stratigraphical staircase, and in the old days it also permitted the principal route to run along the length of the canyon. A trail still winds along it. From the top, the Tonto platform also obscures what lies beyond it and below it. As my mule ambles on more comfortably, I have a chance to see that the endemic vegetation is black scrub, a kind of prickly bush, devoid of leaves in the winter. At this depth in the canyon, all the trees have disappeared. We are effectively in a semi-desert. The layers of clothes we donned on the frigid rim should be discarded soon. Here, at last, is a chance to restore our legs to their proper shape. We arrive at a little glen known as Indian Gardens, a few trees and reeds, and a couple of low buildings where a spring emerges from the ground. Suddenly, the scale of everything is rather domestic. There is a hitching post ahead. Ken kindly helps us off our steeds, and we stagger around for a few minutes. Bow-legged, the Pueblo Indians who once lived here would have grown corn, beans, and a couple of varieties of squash. Water gushes out because the bright Angel Fault throws rocks of different permeability together. The water, for all the buildings on the south rim, is pumped from this resource. It seems curious that in a mighty landscape eroded by water, it should be necessary to pump upwards for 1,000 meters to get a decent drink. Evidently, what little precipitation falls upon the Coconino Plateau drains quickly down into the underlying porous rocks until emerging again deep down at the spring line. With more reluctance than elegance, I remount Buttermilk. The little stream that emerges at Indian Gardens has carved a charming little canyon of its own, a few meters high, with the mule track running along one side. The clunk of hooves on stone is accompanied by the splashing of the brook. This trail cuts through the outcrop of the Tapeats Formation. I ask Ken whether it is safe to drink the clear water, but he warns me that even here there are unpleasant microorganisms, and it is as well not to taste. The trail is gentle, now almost a rustic footpath, and it is pleasantly sunny and warm. The sandstones through which we are passing are yellow and slabby, lining both sides of the little gorge, as if we were passing through a sunken passage, leading to some antique temple. For once, I have time to look at the rocks. Properly, like those making up the Coconino sandstone, they show cross bedding, but of a steeper and more delicate kind. These are the kind of sands that were swept along by strong marine currents close to the Cambrian Sea. Sure, for a moment the sun is shining under an ancient sky upon a seascape of the primeval earth. Trilobites scuttle over the sandy seafloor. There is no bird in the air, nor any tree upon the distant landscape. Now I notice a braided track made by the archaic animals as they plow their way through the Substrate. There's the feeling of getting back to the beginning of things, which, indeed, we do with some dispatch. Once again, the trail begins to plunge downwards. There's the kind of sinking feeling inside brought on by one of those fairground attractions that does something dramatic just when you think the ride is over. We have entered the inner gorge, and all the rules have changed. How accustomed we have become to horizontal sedimentary rocks, that great staircase of strata that we descended level by level. The pink rock now by the trackside is quite different. For a start, it shows no signs of stratification. The little stream cascades over a hard mass into a tumbling waterfall where the rock has been polished by years of erosion. Why, it is obviously a granite. Before there is a chance to take in the implications of this discovery, the trail starts upon its most contorted descent so far. Turn after turn descends implacably. Ken tells us that this is called the devil's corkscrew, and I reflect briefly that the devil is always attached to geology's more sinister works. There are any number of devil's punch bowls, devil's canyons, devil's towers, and devil's staircases around the world. The inner canyon is a darker world. The rocks have changed tone. Some of the strata are almost black. Gone are the horizontal rulings that scored out the upper part of the canyon, the layered strata, the tiered amphitheater. Now the rocks are all on end and twisted. They have been squeezed into convolutions and tempered into contortions. The deeper inner gorge is narrow and steep-sided. It makes a narrow V at the bottom of what we now see to be the massively wider cradle of the upper part of the canyon. It is so deep down that in the winter the sun slinks in there furtively for a short while, like an archaeologist shining a torch inside a burial chamber. When we get a chance to dismount and hobble around at the bottom of the steep descent, I pick up some pieces of the dark rock that makes up much of this inner sanctum. It is a flaky, rich green stone, streaked with black and shiny on its flat, broken surface. Unlike anything we have seen up above, this is a Vishnu schist. The shine is produced by one of the mica minerals, probably chlorite. The inner canyon is made of metamorphic rocks, which have been baked and turned vertically in some ancient paroxysm of the earth. It is another Newfoundland, another Alp, but far older. We have taken a further excursion to the Ancient of Days. In the cliffs, I can see that the schists are intertwined and interwoven with pink veins, which sometimes produce blobby masses, and in other places are crimped like tresses of hair in a turbulent current. It is all so complex that it seems difficult to make any sense of it. The pink rock, lying around in lumps, is mostly feldspar. It is evidently an igneous rock, injected in magmatic veins into the metamorphic rocks that surround it. The granite that we crossed earlier must also have intruded into the metamorphic mass during an ancient mountain-building episode. I recall the similar rocks seen in the mobile belt of Newfoundland. Further up the Grand Canyon, the granite makes a terrifyingly narrow gorge. Looking upwards from the bottom of the canyon, what we have seen makes a little more sense. We can see the corkscrew trail winding its way up towards the younger rocks. The Tapeats Formation lies on top of the dark, twisted rocks of the Vishnu schist, as if it were a laid blanket. It is the oldest of the many horizontal, undisturbed formations that we crossed on the way down from the Kaibab limestone. The profound events that heated the Vishnu rocks and intruded the granites into them must have been over and done with long before that first Cambrian sandstone was deposited. Everything thereafter was part of the cover story. An ancient tectonic belt had already been worn down. The mountains had been laid low and the rough places had been made plain before the Cambrian sea crept over its ground-down remnant. Beneath the Cambrian sandstones of the Tapeats Formation there lies what has been described as the great unconformity, a great hole in the rock record. In fact, the radiometric clock tells us that the Vishnu metamorphic rocks were squeezed in the Earth's vise some 1,700 million years ago in the early Proterozoic, an age not far different from that of the ancient rocks of western Scotland. Elsewhere in the Grand Canyon, a series of later Proterozoic rocks intervenes between the Vishnu schist and the tapetes sandstone, rather as the Torridonian rocks filled in the gap between the Lewisian gneiss and Cambrian rocks in Scotland. They served to fill in some of the missing time, but they were tilted and worn down before the Cambrian was deposited, testifying to yet another phase of Earth movements. Era after era is laid out before us in this greatest of canyons. When we remember that 1,000 years of erosion has been calculated to wear back the walls by no more than a meter, and that a huge fallen stone before us has probably not moved for centuries, we begin to get a feeling for the vastness of geological time, for the ages required to lay down and then uplift the cover rocks, for the still more ancient cycles that were dead and gone even before the first Trilobite scurried on its way to extinction over the first Cambrian sandstone, and for the slow procession of the plates that underpinned it all. Then suddenly, our trail turns out upon the Colorado River. It is powerfully rushing and swirling with eddies, with a few rollicking masses of waves. Can this be the same river that made such a thin streak when viewed from the rim? It must be the same river that Powell described, fed by water after the spring melt that tumbles down the mountainsides in millions of cascades. 10 million cascade brooks unite to form 10,000 torrent creeks. 10,000 torrent creeks unite to form 100 rivers beset with cataracts. 100 roaring rivers unite to form the Colorado, which rolls a mad, turbid stream into the Gulf of California. Today, the Red River lives up to its name, its water thickly pink buff from the load of sediment it carries. So, this is the motor of erosion, the only big ghetto of the inner canyon. The Vishnu cliffs plunge giddily several hundred feet towards the water. At this point, the river seems almost stately in spite of its strong and relentless flow. But we know its course is punctuated with dangerous rapids where rockfalls have impeded its smooth running, where boulders can smash wooden boats into matchsticks, and where whirlpools can suck you to your death. The admonitory names of the rapids speak for themselves. I particularly like Sockdolager Rapid. In the mid-19th century, Sockdolager was slang for a knockout punch. It was one of the last words Abraham Lincoln heard in the play he was attending at the time of his assassination. The Colorado River has not so much carved out the canyon as carried it away. Its waters have flooded or gently flowed according to its different moods, moving weathered rock from higher ground to lower, carrying particles, rolling cobbles. The whole Colorado Plateau has been uplifted around the river, allowing it no peace from grind and toil. The river has merely tried to maintain its position while the world has risen around it. It is now trapped within its own canyon, like a donkey strapped to a wheel. If you watch a little runnel draining over a sandy beach, you might see a micro canyon form in the sand. Soon, it will recruit small side streams, and these turn smaller tributaries. In an hour or two, the beach will roughly replicate the design of 6 million years of uplift. The rise of the Colorado Plateau was in its turn a further consequence of the Pacific Plate impinging on the North American Plate. There are few places in the world where the tectonic circumstances conspire to make a Grand Canyon. There is no rest for a while. The trail turns to the right and runs parallel to the river. We pass a footbridge. Mules will not cross this one because they can see the river beneath, and this spooks them badly. Instead, a new track takes us along to a more robust bridge at the South Kaibab Trail. Much of this track has been blasted out with dynamite, and it hangs on by its fingernails in the middle of a cliff of Vishnu schist, with the Colorado River swirling far below. The trail might be scary, but by now there is no anxiety that the mule will fail. To carry you safely through, a few cactus plants cling to the rock walls, apparently subsisting on nothing. If I were here after rain, brilliant scarlet, flowers would burst out of their spiny columns. A few skinny mesquite bushes poke out of the gentler slopes, scraggy proof of the near desert. Climate at the bottom of the canyon. We have come so far down that it is almost warm, even in January. In the summer it must be like a furnace. We pass a disused mine shaft in the cliff. Further along the canyon another. Abandoned mine was formerly the major source for uranium in the United States. Its rusting pulleys still stand on the south rim. Before the first bridge was constructed across the Colorado, visitors to the Phantom Ranch were hauled across the river in a small cable car, completed in 1907. Mules went the same way, reluctantly one at a time, and it is easy to imagine the discomfiture of these animals dangling above the torrent. Even today, they scarcely approach the crossing with enthusiasm, and mules and riders alike reach the North Cliff with gratitude. There is something of a bank on the north side of the river, where the bright Angel Creek joins the Colorado. The creek has found out the geological fault, exploiting the natural weakness in the strata to produce its own side canyon and thereby furnishing a natural trail from the north rim. For once, a little soil can accumulate in the valley bottom. We pass the ruins of an Indian hamlet, no more than a cluster of dwellings crudely built from the boulders that litter the narrow shore. There is evidence that people lived here for more than 1,000 years, gardening and hunting in due season. Is there no corner of the earth where a seed will sprout that has not been found out by our opportunistic species? We approach the Phantom Ranch, tucked into the valley of the bright Angel Creek, where we will finish our downward journey. The mules amble easily. Now, our legs are promised relief. We dismount at a small corral, and a young woman greets us with a glass of lemonade. The ranch is an oasis in the umber-colored, dry landscape of the inner canyon. Cottonwood trees planted here in the early years of the 20th century now make a grove that rustles in the breeze. In the summer, the shade they provide must be a blessing. Cabins are dotted unobtrusively among the trees. The one allotted to us is a single-story, rectangular building with walls partly constructed from the same kinds of boulders that were used by the Pueblo Indians. The rest is green-painted wood, which also lines the interior and frames the windows. There are bunk beds and a kind of wickerwork chair and table, all very simple and functionally effective. The ranch was designed in the 1920s by Mary Coulter, who worked for the Santa Fe Railway, a rare woman in John Wayne territory. She evolved her own style based on natural materials and designs, and inspired by the region's traditions, part Indian with a touch of Spanish. She was also responsible for some of the memorable buildings on the South Rim. The Phantom Ranch works very well. Using morsels of the geology in the buildings helps them settle gently into the landscape and nurtures the ambient calm. In the morning, I examine some of the boulders and pebbles down at the stream side, the kind of materials that Mary Coulter recruited. There is a selection of cobbles from the formations through which we had passed the previous day, many of them well-rounded. Any rough corners have been knocked off in their passage down the side canyon during stormy crises, when a wall of water might sweep everything before it, rolling and tumbling. Stones downhill, buff-colored sandstone pebbles are probably the commonest ones, coconino perhaps, and I select one that fits comfortably in my grasp, reminding me of Seamus Heaney's sandstone keepsake. Sedimentary, and so reliably dense and bricky, I often clasp it and throw it from hand to hand. It might also serve as a reminder of the perpetual state of change of the world, for this ancient pebble is made of grains of sand derived from still, earlier cycles of the earth, and now it is halfway towards being worn down, again into its constituents, sand grains that will eventually find their way to the sea. Once there, the grains will be incorporated into another sandstone, which will in turn be elevated to form another cliff, another butte, and thus turn upon turn until the world ends. The mule journey back to the rim is along a different trail, and the tape of geological time is wound in again, upwards through history. There is a little more to see of the late Proterozoic formations in the top of the inner gorge. Above the hidden, steep-sided inner, canyon within a canyon, the familiar rock formations jog past in reverse order. The steep slopes repeat one after the other in due course. Buttermilk needs more frequent rests on the steep return, climb, and a lather of sweat soon congeals on her flanks. On the south, Kaibab Trail, the ascent of the Redwall limestone takes a narrow turnout, beside a precipice called Skeleton Point. 80 years ago, ladies had to be revived with smelling salts at this prospect. Ken remarks that if you fall from here, you would have time to roll a cigarette and repent all your sins on the way down. From this height, you have a clear view of the sculpted rock masses that flank the canyon. We are just about to pass around O'Neill's Butte, named for Bucky O'Neill, which is a small platform held aloft on a stunningly steep, natural pedestal, a remnant left behind when all the strata surrounding it were eroded away. O'Neill is unusual in having a butte pronounced butte, named in his honor. Most of the erosional features that you can see from the rim of the canyon are dubbed temples, shrines, thrones, and the like. Then they have something borrowed from classical, Scandinavian, or Eastern culture further to identify them. The Cheops pyramid looks towards the Isis temple and Shiva temple. Wotan's throne, adjacent to Freya Castle, contemplates Krishna's shrine and Shiva temple. Solomon, Venus, and Zoroaster are all somewhere in the canyon. The architectural monumentality of the mesas and buttes is indicated by their association with gods, or at least with other famous monuments from the Old World and ecumenical lucky dip. This lavish mythography was the responsibility of the geologist Clarence Dutton, whom we have already met in Hawaii. Dutton's tertiary history of the Grand Canyon District, published in 1882, is regarded as a classic account. Dutton did not stint on drama either, as when reporting the prospect from Point Sublime on the North Rim, the earth suddenly sinks at our feet to illimitable depths, he wrote. In an instant, in the twinkling of an eye, the awful scene is before us. Indeed it is. His antiquarian eclecticism inspired the choice of names for the amazing features he remarked in awful scene, as if by piling together the great names of the old world he might validate a claim for the Grand Canyon as the wonder of wonders in the new. I soon realized where I had seen the same grandiloquent multiculturalism before Las Vegas in the adjacent state of Nevada. In downtown Vegas, Luxor, thrilled to the ancient Egyptian experience, rubbed shoulders with Excalibur, jousting nightly, while a stroll away Caesar's palace, the glory that was Rome, competes with Paris, Maze-Weepery, or New York. New York. Each gigantic hotel has a kind of symbolic approximation to the source. Columns and porticos for ancient Rome, lots of shields for Arthurian romance. Otherwise, the casinos seem much the same wherever you are. It is all most absurd and endearingly exuberant and entirely inappropriate to the Mojave Desert in which Las Vegas lies, soaking up water. Yet 5 times as many people visit Las Vegas every year as visit the Grand Canyon. The peculiar geological circumstances surrounding the Grand Canyon afford us a chance to see deep down into history However, there are numerous parts of the world where a cut down into the earth, a slice through the upper part of the crust would reveal a similar succession of cover rocks laid over deep, basement that dated from when the world was young. Although these buried strata are concealed beneath younger rocks, overlying them they are accessible to boreholes probing for oil or seeking sources of geothermal energy. A diamond-tipped drill makes our journey for us. The rock cores retrieved from such boreholes are stored as vast lines of stratified poles laid out on shelves in the archives of surveys and oil companies. These cores may seem rather dull to the eyes of the casual observer, yet if the strata they represent had been exposed to the forces of weather and time, they, too, might have made another Grand Canyon. If we could wave a tectonic magic wand and gently elevate southern England, the River Thames would excavate a canyon of its own. Another magnificent thing, and deep enough there, would be the equivalent of the Vishnu schist. If we could do the same in northern France, the Seine would carve through a sequence of hard and soft layers back to a deep and ancient metamorphic foundation. The same goes for Texas, or the Piranha Basin, or the Arabian Peninsula, or Western Africa, or much of Siberia. In China, the Yangtze Gorges are perhaps the Oriental equivalent to the Grand Canyon, displaying mile after mile of nearly horizontal strata, though never creating a canyon quite on the scale of the Grand. Sadly, much of it will soon be flooded when a new dam is completed. Geologists are now collecting what they can before the rocks become inaccessible. Stratigraphers love places where the rocks are laid out horizontally, as in the upper part of the Grand Canyon. As Edouard Suisse observed of Dutton's exegesis of the canyon's rocks, so nature writes her own chronology, and we may well envy the observers who are called upon to read this history in the original. There is no mistaking geological order, as you might among the scrambled and confusing folded rocks in a mountain belt. The strata are laid out for all to see. They are usually referred to as showing layer cake. Stratigraphy, lasagna stratification, might be another way of putting it. Yet, there may be holes in the time actually represented by strata periods, when no rocks at all accumulated, or if they once had, when they were subsequently stripped away by erosion. Caution about dating rocks in any one place is therefore essential. Reading down the rock succession is like turning back the pages in the diary of the earth. The geologist observes when seas flooded continents or when they retreated, leaving the world to migrating sands and howling winds. He knows from the features of the rocks and fossils when freshwater lakes and rivers made an environment hospitable for horsetails, thriving alongside cockroaches, fish, and millipedes. He discovers when the climate was tropical and when it was frigid. He knows from studying sediments when violent storms once raged, or whether the sea floor was so calm as to leave the carapace of a molted trilobite undisturbed, the feathery arms of a sea lily unbroken. All these cycles of change relate to plate tectonics. Once the continents had formed, parts of them stabilized and were ready to receive a cover of sediments. Whether or not sediments were preserved there depended on the delicate balance between land and sea level. It is now quite certain that there were times when the global sea level was relatively high, flooding the continental interiors, and others when the oceans tended to drain off the continents back into the ocean basins. Times of particularly active ocean floor spreading seemed to coincide with times when the oceanic waters invaded the continents. If global sea level were to rise now, as it may when the polar ice sheets melt away, it is easy to imagine waters drowning the plains of Australia, creeping over the Nullarbor Plain and leaving Ayers Rocks, standing out as no more than an island above a glittering inland sea, the blue mountains and archipelago, parts of India and most of Bangladesh, the Netherlands, the Mississippi Basin, all drowned. In the Grand Canyon, the Tapete Sandstone represents a series of shore sands early in the Cambrian, when the sea flooded over an ancient, planed-down, Precambrian landscape. I have stood on similar Cambrian sandstones on the Arctic island of Spitsbergen, with the cold wind whistling through my parka. I have described them already under rain in northern Scotland. I have seen them in Sweden, in Newfoundland, and in Australia. Nobody could doubt that the early Cambrian was a period when the earth was inundated. Contrariwise, that other sandstone, the terrifyingly beetling Coconino, provides testimony to a time of aridity, when prevailing winds drove dunes and shoals across a parched landscape, when hardy animals scuttled across the waste as fast as they could. Similar sandstones are common around the town of Penrith in the English Lake District. The Permian was the time when the continents assembled together in Pangaea. Deserts spread far and wide. The shape of the world made the climate, and seas were all but banished from the interior of the united supercontinent. What we see in one canyon is but a sample of 100 places where similar Aeolian rocks were accumulating under a fierce sun. The history of plate movements provided the plot line for the intimate narrative of the rocks. So much for the story of two sandstones. The same arguments could be rehearsed for all the rock formations encountered in our descent of the Grand Canyon. Any episode recorded on the straddle staircase of the canyon has to take its place in the narrative of the whole earth, as the continents are carried around the world. So the kinds of sediments that can accumulate upon them are constrained. After all, climate changes profoundly as the plates move from one end of the earth to the other over 1 billion years or so. All the pulses and retractions of the sea are under their deep instruction. Everything connects. Everything we have seen falls under the control of forces still deeper, geology, more profound, which no canyon will ever reach, even if the workings of erosion carry on till the crack of doom. To see further inside the earth we need experiment and intuition. There is an end to intimate exploration, to what can be felt from the back of a mule or tapped with a hammer. That is what we must now investigate. I say goodbye to buttermilk with a certain regret. The flight back from the Grand Canyon takes us over other gorges along the Colorado River, where the distinctive markers of the rock formations with which we are now familiar can be traced along the cliffs. Cream to red painted up in the evening light. Streams are still seeking out weaknesses in 100 little valleys, still eroding away what deep time has constructed, essaying to lay low what geological forces once made high. Thousands of years count for nothing, for this is a process with a pace not to be measured against any human chronometer. Now there is Lake Mead below, a giant blue amoeba fingering out into the desert. The Hoover Dam that created it seems little more than a temporary impertinence from this height, although it is doubtless an engineering marvel. I am reminded again of playing on the beach, of temporarily backing a trickle in the sand with a little clay, in order to pond up a transient pool for the amusement of my children. Dusk is falling. The little aeroplane heads towards Las Vegas. Now there are temples and castles. The whole world dressed up in lights. A laser beam shoots vertically upwards from the apex of the pyramid of the Luxor Hotel, routinely dissipating its energy upon the firmament. Part 12. Deep Things. It would be wonderful to take a trip to the interior of the earth to see for ourselves the engine room of plate tectonics. In practice, it is easier to go to Mars or Venus than venture down to the Mohorovic icy discontinuity, let alone cruise to the mantle. Earthquake waves can reach there, and it is as well that they do, for they send messages back from places we will never see or touch. We have already encountered a few situations where rocks from the depths have been brought to the surface. This may be by wholesale abduction. of slices of oceanic crust, preserved in the lunar ophiolites of Oman and Newfoundland, or else the millstone of geological time, grinding away over many, many millions of years, has exhumed deep layers inside ancient mountain belts, such as those surviving in Archean shields. Rarely small boulders from the depth xenoliths have been brought to the surface, entrained in vigorous mantle plumes, and torn from their natural home. Kilometers beneath our feet, the profundus, these rocks speak directly of places we can never visit, where no subterranean bathyscaphe can ever cruise. They give us glimpses of the deep underworld. The endless voyage of the Earth's plates is controlled from beneath by processes operating in profound regions that lie beyond our direct apprehension. In this respect, modern geology comes to resemble chemistry, or physics more than its image as a vigorous, field-based, hands-on science might suggest. The properties of matter are enthralled to what is happening at the subatomic level, which sometimes seems to resemble a series of Chinese boxes. For every particle discovered, another is mooted. So we progress from what is observable and solid to what is elusive and quantum mechanical, but also more fundamental. This book has been a portrait of the surface of the Earth, where the all-too-solid flesh of the land has proved to be the physical expression of a deeper geological physiology. I have emphasized processes observable in the Earth's crust, but they in turn lie atop a deeper motor. To try to understand it, we are forced to move further and further from things directly observable from the surface, deeper and still deeper into the interior of the Earth. As we do so, certainties fade and mathematical models of what might lie below become progressively important. What are these equations but a way of writing out dreams in feasible numbers? Experiments in the laboratory take the place of journeys across mountains or descents into deep mine shafts. Such tests are not so different in kind from those in nuclear physics conducted in particle accelerators purpose-built to explore the contents of the latest Chinese box. In both cases, the experimenters are trying to reach a place where no one has been before. The difference is that atomic accelerators cost more than the export budget of a small country. In comparison, geology comes cheap. Although we cannot visit the depths, what we can do is observe one of the experiments for ourselves. In the west of England, the Earth Science Department of Bristol University is to be found inside a very large and slightly pompous edifice called the Wills Memorial Building, which towers over its neighbors like a cathedral. W.D. and H.O. Wills built their fortune on tobacco, and like others who made large amounts of money in ways fraught with moral ambiguity, they spent a lot of it founding one of the best universities in the world. In the basement of Earth sciences, there is much experimental equipment that tries to reproduce what happens deep inside the mantle of the Earth, hundreds of kilometers below the surface. This is beyond the roots of the deepest mountain range, and it is a strange world where nothing is as it is under sunshine and rain at the surface. Pressure and temperature increase enormously and progressively deep into the Earth. All the properties of materials change utterly under these conditions. The very atoms arrange themselves in different ways in the manner described previously concerning the structure of diamond. The effects are pervasive. Everything is squeezed together in a common regime, governed by the equation of state. If we want to know how the Earth is made, it is important to know what happens to minerals in this strange world. But how to simulate the conditions? The guru of squeeze at Bristol is Professor Bernard Wood. He is interested in reproducing the deep Earth in the laboratory. I should say in a very, very small part of the laboratory, because the amounts of material that can be used as subjects are tiny indeed, a few milligrams at most. I had to put on my extra strong glasses to see the mounted specimens encased in their ceramic beds. There are different intensities of temperature and pressure as you go deeper through the lithosphere and into the mantle, hence different equipment, is appropriate to examining various depths. One problem is that the sample has to be heated even as it is simultaneously squeezed. Another is that you do not want the sample to explode. All the apparatus looks robust with thick steel frames solidly screwed to the floor. For less extreme conditions, a piston cylinder apparatus is suitable. It copes with pressures of up to 40 kilobars and temperatures to about 1,500 to 2,000 degrees Celsius, the kind of conditions appropriate to the upper part of the mantle and base of the lithosphere. The equipment is quite simple in principle. It simply squeezes a small sample encased in a cylinder with a piston using a hydraulic pump. The sample is surrounded by a graphite sleeve, which is turned into a furnace by passing current through it. A thermocouple attached to the sample measures the temperature reached in the test. Thus, the experimenter can control both the pressure and temperature, PT, of the sample under investigation. Then, when it has been tortured sufficiently, the sample is quenched very rapidly. This serves to freeze the mineralogy in the form it took up under high PT. So now there is a tiny sample of a mineral preserved under particular deep earth conditions. The next thing to do is analyze its structure and chemistry. These days, the classical approaches of petrology using thin sections have been superseded by automated methods. Years of experience have been replaced by the twiddling of knobs and the flickering monitor in a darkened room. Modern instruments can measure the elemental components of a mineral more or less directly, and they can do so using a minute sample. The principal chemical elements in a sample are measured by an electron probe. A sensitive detector measures the different energies of the X-rays generated from a specimen under examination when it is bombarded by electrons. These energies are characteristic of the various chemical elements that go to make up a given mineral. They are displayed on screen as a spectrum of X-ray lines. Sitting down in comfort in the darkened laboratory, you can watch the various elements under analysis sort themselves out into different piles, the heights of which are more or less in proportion to the quantities of the elements present in each sample. Various correction factors have to be incorporated to allow for the absorption and fluorescence within the machine itself, but the analysis is essentially automated. Although it is indispensable for identifying mineral species, an electron probe is not sensitive enough to measure very minute quantities of the rare trace elements that are more and more important in understanding deep processes. There are other machines that can do this. The current state-of-the-art technology is the laser ablation mass spectrometer. This can work on exceedingly small quantities of sample with extraordinary accuracy. An interesting speck within a small crystal is all grist to its high-tech mill. The laser punches out a tiny sample, which is then analyzed by an advanced kind of mass spectrometer that sorts individual atoms by weight. This method is also suited to identifying and counting isotopes of the same elements, which differ in atomic weight rather than in their chemistry. The accuracy of these instruments makes the mind reel, since there are calibrations approaching picograms, that is 1 millionth of a gram. We are talking about identifying and weighing 1 grain of sand in a desert. These machines have transformed the scale of study of Earth's chemistry and the thermodynamics of rocks at depth to take temperature and pressure experiments to a higher level and deeper into the Earth. A multi-anvil apparatus is brought into play. Anvils, of course, were those notoriously heavy pieces of steel upon which blacksmiths beat out horseshoes. The multi-anvil device in the Bristol laboratory is a massive and serious piece of kit weighing 18 tons. Despite its size, the sample used is less than 0.1 of a milliliter, a tiny scrap on which to concentrate the fury of the massive press. The sample is embedded into an 8-sided ceramic sample holder, which is then fitted inside a battery of 8 cubes, each the size of a child's building brick, made of tungsten carbide, one of the toughest substances known. Each cube has one corner cut off to accommodate one face of the octagonal sample holder, so that the sample is held in the middle of the 8 cubes as they are pressed together to form one larger cube. This in turn is placed inside 6 massive steel squeezers, which press upon the 6 faces of the large cube. The sample heater has to be immune to the temperatures of the experiment, which rules out any materials familiar to us in the home. Lanthanum chromate, LaCrO3, has just the right properties when encased within a zirconia ZrO2 sleeve. Tungsten carbides. Atomic structure has something of the 3-dimensional fortitude of diamond. A trace of added cobalt improves the toughness. The equipment takes 3 or 4 hours to reach pressures of about 250 kilobars a long. Slow squeeze. It takes even longer, 15 hours, to decompress. It is worthwhile reciting all these technical details for once, if only to point up that there have been places in this book when I have leapt from idea to conclusion without properly doffing my cap to those with the patience and skill to design. Equipment, advances in understanding of how the earth works have tracked the means of measurement almost step for step. The multi-anvil system is very useful for experiments relating to the mid or deep mantle below 660 kilometers. Current experiments in Japanese laboratories are trying to push the specification beyond 400 kilobars to 1,000 kilobars, approximating the conditions at the core/mantle boundary. With single minerals as the squeezy, it is possible to determine their atomic structure at variably high pressures and temperatures. This models what happens to real minerals at great depths beneath the Earth's crust. By heating and pressurizing mixtures appropriate for mantle composition, it is possible to show under what T conditions melting begins and what kinds of products are produced. An obvious limitation is the minute quantities of material that can be used at any one time. But it does seem likely that conditions down there are much more uniform than they are nearer the surface. The microcosm of the sample might reflect the macrocosm of the world at depth far more faithfully than it would in the crust. Once you predict properties, you can look for their expression in nature, how they will transmit S-waves from earthquakes, for example, so the fidelity of your model can be double-checked. It is possible to push up the pressure even further by using diamond anvils to press up to 2,000 kilobars. Diamond anvils have been used in research programs based in the University of Mainz, Germany, by Professor Baller and his group, and in the Geophysical Laboratory, Washington, D.C. Diamonds do not crack under pressure, but the sample that can be squeezed by them is extremely small, only a microgram. This is rammed between 2 diamond anvils and contained within a gasket. The sample is heated by a high-powered laser beam and the temperature attained measured by a ruby fluorescent spectrometer. The whole process can be viewed through transparent diamond windows, hence the progress of the tiny sample through its transmogrifications under pressure can be monitored directly using a suitable microscope or by placing the machine within an X-ray diffractometer. The X-rays reveal how the stacking and arrangement of atoms change under the conditions found deep within the Earth. Everything matter itself alters under pressure. Increase in temperature takes a metallic element towards its melting point, but simultaneous increase in pressure serves to raise the melting point still higher. At high temperatures, natural alloys can also alter the melting properties. A small percentage of another element changes the temperature at which melting occurs. It is exactly this ambiguous and inaccessible world that the high-pressure/high temperature experiments in laboratories around the world are designed to investigate. The latest machines Employ shock waves rather than squeezers to blast a specimen to extinction, literally shooting at it with a projectile. During the last nanoseconds of its existence, the properties of the sample are captured at T conditions close to those pertaining at the center of the Earth. High technology takes us to the innermost regions of the underworld. It is surprising to discover that experiments on melting rocks were carried out. From the earliest days of scientific geology, the Scottish scientist Sir James Hall, 1761 to 1832, not to be confused with the North American James Hall we met in Chapter 5, was a friend of James Hutton, whose theory of the Earth, 1788, is considered the bedrock upon which all subsequent work, including Lyell's, has been constructed. Hutton had adduced good evidence for the formation of igneous rocks from hot magma, and thereby eventually disproved the earlier ideas of the so-called Neptunists like Professor Abraham Gottlob Werner, who favored precipitation of such rocks from solution in the spirit of the muscular skepticism that ruled in Scotland at that time. Hutton wrote, "The volcano was not created to scare superstitious minds and plunge them into fits of piety and devotion. It should be considered as the vent of a furnace." James Hall set out to test Hutton's ideas. By experiment, Hall was dissuaded by his senior Hutton from experimenting during the latter's lifetime. Possibly, Hutton was nervous that the experiments might not come out quite as he would have wished, or perhaps he thought that the differences of scale between nature and laboratory were too important. Hutton warned of those who judge of the great operations of the mineral kingdom from having kindled a fire and looked into the bottom of a little crucible. What would he have thought about using a fraction of a milligram of material? After Hutton's death, Hall did, indeed, melt rocks that had been collected from active volcanoes and showed that when they cooled, they yielded products identical to ancient volcanic rocks. Even more remarkably, he used sealed gun barrels as pressure vessels, which could then be heated to give the first simulation experiments of deep Earth conditions. In the Grand Institute of Geology in the University of Edinburgh, Hall's broken barrels are still kept in a display case at the top of the main staircase. Hall showed that marble was produced by heating limestones under pressure, a persuasive reproduction of the processes of metamorphism. So how to describe a journey through the deep Earth? Perhaps the best way is to move upwards from the middle of things, from the still center of the turning world, and travel towards the surface from the unfamiliar towards the more familiar. We will take the opposite journey to Jules Verne's entirely fabulous Journey to the Center of the Earth, published in French in 1864. Equipped with a modicum of facts and a modest map based on reasonable speculations. Facts first. The center of the Earth is some 6,370 kilometers from mean sea level. The Earth's core extends to 2,900 kilometers and takes up somewhat less than 20% of the total volume of the planet. From the study of seismic waves reflected back after major earthquakes, it has long been recognized that the outer part of the core does not transmit shear S waves and is therefore liquid. Only solids will transmit such waves. The inner part of the core begins at 5,120 kilometers below the surface and is in a solid condition, but at the enormous pressures at those depths it has a special kind of squeeze solidity. The velocity of pressure, P, waves through the inner core suggests a density appropriate to iron, but with a proportion of some lighter element. This is where high-pressure experiments come into play, because it is possible to investigate the solubility of various elements in iron under core conditions. It is equally possible to make theoretical predictions of the properties of these alloys using quantum mechanical calculations and thus attempt, in the spirit of Sir James Hall, to match prediction to observation. High-pressure experiments have suggested that a small percentage of sulfur might be the appropriate addition to the inner core. Silica is so important in the outer shell of the ear that's not significant in the core. The outer part of the core, too, is mostly iron, but the reduced pressure compared with the inner core and an appropriate temperature, greater than 3,000 degrees Celsius, enables it to exist in liquid form. We all sit atop a melted metal sphere. It, too, is lighter than it would be if it were pure iron, and there has been much speculation about what element serves to dilute the liquid metal. Again, ambient conditions at great depth are so different from those we are used to at the surface that we have to forget our everyday ideas of common physical properties, conditioned by kettles boiling at 100 degrees Celsius and sugar dissolving in water. Instead, we have to conceive of substances dissolving in liquid iron to produce strange solutions. High pressure experiments can play around with sulfur or carbon or oxygen to find out their solubility in iron under core conditions. This weird world is not altogether beyond our grasp. Most experiments have suggested that oxygen must be present probably in the form of iron oxide dissolved in molten iron. It is also apparent that some elements are attracted to the iron in the core because of their solubility in its molten phase. These include tungsten, platinum, gold, and lead. Together, they are known as siderophile elements. The result is that these same elements are relatively depleted in the mantle. Above the core, they were stolen away in the early days of the Earth's formation and sequestered in the very depths of Pluto's kingdom. A further consequence is that such valuable metals require special geological circumstances if they are to occur in commercial quantities near to the surface of the Earth. They have to be doubly refined to find their way into veins and skarns. This is one entirely practical reason why we should care about what goes on so far down beneath our human ken. Another reason is that the outer core is the source of the Earth's magnetic field, the result of its behaving as a geodynamo. Without this magnetization, there would have been no paleomag, and tracing the history of plate movements would have been much more difficult. No polar wandering if no pole. So the Earth's magnetic field is essential to the tale told in this book. If the magnetic field were turned off, compasses would immediately be useless, and some species of migrating birds would wing around in circles, hopelessly disorientated. The magnetic field is an invisible map drawn over the face of the Earth. Many organisms have sought it out to read their route. It is worth remembering that the magnetic field is also very weak, more than 100 times weaker than the field between the poles of a toy horseshoe magnet. The development of accurate instruments to measure natural magnetism is another example of technique and theory advancing cheek by jowl. Such scientific progress can be a slow business. After all, the first suggestion that the world did behave like a magnet was made by William Gilbert before 1600. It took nearly 4 centuries for science to investigate Gilbert's insight in detail. Much still remains mysterious about the geodynamo. It is clear that it has been around for more than 3,500 million years because remnants of ancient magnetism have been measured in rocks of this enormous antiquity. Nor does it seem to have altered in strength over that time. So it seems likely that magnetism is an innate property of the liquid outer core. The metallic core is, of course, a very good conductor of electricity and also a fluid capable of movement. A magnetic field presumably must be generated by the interaction of these two properties. Nonetheless, its mathematical modeling has proved very difficult. Since the dynamo has to be driven by energy, much depends on the nature of the energy source, which must also have been rather constant. For a long time, thermal convection in the outer core is one possibility, a kind of deep, simmering turnover of the molten layer, providing a motor of magnetism. Another possibility is harder to understand from our perspective. As surface animals, that the inner core grows by liquid iron freezing onto it at its outer boundary. Can you imagine freezing at thousands of degrees? When this happens, it leaves behind a light fraction in the outer core that then rises, leading to another but compositionally driven form of convection. Nor is the magnetic field as simple as that generated by an ordinary bar magnet. In detail, it is very complex indeed and varies over historical time. A geophysicist at Leeds University, David Gubbins, has mapped variations in the magnetic flux, not at the surface, but at the core mantle boundary, using mathematical manipulation of historical records of field observations dating back several centuries. It is surprising how the patterns of magnetic flux have changed over this geologically short timescale. Although some bundles of flux are stable and intense, e.g. under Arctic Canada and the Persian Gulf, others drift westwards. Gubbins relates these to columns of liquid within the inner core. Fluid spiraling down to the column creates a dynamo process that concentrates flux at the sites of the columns. It seems that there is a swirling activity down there that is almost indecently fast in comparison with the stately movement of plates at the surface. It is astonishing to be able to peer into such inaccessible regions in intimate detail. However, everything we know is based upon inference, and we have seen already that changes in perception have happened more than once in the story of our understanding of the Earth. New thoughts may well change how the moving innards of the Earth are modeled. Then there are the magnetic reversals, those times when north and south poles flip over. This was first suggested in 1906 for some volcanic rocks in the Massif Central in France, a region of classically conical extinct volcanoes known as puys. Today, nobody seriously questions the reality of such reversals, since magnetizations have been precisely dated using evidence provided by the signature of characteristic fossils and confirmed by radiometric dates all over the world. Recall that recognition of compatibly magnetized stripes to either side of the mid-ocean ridges was one of the crucial discoveries that hoisted the flag of plate tectonics over the bodies of its rivals. It proved that new ocean crust appropriately magnetized at birth was moving away from the creative center of the ridges. Hence reversals are another property of the deep earth that constrain the narrative of this history. It is clear that they are by no means as regular as clockwork. There may be 1,000,000 years or more of one north, followed by a short-lived reversal, north to south of perhaps a few tens of thousands. Certain time periods are characterized by more reverse than normal fields and vice versa. The Cretaceous was a long period of normal magnetism, though nobody knows whether lumbering dinosaurs used it to negotiate paths through their reptilian world. The periodic switch is like that shown by one of those cheap battery torches that blink on and off, apparently with a maddening will of its own. The short-lived reversal events within a longer period of opposite magnetization are distinctive time markers in geological history, so distinctive indeed that they have been given names. As we have seen, the Jaramillo event is a short period of normal polarity about 900,000 years ago within a long period of reverse magnetism. It can be used as a precise geological tie line between events on the seafloor and lava extrusions on the continents, a signal of great prehistoric utility, as might be the issue of a particular coin during the historical era. The switchover from one polarity to another is completed within 4,000 years, a mere blip in geological time. Detailed studies on rocks that preserve a record of the flip show a decrease in the intensity of the field for 1,000 years or so before the switch, and then short-lived, irregular swings of the magnetic vector before the opposite polarity is established, weakly at first. It is a subtle thing. No animal species felt it as it might the jolt of an earthquake. In fact, switching poles is a comparatively easy thing for a dynamo to do, and the flip may be controlled by relatively small changes of the fluid motions in the core. It is intriguing that our notions of direction are at the whim of a swirl of liquid, iron thousands of meters beneath our feet, upwards to the mantle. If the earth is likened to one of those rounded avocado pears, the mantle is the edible flesh above the core. The crust might be the skin of the fruit. The motor of the earth churns over in the mantle. It is where mountains are born and plates die. It is the deep unconscious of our planet, the hidden body whose bidding the continents obey. The expanding oceans ride upon it. The mantle is the wellspring of tectonics. The remodeling of the face of the world that happens when plates move is ultimately a consequence of the power residing in the mantle. The possible causes for the shape of the earth have been reflected upon for millennia. Creation myths often invoke the distillation of order from chaos. The ancient Greek word for primeval confusion, according to Hesiod's theogony, the separation of the heavens from the earth and of land from the sea in the biblical account, could almost be an historical scenario if you interpret it generously and without regard to the time involved. The Kono people of Guinea believe that Sa-Death created endless mud from which God refined the solid earth in a kind of sedimentary genesis. The Egyptians described the world as originating from the endless and formless sea known as Nun. Out of Nun an egg was formed from which light emerged. In turn, the sun god Adam arose from Nun to form the dry land. On Easter Island, a bird god laid the egg from which the world hatched. Cosmic eggs figure in many creation myths in cultures stretching from China to South America. In general proportions, the e.g. with yolk white and a thin outer skin is a reasonable model for the structure of the earth, especially if you allow it to be a reptilian sphere. For the relative dimensions of core, mantle, and crust, respectively, are not so different from the layers of an egg. To extend the comparison further than it ought, you could say that that shell of the global egg has been repeatedly broken and annealed by tectonics. As for the underworld, in ancient China it was, according to one mythology, the realm of the Emperor of Dragons. Not exactly a tectonic model, but one at least associated with the vigorous heat of a fire breather. The mantle extends from the outer part of the core to the base of the Earth's crust, which is at about 11 kilometers below the ocean floor and on average about 3 times as thick beneath the continents. The mantle, thus, comprises the bulk of the Earth. If our planet were observed by means of a clever instrument from a distant galaxy, an alien astronomer would probably report to his superior a planet composed of the elements silicon, iron, magnesium, aluminium, and oxygen, the elements of core and mantle. He might, if his instruments were sensitive enough, notice traces of carbon from the living gloss on the surface and detect the components of the atmosphere, such as the lightest brush of life on the exterior. The uppermost part of the mantle is incorporated with the crust into the lithosphere, literally, the sphere of rock. The lithosphere is the part of the Earth that comprises the rigid tectonic plates, hence the most important part for the natural history of the visage of the planet, and the part of which almost all this book has treated. The lithosphere is not just the crust, although such is a common misconception. We should add to the catalog of useful names the layer underlying the lithosphere, which is known as the asthenosphere, in which, of course, lies entirely within the mantle. Astheno means weak or feeble in Greek, so this is a weak sphere underlying a rocky one. It is hardly surprising that the junction between the two is where the surface of the Earth goes a-wandering. This is the layer of weakness that allows the physiognomy of the planet's surface to change with the slow pulse of ocean floor, spreading You will see by now that crude analogies with avocado pears or eggs have already been surpassed. In detail, there are just too many layers in the mantle. There was an egg I bought in St. Petersburg in which several eggs were cleverly tucked one inside another, which is a more accurate analogy. The mantle layers are nested within one another, like the skins of an onion. Some layers are much thicker than others. To understand the interior of the Earth, it has to be exposed layer by layer. You may wonder why the mantle is described as a single unit at all. The answer is that it has a generally comparable composition. Iron, magnesium, silicates are the dominant materials. At least the upper 160 kilometers of the mantle have the composition of the rock type known as peridotite. We have already met this rock in Hawaii as rare lumps in the lavas brought up from deep in the earth by the ascending mantle plume. It is a dully lustrous green, black rock, coarse in texture and heavy. Its density is obvious in the hand. The crystals of the minerals olivine, peridot, and pyroxene that make it up can usually be discerned with the naked eye, because magnesium and iron, Fe, are so dominant. Rocks of this kind are known as ultramafic. There is evidence that the deeper layers of the mantle may be somewhat different in composition. One line of research looked at the heat lost at the surface of the Earth. To return to the egg analogy, imagine a freshly boiled example cooling in the palm of your hand. Those who work in deep mines experience this heat flux at uncomfortably close quarters. Oliver Goldsmith described the phenomenon in A History of the Earth in 1774. Upon our descent into mines of considerable depth, we begin by degrees to come into warmer air, which sensibly grows hotter as we go deeper, till at last the laborers can scarce bear any covering as they continue working. At the present time, the heat flux at the surface of the earth has been estimated at 44 by 1012 W, derived from within the body of the earth. Unlike the egg, this is heat that replenishes itself. Most of it is derived from the decay of radioactive elements, a kind of internal bonfire that smolders away in the manner of a fermenting compost heap. The decay of uranium isotopes is the most familiar. They are, of course, one of the sources of the radioactive clock, but potassium and thorium are implicated, too. You have to imagine heat, generated by countless scattered atomic sparks in the subtle bonfire of the Earth's interior. However, the content of the radioactive elements in the upper mantle is not sufficient to account for the known heat flux. Recall that the lavas at the mid-ocean ridges are generated by partial melting of higher mantle rocks, so they provide a standard for the precise measurement of isotopes in that part of the mantle. There are not enough of them, only about 1/8 of the total required for the observed heat flow. It is likely, therefore, that the deficiency is made up by a radioactively hot lower mantle enriched, at least at some time in the past, in uranium and its sizzling fellows, so the lower part of the mantle may be subtly different compositionally from the higher. I can now describe the several layers within the mantle. Because it is so thick, the mantle spans a range of pressures and temperatures that increase with depth. These constraints force its constituent minerals to change their atomic structure, goaded beyond endurance as they lie progressively deeper. The mineral olivine undergoes more than one transformation in its journey towards the center of the earth, deeper, and its atoms are forced closer together, jostling for accommodation like crowded passengers on a rush hour subway train, performing subtle readjustments as more and more of their fellows join them. At about 410 kilometers depth, olivine changes into wadsleyite, and at about 520 kilometers, wadsleyite transforms into ringwoodite. The corresponding temperature is approximately 1,600 degrees Celsius. These minerals both have the same composition as common olivine, but different structures. Like those subway passengers, pressure has forced them into a new accommodation with the conditions in the underworld. This is where the experiments with which this chapter began come into the argument. Olivine can, indeed, be squeezed in the apparatus until it's atomic. Pipsqueak, when the pressure is piled on, and if it is also sufficiently hot, olivine can be persuaded to change its personality. In the technical jargon, it undergoes a phase change. I have seen artificially made ringwoodite, and it has a bluish hue. Only Pluto would be able to admire its color deep within. The Earth. Ringwoodite has a distinctive atomic configuration known as the spinel structure. Spinel itself is an attractive gemstone, chemically magnesium aluminium oxide, that has been employed as fake ruby even, finding a place in crown jewels. Ringwoodite shares its atomic design, despite its different chemical composition. Wadsleyite is a different variant, on the spinel structure, one which has room for some water within its atomic lattice. The mineralogist J.R. Smith calculated that there could be more water locked up within the wadsleyite in the mantle than in all the world's oceans, a sea beyond seeing. Neither ringwoodite nor wadsleyite is stable at the surface of the earth, in the realm where olivine is normal, but, like diamond, once made, these minerals endure for a long time. Wadsleyite has been discovered on Earth, or, I should say, off Earth. It occurs in the Peace River meteorite, which fell in Canada during the 1860s, possibly a piece of a shattered planet that preserved this deep mineral for posterity. So, in the laboratory, you can look under an eyeglass at a minute piece of Earth's interior, forcibly brought to birth in an alien place between carbide jaws of man's invention. Nor is this the end of the story. Deeper still in the Earth, at a depth of about 660 kilometers, ringwoodite comes to pieces. Its atomic framework cannot hang together under the increasing pressure, and it splits into component parts. Things fall apart. The center cannot hold, as W.B. Yeats wrote. This results in two mineral phases coexisting together, one with perovskite structure, the other a magnesium/iron oxide magnesiostite, the asterisk if you were on a game show and were asked the question, what is the most abundant material on Earth? The answer would be the perovskite phase of the lower mantle. The applause should be resounding. A simple calculation tells you why your answer is true. The layer of Earth's onion containing perovskite stretches from 660 kilometers to the boundary layer at the outer edge of the Earth's core, 2,900 kilometers below the desk on which this is being written. It is a vast slice of the Earth, since the perovskite phase comprises something like 70%, perhaps more, of this layer. It is an easy calculation to show that this unseen, unheralded, and some would say obscure mineral phase is the bed upon which the whole of our multifarious biosphere ultimately lies. What, it reasonably might be asked, has this deeper reality got to do with us? After all, it is a long, long way down and far removed from the sunshine and clouds under which we live our brief lives. We cannot see into the earth with our light-bound eyes, and who wants to travel to this realm of crushed molecules and phantom phases? But other probes do reach there. Earthquake. Waves respond to the profoundly concealed mineral phase changes by altering their velocity in steps as they pass from one layer to another deep within the Earth. They see that the Earth is mantled by successive mineral layers, which are themselves subdivisions within the larger mantle. In a wonderful example of congruent science, it transpires that the seismic changes are predictable from the properties of those deep earth minerals. Made in the laboratory, it is just a matter of making the appropriate calculations. Hence, one field of investigation independently confirms and constrains another. At the end of it all, the journey from the core towards the crust can be recited zone by zone like a travelogue. proceed through the perovskite layer upwards to the ringwoodite layer, and thence to the wadsleyite layer, and onwards and upwards into the olivine layer. Through these layers pass the convection cells that drive the plates that in turn sculpt the face of the world. In this way, the depths intercede in our superficial lives. There are unseen and unbidden forces, as indifferent to the fate of the sentient, organisms living above them as the distant stars. The glass in a medieval church plays tricks on you. The world seen through it is a distorted one, swirling, refracted, blurred. Its original transparency has been compromised by some transforming agent. That agent is flow. It operates so slowly that its progress would be hard to see in a century. Over hundreds of years, the surface of the pane distorts from the true, crinkles, and falls into lobes under the force of gravity, until we see but through a glass. Weirdly, yet we know, too, that glass is a brittle solid. It seems that glass can be simultaneously both solid and flow like a viscous liquid. It is possible to see the same phenomenon over a shorter time scale with a block of asphalt. Follow the smell to where a road is being resurfaced, and you may see a dark block of crude asphalt lying in the roadway. It has a fractured edge, so it must have broken like a solid, yet you will probably notice a side bellying outwards, as if it sagged under its own weight, viscidly flowing. Again, glaciers creep slowly down mountainsides, yet an ice block taken from the freezer often cracks and splits when dropped in a glass of whiskey at room temperature. Glass, tar, ice. These are all solids that also show long-term fluid behavior. They creep, they flow. They help us visualize what happens within the mantle, for this is how the inner earth moves. The Swedish scientist Anders Celsius was a professor in the earlier half of the 18th century at the University of Uppsala, the most ancient establishment of learning in Sweden. It is a place of austere, four-square, and solid academic buildings with a fine cathedral. Celsius is immortalized for having given us the scale that interposed 100 degrees between freezing and boiling water. He also noticed that around the Gulf of Bothnia on the Baltic, there were strand lines former seashores that were now marooned above the present sea level. These observations were published as early as 1744, as Edouard Suess described it 150 years later. At Tornea, Celsius had been shown to his astonishment that the harbor constructed in 1620 was already useless. The implication must be either that the land was rising or that the sea was retreating. From a boat on the Gulf, you can observe the raised beaches as if they were drawn against the land with a ruler. Celsius himself had concluded that the seas might be shrinking on a global scale, draining away to leave their old shores high and dry. Charles Lyell observed in 1834 that the elevation of the old shores in the north of the Gulf of Bothnia was greater than that in the south, and carefully argued that the former strand lines should be attributed rather to a rise in the land surface. Curiously, Edouard Suess did not follow Lyell, but instead went to some lengths to diminish the rather strong evidence for elevation of the land that had accumulated by the end of the 19th century. This may have been because Suess preferred to think of land movements as periodic convulsions, as in his beloved Alps, rather than the steady tinkerings of Lyell's classic explanation. He thought that the Gulf of Bothnia was draining out by and emptying out of the water, not a rise of the land, his italics, as usual when he signaled what he regarded as a crucial point. All the more curiously, at the time Suess wrote, it had been accepted universally in scientific circles that a huge ice sheet had covered Scandinavia in the last great ice age, disappearing less than 10,000 years ago. It seemed a reasonable inference that the massive burden imposed by loading of the ice had depressed the land, which had rebounded in a regular fashion after the ice had melted, thereby carrying upwards former shorelines beyond the reach of the sea. Even with the evidence to hand, Seuss was determined to reject the flexibility of the Earth's response that this implied, and recruited the ice to his own purposes, referring to strand lines in Norway that were similar to those in the Baltic, he wrote. The great majority of terraces in the fjords of western Norway must be regarded as monuments of the retreating ice and not as evidence of oscillation of the sea level, and still less of oscillation of the solid land. You could not wish for a clearer statement of his priorities. It was not often that Edouard Seuss was so in error. The rise of the glaciated country of Finland and Scandinavia is now an established fact. Half a century after Seuss, Arthur Holmes reported that in the northern part of the Gulf of Bothnia an uplift of about 270 meters, 900 feet, had occurred, and that it was continuing at a rate of about a 30-centimeter foot every 28 years. The degree of uplift is in proportion to the thickness of the ice. Overburden that is removed, the more ice there was, the more uplift there will be. The uplift has even been mapped in contours. Modern laser techniques can measure the rebound with considerable accuracy. The elastic recovery of the land is produced by compensation in the mantle. It flows in to fill the space. Imagine the world as a balloon filled with honey. The skin of the balloon might be an appropriate surrogate for the Earth's lithosphere. Prod the balloon with your finger, and a dent remains. The honey slowly flows in to compensate the depression, which rebounds at a fixed rate in an elastic response. It becomes a comparatively easy calculation to determine the viscosity of the honey from the rate at which this happens. So it is with the mantle. It can be understood as a liquid, which is 1,023 times more viscous than water, trillions of millions times as sticky, but a liquid nonetheless. Think, rather, of that asphalt. The exquisite sensitivity of today's instruments shows just how responsive the lithosphere can be to loading. Even the weight of a building can produce a detectable downward deflection. Is it possible that even a heavy footfall produces a twitch in the mantle? We live on an elastic, quivering earth, buoyed up on the responsive layer beneath the lithosphere. The mechanism of convection currents within the mantle will now be understandable. It is flow on a dignified scale. The mantle includes a few huge convection cells that transfer heat from the core mantle boundary to the base of the lithosphere, a slowly simmering cauldron of porridge, roiling and rolling, is both useful as an image of convection, but also misleading as a metaphor for the nature of the flow. In the boiling porridge, the oat flakes are merely carried by the convecting water between them. In the mantle, it is the rock itself that flows. The hot, rising limbs of the convection cell part beneath the mid-ocean ridges, providing the energy source for the lavas that create the surface of the world anew. The lavas are developed from partial melting of deeper peridotites. We have seen that occasionally a lump of peridotite is entrained in an erupting lava. It always contains olivine and never wadsleyite, showing that it must have originated from the outer mantle layer. The work of the rock-crushing theoretician and the geologist finally meet on the rocks. What mantle convection has created, it also destroys at the subduction zones at the edges of oceans, where the downward plunging limbs accompany slabs of comparatively cold oceanic lithosphere back towards the foundations of the earth. Described thus, the great convective cycle seems devoid of turmoil, yet it is the destroyer of cities and the generator of mountain ranges. When viewed on the scale of the whole world, however, an alpine system is the merest surface puckering, whilst an earthquake that might destroy a civilization is no more than a momentary shudder. The intimate Earth history I have described in this book is like the adventure of a flea on the back of an elephant. It is difficult to conceive of structures so vast as the convection cells that turn the underworld One school of Earth scientists is persuaded that there are two sets of such cells within the mantle, one above the other, turning in tune-like, linked cogs in a clockwork mechanism. They envisage that the boundary between upper and lower cells is the profound and profoundly important 660-kilometer discontinuity, below which the perovskite structure predominates. Recent reviewers have preferred the model that convection operates through the whole mantle, which would make it the greatest single phenomenon on our planet, turning in tune with the slow beat of geological time. The properties of shear waves S show that the lower mantle is not differentiated elastically from the upper mantle, so that convection cells are able to pass through the layers of mineralogical phase changes. They change personality, if you like, but they do not change their purpose. Recall also that there are mantle plumes, like the one underlying the Hawaiian chain, that pass through much of the mantle to form hot spots below the lithosphere. Furthermore, the slabs of oceanic crust that are carried down by the descending limb of the convection cell can be detected as heterogeneities in the mantle. They plunge down into its lower part. The downward plunge of the slabs is measured by an earthly equivalent of the CAT, computerized axial tomography, scans that are now routinely used as a more precise alternative to conventional X-rays for seeing inside the human body. Seismic waves provide the data needed to nose into the deep innards of the Earth. The method is known as seismic tomography. The Earth itself is the patient, where a subducted slab, which is relatively cold, is pulled downwards into the mantle. It subtly alters the speed of the seismic waves, up to plus 2%. The effects can be mapped with remarkable precision, as, for example, beneath the Tonga Kermade Trench in the Pacific. The fast velocities produced by the descending slab can be mapped down to depths of perhaps 1,600 kilometers deeper, by far than the epicenters of earthquakes caused by the movement of the slab itself. Under Japan, the 660 layer is depressed by about 30 kilometers where the cold slab plunges downwards. It seems that even when the convected slab is beginning to merge back into the mantle from which it was ultimately born, its history is retained as a kind of ghost that the earthquake waves alone can see. The same methods also reveal that the mantle is less homogeneous than was once believed. It includes blobs of different composition on the scale of a few kilometers, which may be the last remnants of subducted lithosphere slabs. What moves the lithosphere plates above the mantle convection cells? Are they pushed up at the mid-ocean ridges, or are they dragged by the subducting oceanic crust, which is denser than the mantle through which it sinks? The two theories are known as ridge push versus slab pull, respectively. Either way, the effect is the same. The mid-ocean ridges are elevated above the seafloor, where the heat flux is greatest on the upwelling limbs of the convection cells. Do the plates slide away from the ridges towards the trenches, or do the subducting slabs of cold crust which, as we have seen, go down deep, tug at the slab somewhat as one might pull a tablecloth from one side? Intuition would perhaps suggest the former, if only because there seems to be something inherently vigorous about the creation of new crust at the mid-ocean ridges, as if the Earth were heaving itself up by its own bootstraps. In detail, however, the volcanic eruptions at the ridges are found to be rather gentle, whatever the impression given by lines of fiery chasms along fault zones. The new crust almost insinuates itself into the spaces generated by adjacent plates moving apart. Furthermore, when different plates are compared, it seems that the velocities asterisk at which they travel are related to the length of trench edge that they possess. The longer the subducting margin, the faster the plate moves. This supports the notion that slab pull is more important than ridge push. Plunging plates turn the engine of the Earth The turnover of the oceanic crust also means that much of the Earth above the core is recycled. The current rate of subduction down trenches is about 3 square kilometers per year, the area of a large village perhaps. This implies that at least 18 cubic kilometers of oceanic crust and something like 140 cubic kilometers of the peridotite layer beneath it are sucked downwards into the maw of Pluto's realm every year. Then, too, there is a quantity of sediment that is scraped off and directed Hadeswards along with the oceanic plate. The mantle begins to look more like a thick and varied soup rather than a bowl of porridge. One set of published calculations indicates that almost the entire mantle has been through the recycling process over the course of geological time. The different subducted sources also retain their chemical element signatures, which can be precisely measured to parts per billion with modern mass spectrometers. Isotopes of rarer elements, such as uranium and thorium, are particularly useful in identifying sources of subsequently erupted lavas. Some oceanic island basalts stand revealed as having originated from recycled ancient ocean crust. The crust of the continents tends to stand apart from much of the activity at subduction zones. Edouard Suess long ago commented that the continents were of trifling density, 2.7 grams per cc, compared with the density of the Earth as a whole, 5.6 grams per cc. The continents are composed predominantly of what both Suess and Arthur Holmes would have termed Sial, light rocks with alumina, an important component compared with the dense, basic rocks of ocean floor and mantle. Sial included all granites and gneisses and many sedimentary rocks. A long catalog can now be added of minor elements also sequestered into the continental crust. The light, thick continents rise above the troublesome subduction zones. They have not been continually recirculated like the ocean basins. They rise above things, which is why they include the ancient survivors, the Methusas of rocks. But wherever subduction zones plunge downwards against a continental area, the rocks of continents and oceans interact and fuse. Lavas generated by frictional heating include the gummy magmas that make the catastrophic volcanoes of the Ring of Fire through Japan, Indonesia, and adjacent islands, and the Philippines. They dog the downward-dipping subduction zones around the Pacific like boils around an infected wound. The trace elements recovered from their volcanic rocks reveal the proportions of the mixture between magmas derived from ocean and continent, respectively, almost in the manner of a genetic marker revealing human ancestry. The volcanoes burst to the surface landwards of the ocean trench, rising as they do from the depths of the subduction zone. Suess had recognized this fact with characteristic clarity. The volcanoes which accompany the folded festoons never stand in the 4D, he wrote, but belong entirely to the folded Cordillera. He attributed this to subsidence of crust in the trenches. Would that he had known that the area beyond the trench was where a forced marriage between the kingdoms of Pluto and Zeus had been enacted deep in a subduction zone, and where hybrid magma is the result of their union. These offspring generate splenetic eruptions, spawning proclastic surges that wreak destruction indiscriminately on man and beast. The hollow mummies of Pompeii were the tragic consequence of such a magmatic marriage. The same wrathful issue engenders volcanoes along the length of the western rim of the Americas, where the oceanic plates of the Pacific impinge against the unyielding continents to the east. From Popocatépetl to Mount St. Helens, destructive volcanoes are the consequence of ocean meeting continent and the furious fulminations that follow. The boundary between the lithosphere and the asthenosphere beneath it is the top of the low-velocity zone. This is a region where both kinds of earthquake waves are slowed down. It lies within the upper mantle, some 40 160 kilometers below the surface. Experimental work suggests that the change in seismic behavior happens because some small part of the mantle melts, the result of the release of pressure at these particular depths at the appropriate temperature. The partial melting of mantle rocks is sufficient to reduce the coherence of this layer in the Earth. It is where slippage occurs. Between rigid lithosphere and weak asthenosphere, we have arrived at the base of the shell of Earth's egg. Upwards, ever upwards. The name crust has a nice, homely feel to it, carrying images of pies fresh from the oven, compared with the alien interior from which we have traveled. It is almost like coming home. The rocks of the crust are those familiar to us. They comprise the stage upon which my intimate history has unfolded. We have seen that everything turns upon a deeper geological reality, powered by leisurely rotations and passing through strange mineral phases that cannot exist on the surface. This deep world, accessible only through experiment or probing earthquake waves, is overlain by one that can be understood by geological mapping and geological tapping. This is our home, our rich and complex habitat, laid out upon a geology as various as human culture and as challenging to understand, where the history of more than 3 billion years of life is recorded in ancient sedimentary rocks, where life and the Earth have evolved together in an intimate collaboration. That is a marvel in the galaxy. Welcome back to the surface, almost. The base of the Earth's crust is drawn at the highest of the seismic lines that I shall mention, the MOHO. This is a somewhat anonymous abbreviation for Mohorovic IC discontinuity, a name that justly commemorates its discoverer, the pioneer Yugoslav geophysicist A. Mohorovic IC. In 1909, he demonstrated that earthquake P waves jumped in velocity from about 7.2 to 8.1 kilometers per second along a discrete surface. Evidence for this boundary was not known to Edouard Suess, but familiar to Arthur Holmes. In the upper part of the crust, rocks fracture brittly. This is the realm of earthquakes, whose shudders have done so much to help decode the rest of the Earth. The junction between crust and mantle is where the dense peridotite layer of the upper mantle circumscribes the Earth. This heavy rock speeds earthquake waves. The crust is thinnest under the oceans, especially towards the mid-ocean ridges. We have already met sections through such crust in the abducted ophiolites of Oman and Newfoundland, 8 kilometers or so thick, each with their own distinctive layering. Beneath the lighter continents, crustal thickness is 30 to 40 kilometers in the quiescent, ancient, stable parts of the Earth, where all passion spent. The surface of the Earth lies calmly on its deeper foundations. Contrariwise, the continental crust is thickened, often doubled again along mountain belts, especially where continent has collided with continent in ranges like the Alps or the Himalayas. In some places, one continent has even underplated its neighbor pushed bodily. Underneath, in the ultimate heave, the consequence of earthly engagement is elevation of icy peaks above deep tectonic roots. We have seen how granites are sweated out deep in mountain belts, and how continental rocks are changed by heat and pressure, and then the forces of air and rain and ice seek at once to wear down the elevated peaks. Just as the book of Isaiah describes it, every mountain and hill shall be made low, and the crooked shall be made straight, and the rough places plain. The face of the earth has its character scoured upon it by the elements, but they can only work on what has been set upon the surface by forces operating in the hidden depths. The journey from the center of the earth may seem a more theoretical enterprise than the rest of this book, yet deep forces that we can infer from surface observations and experiments move the plates that make up the world. To the extent that human history has always been enthralled to geography and climate, both of which depend on geology, are very. Character could be described as geological. we may all ultimately be the children of convection. Mountain ranges grow thickenings of continental, crustal rocks, have divided one race from another, and have helped generate the diversity that is one of the chief glories of humankind. They have even provided refuges for peoples extinguished elsewhere. The great peninsula of India south of the Himalayas displays common cultural roots that dig deeper than modern religious divisions. The same area was the home to some of the earliest civilizations. Greater China to the north of the same range comprises one of the largest areas of cultural idiosyncrasy, abode of the Han people, whose sculptures of lions and dragons show cultural persistence over more than 4 millennia. On a smaller scale, the Pyrenees both guarantee the character of Iberia and maintain a refuge for Basques. The Alps seal in Italy, on its northern side a barrier famously pierced by Hannibal across the Little St. Bernard Pass in 218.c. My Scottish friends attribute their Celtic hardiness to that bare country being underlain by gneisses and schists of the ancient Caledonian range. My Norwegian friends show how the northward continuation of the same range has generated a variety of distinctive dialects in isolated communities along their coast. Even today, modern culture retains an inheritance of character and language from these ancient limits. It may even survive the onslaught of global capitalism, for it has already survived centuries of trading. Low sea levels associated with the last ice age allowed humans to penetrate into North America perhaps 13,000 years ago and into Australia before that. Some of those people dispersed into jungles lying along the passive margin of South America into Amazonia, where the South American continent gently sagged alongside the widening Atlantic Ocean, and a huge river system parted tribe from tribe. In Western Africa, the Congo basin provided a mirror image on the corresponding eastern passive margin. Cultural diversity was bred by separation at all levels. On the other hand, it is an uncomfortable fact that some of the areas of greatest human conflict, such as Central Europe, are those where there are no such natural barriers, where one group after another has pushed for and achieved temporary dominance. Hungarians, Romanians, Russians, Poles, Slavs, Austro-Germans, Danes, and so on have fought viciously over gentle European hills and plains. The sad litany of 100 wars and skirmishes attests to the grim underbelly of diversity, intolerance. All the intimate details of landscape and culture that I have described in this book are rooted in geology. Many of the older gods were related directly to landscape, and their propitiation was often a way of rationalizing natural phenomena, whether invoking Madame Pele's uncertain temper in Hawaii or Vulcan's smoky workshops on Mount Etna. Time was tamed in myth, for humans have always wondered about their beginnings, inventing scenarios spanning primal eggs and sculpted mud. Geology provided a rational time scale, but one so incomprehensibly expanded that our own species might seem no more than an afterthought, a conscious postscript, rather than lying close to the essence of things. There are those who still regret the loss of gods, who might intercede on our behalf. The true measure of the earth could be that slow overturning of the mantle that calibrates the march of the tectonic plates. James Hutton's famous statement in 1788 about the earth, that he found no vestige of a beginning, no prospect of an end, is now at least constrained by a figure for the former, 4.5 billion years. The record of rocks on Earth is consistent with plate activity over some 4 billion years of that span. During that time, the planet has changed from barren to prolific. The photosynthetic activity of blue-green cyanobacteria and plants transformed the atmosphere to an oxygenated one that animals could breathe. Life moved from sea to the land and thence into the air. All the while, oxygen altered the way the rocks themselves weathered, just as vegetation altered the rules of erosion thanks to their obstinate webs of roots that cling to and process soil. Earth and life became progressively interlinked. The greenhouse effect that worries us today is just the latest illustration of this obligatory wedding. And during all this slow transformation, the motor of the earth reshuffled the continents and oceans, now spreading the continents apart as at present, now locking them together, a leisurely procession to which life had no choice but to respond. There are two possible reactions to the tectonic history of the world. Either you might despair at the apparent randomness of it all, at our insignificance, in the face of gigantic forces that are as indifferent to our species as is a torrent to the fate of a mayfly that rides upon it. Or you might wonder at the extraordinary richness of history and feel privileged to be able to understand some part of it, were it not for 1,000 connections made through the web of time. The outcome might have been different, and there may have been no observer to marvel and understand. We are all blessed with minds that can find beauty in explanation, yet revel in the richness of our irreducibly complex world, geology and all. With his own nod towards Indian mythology, Edouard Seuss completed Volume 2 of Das Antlitz der Erde thus. As Rama looks out upon the ocean, its limits mingling and uniting with heaven on the horizon, and as he ponders whether a path might not be built into the immeasurable, so we look over the ocean of time, but nowhere do we see signs of a shore. Part 13, World View. Let him not say that he knows better than his master, for he only holds a candle in sunshine. William Blake, The Marriage of Heaven and Hell. The marvelous thing about the face of the earth is that it is such a mess. It is an impossibly complex jigsaw puzzle of different rocks. Like Gilbert and Sullivan's Wandering Minstrel, it is a thing of shreds and patches. More than 3.5 billion years of history have stitched it together. It has been modeled and remodeled, split asunder and rejoined in tune with the waxing and waning of oceans. Here, continents have been inundated by shallow seas, which have then drained away, leaving a legacy of sandstones or limestones, shales or gravels. The painted desert was painted long ago. Elsewhere, erosion has exhumed baked rocks that once lay deep within the crust. The multifarious world, where its geological motley, mediated by climate, the underlying rocks influence the form of the landscape, the vegetation, the crops that can be grown, even the particular stones and bricks for making. Cities before steel and glass became universal. We have all grown out of the geological landscape, and perhaps unconsciously we still relate to it. Human beings seem to be programmed to love their home territory. Russians pine for the open steppes, Aborigines for the endless Australian interior, shepherds for rolling country dotted with sheep, Shropshire lads for blue remembered hills. Most of us appreciate the world in this intimate way, rocks and all. Our patch is our home. Few shepherds, perhaps, pay much heed to the strata over which their charges scramble, although the rocky underlay is ultimately in control of their livelihood. Other rocks, other livings. We respond more affectionately to landscape at the local scale, just as we register tragedies, most acutely within our own family. Broader issues of society do not tug at our sleeve in quite the same way, although we are reluctant to admit it. Whether we acknowledge it or not, geology is important in the most visceral way. I have tried to explore the influence of geology on the ground, its intimate ramifications, its pervasiveness. I have let the particular place speak for the general case. I have no doubt that there are 100 other locations as suitable to make the point as any I have chosen, and any selection will inevitably miss out important things. But then, there was never any intention to write out the whole world in the fashion of Professor Seuss. Always in this story, Far beneath us and largely unacknowledged there is the bidding of the plates. The tectonic unconscious may provide a rationale of the earth, but perhaps it seems too remote to interest the shepherd lad with one eye on A, Lame and the other on the girl from the next village. Nonetheless, an understanding of the deep tectonic driver has unified the world. Our patch is actually linked to every other patch, perhaps realizing that we are all small creatures riding pickaback atop our own tectonic plates located within the irregular checkerboard of the earth might enforce a proper sense of humility upon our arrogant little species. Somehow, I doubt it. Knowledge advances and old ideas are shed, sometimes with reluctance. Enough has been said already to convey a picture of what has happened to geological thought over the century since Seuss' masterly global survey. There is no question that we are now close to a unified theory of the Earth. It seems unlikely that many of the recent fundamental advances in understanding of the deep structure of the Earth, the lithosphere, the mantle, the movement of plates will be undermined in the future. Equally, it would be astonishing if there were not new discoveries that will render my account an antique within a few decades. We have seen enough of cherished ideas in the previous 100 years foundering against a new thought or a critical observation to make further enlighten a sure bet. However we try to retain a proper modesty in deference to the past, it is difficult to record the growth and comprehension of the Earth in the light of plate tectonics without occasionally sounding smug. Aren't we the clever ones? We seem to imply. Nothing could be more unjust of those who went before. The pioneer geologists who provided intellectual ammunition for Seuss and his successors were nothing short of heroes. They trekked across remote areas with little more than a hammer and a notebook. There was nobody to airlift them to safety. They had few maps to follow. The information they provided was seminal. Seuss gave them the recognition they deserved. He praised W.T. Blanford, pioneer in the mapping of much of India and the Himalayas, and Przulski's adventurous travels, which have opened up a large part of Tibet. And then there was Bell, who mapped the ancient shield areas of Canada, 1877, at a time when they were unexplored, mysterious, and dangerous. These were courageous men of rare intelligence. Przewalski is familiar to some because the wild horse that he discovered still bears his name, Equus Przewalskii. But many of these pioneers gave their lives to explore places that can now be reached in a helicopter in an afternoon, and their names are forgotten except to a few aficionados. They made their contributions, which are now woven as obscure threads into the tapestry of science. Most of us will have lesser memorials. J. Tuzzo Wilson is the exception. His name is built into the very fabric of the earth. He has been mentioned several times in this book as a connoisseur for geological processes. He it was who recognized Lapidus, the slow progress of the plates, with initial continental splitting and formation of a new ocean, eventually followed by its closing again with the generation of an orogenic belt, is known as the Wilson or Wilsonian cycle. It is just about the biggest generalization that can be made about the world. As we have seen, the whole process may take more than 200 million years to complete. Of the many historical cycles expressed upon the earth weather of chemical elements, sea level, or temperature, the Wilson is both the most stately and the most transforming. We have visited just a few of the mountain belts generated by the end of these cycles. The youthful Alps, the old Appalachian Caledonian chain, the ancient scars of the Precambrian. The face of the world can be seen as the consequence of a succession of Wilsonian events dominated, naturally enough, by the present cycle, but with the memory of previous cycles preserved as streaks and blotches like old wounds. The traces of ancient cycles far back in the Archean are sometimes difficult to detect, but they are still there if you search hard enough. And the further back in time, the more the rocks betray the processes that occurred deep in the lithosphere. For these most ancient rocks have been scrubbed clean by erosion of all their overburden. It might be for thousands of millions of years. The motley of the world could well be explicable after all. There is time enough to patch it all together. After Earth was formed some 4,550 million years ago, a pattern of plate movements can account for much of what is preserved on its surface only. The first few 100 million years have left little record. As for the end, it is predictable that the present Wilson cycle will continue, so that the Pacific Ocean will be subducted away in 100 million years or so, producing a new Pangea, another supercontinent when Asia and America finally conjoin. Beyond that, it is impossible to say exactly where it will happen, but it is certain that this future supercontinent will itself fragment again, and once more the continental blocks will be on the move. Our world will be forever in transit, forever reinventing itself, until the internal motor of the Earth finally turns no more. Edouard Seuss began his great work by inviting his readers to part the clouds and take a view of the Earth from the vantage point of a visitor from another planet. It was a gesture of omniscience on his part. You are reminded of the temptation of Christ when the devil laid out all the kingdoms of the world from the prospect of a high mountain. Geology will master the world cease, suppose, and bring it to heel. This lofty panorama might have been a bold thing to attempt at the end of the 19th century, but we are now thoroughly familiar with the satellite viewpoint. That NASA photograph of Earth from space might prove to be the definitive image of the 20th century, the moment when the finite bounds of our planet entered common consciousness. So fragile it appeared, so blue and dappled, more soap bubble than mountain and mineral. As Seuss began, so I shall end, after exploring intimate geological details in just a few places on our cobbled-together planet. It is time to change the focus briefly to look at the whole. We have seen how even a single crystal links to profound circulations of the Earth. Pull away upwards from that crystal until the granite holding it is just a tumid blemish on the greater landscape, and higher again until the granite is lost within the wrinkles of a mountain belt. From this altitude you can see the oceans and continents together. We will turn our narrative upside down from the details of a stone wall or one lava flow named for a half-forgotten god. We will move to the outlines of oceans and ranges, pausing only fleetingly. Like Puck, we will put a girdle round about the Earth in 40 minutes. Start in my office in the Natural History Museum in South Kensington, in the West End of London, on a site where there have been geologists working for more than a century. Imagine flying higher and higher until we can see that all the fine hotels and monuments and endless suburbs of London lie in a bowl of strata of tertiary age. The River Thames is now no more than a silvery line following the center of the bowl. Beneath these strata, mostly soft sands and clays, there are older rocks again. The White Cretaceous limestone, known as the chalk, reaches the surface north and south of London, on open downs, where sheep were once universal, from his parsonage built. Upon this rock, the incomparable naturalist Gilbert White recorded his intimate history of just one village, Selborne. White's book has sold nearly as many copies as the plays of Shakespeare, and part of its charm is its dedication to the particular place, the particular geology. South of the London basin, the chalk frames the Weald, which was a major source of iron in medieval times and now is thick with groves of sweet chestnut bearing ancient hammer ponds. From high up, most of what you see is forested. Climb higher still, and we can see that the chalk, again, forms the White Cliffs of Dover, to many English people perhaps the most sentimentally significant piece of geology there is. From this height, we can see that the Dover Cliffs are of a piece with facing cliffs in France, on the other side of the English Channel, which is nothing more than a geological afterthought, breached by the eroding sea just a few thousand years ago. Geology knows no national boundaries, and from here we can even make out the chalk extending far across France to underlie the endless plains in the north, where the grain that goes into making 100 million baguettes is grown in fields that have neither hedgerows nor apparently any end. And could we but follow the chalk around the world, we would find similar white limestones stretching from the Canadian Shield all the way through to Texas and Mexico, as Sue said, to the Black Sea, and well beyond in the Middle East. Chalk rock records one of the great transgressions of the sea onto the continents, one which happened close to 100 million years ago, and which painted great slabs of the world white for eternity with the sediment it left behind. Chalk once extended northwards over much of the British Isles, though erosion has removed nearly all of it. For below us now we see areas underlain by older rocks Jurassic, Triassic, Permian north of the affluent south of Britain, and then the blatant spine of the Pennines bisects the north of England along its length. In the southwest, the bare reaches of Dartmoor show where granite comes to the surface, wild still in an island so long tamed and settled. The Cornubian Peninsula is the legacy of an old Wilson cycle, the Variscan orogeny, that cut through Europe more than 200 million years before the Alpine convulsions. Much of the mineral wealth of Europe, like the old mine in Joachim's Valley, is the legacy of this earlier episode, which was as momentous in its day as that which threw up the Matterhorn, Carboniferous coal basins that developed on either side of the Pennines powered the Industrial Revolution and fed the steam engines of empire. Now virtually all the shafts are flooded and disused, and where you see an old piece of pit tackle, it is rusted and useless like a skeleton of an organism we can barely recognize. Human cycles are unconscionably short, after all, compared with the revolutions of the earth. Now we see the Cambrian Mountains, comprising the rocks that gave their names to the divisions of the lower Paleozoic era. Cambrian or Division, Silurian, asterisk, these mountains are wilder by far than in any part of England, and provided a formidable redoubt for the Welsh king Llewellyn to keep the Anglo-Saxons at bay. These rocks, too, were folded in part of the Caledonian chain in the Wilson cycle before the Variscan, for cycle is piled upon cycle. From our high vantage point, we can see how the rocks making high ground continue into the Lake District and further north again into Scotland, can leisurely bite into the British coastline that makes the Solway Firth really mark where the great ocean Lepidus disappeared and two ancient continents conjoined. The nations of Scotland and England have been much at odds in the past, but would any border have dreamt that the line of national schism was also set in stone at a time long before he could imagine? But there is more. On the coast of Antrim, in northern Ireland, crops out black basalt set in columns. From this height, the basalt's perfect polygons look like the lenses on a fly's eye. This is the Giant's Causeway, a sight once deemed so amazing that a special railway line was built to carry Victorian sightseers to admire its geometrical perfection, its countless hexagonal steps. Now we can no longer fantasize that it is an ogre's staircase, for we know it is a volcanic eruption connected with the latest Wilson cycle to leave its mark on the British Isles, the opening of the present Atlantic Ocean. This patterned basalt is the afterbirth of the creation of a new ocean, not so far from the line of old Lepidus. What giant could inspire more awe? The same eruptive events led to Fingal's cave on the island of Staffa, which inspired Felix Mendelssohn to some of his most delicate sound painting, and William Wordsworth to 3 sonnets. Would they have written something fiercer had they pictured the cracking and parting of the two sides of the Atlantic Ocean, the beginnings of the world we know? On Charles Lyell's own home islands, then, where much of the compass of geology as a science was defined, cycle after cycle belonging to the greater, Earth has left its mark. Seas have advanced and retreated many times. Volcanoes have had their day of fury and sunk into quiescence. If this small corner of the world boasts such complexity, we need not be surprised at the richness of the whole, an impossible concatenation of details, you might think. But as we move still further from the surface of the earth, the vision simplifies. Distance loses many of the details, but leaves the broader outlines clearer. See, there's the line of the Caledonian Mountains continuing across the North Sea far beyond Scotland, all along the western seaboard of Scandinavia. You can almost hear Professor Tornbohm's attempts to stuff the ancient naps onto the still more ancient foreland of the Baltic Shield. See how the rivers drain from the heights that mark the boundary between Norway and Sweden, running eastwards through the birch and pine forests, into the Gulf of Bothnia, and beyond the Gulf the lake-speckled undulating wastes of Finland, where the exhumed remains of Wilson cycles far more ancient and arcane are interwoven between gneiss and granite, and now support bogs of sphagnum, cloudberries, and reindeer moss. We are moving westwards over the North Atlantic Ocean. The sea conceals its geological foundations. We have to remind ourselves that the continental shelves continue beyond the shorelines that we can pick out far below us. The true edges of the continents lie at the edges of the shelves, and there have been times when more of the shelves have been exposed, just as there have been other times when higher seas have drowned so much that it is now dry land. Shores are just a temporary line on a shifting earth. Beyond the continental shelves, the deeps, for a moment, perhaps, looking at the endless, unbroken blueness, we can empathize with Edouard Suisse and his attempts to read global signals from concealed depths. We might for an instant imagine, even, that the oceans were the site of great subsided masses of the earth, that pieces in a global pattern might be missing because they had sunk to the abyss. From where we are, anything might be possible. Then, the sight of Iceland reminds us that the oceans really are different, that they are the realm of basalt and hold the genesis of the skin of the world. Why, we might even just make out the Rift Valley cutting southwards across the island, and those little cones that look like mounds left by solitary wasps, they must be the traces of volcanoes. As we pass by southern Iceland, a larger cone is Malafell on the edge of the Myrtles-Jokul Glacier, already transformed from primal black to green by the moss Grimia. Now might be the moment to visualize again the slow creation of new crust at the mid-ocean ridges and recall that it is the surface expression of deeper things. Try to imagine a mantle plume rising from deep within the earth and spreading out beneath Iceland. Try to imagine all those subtle changes in chemistry in the way atoms are bonded together, including varied permutations in the silica frames, and understand that even a whole island, a whole ocean, can be written out in changes in molecular structure. Westwards again, towards the coast of Laurentia. From this height it does not seem so far away from Western Europe. Beyond us lies the frozen edge of Greenland. Here the oldest rocks on Earth have stayed on the earthly carousel, for turn after turn, escaping the recycling that has been the fate of almost every other scrap of rock on our second-hand world. An ice cap obscures much of the huge island, and now it may not be so difficult to imagine much of the northern hemisphere encased in ice as thick or thicker just a few thousands years ago, the latest mighty scrape of erosion stripping away time to the depths of an ancient earth. Newfoundland now lies below us. We can see how Viking navigators might readily have found their way from Iceland to the rock, with all its geology laid out upon its naked shores, like leaves from a crumpled book that must be restored before its text can be deciphered. We can see the grain of the land, the trend of almost every bay and promontory from the northeast to the southwest. Every pilot whale should be able to navigate it. We follow the trend southwards, past the Gulf of St. Lawrence, and into the deeply forested Appalachians. There are breaks in relief-like shrugs and a green carpet following ancient faults that might have been the San Andreases of 400 million years ago. Now is the time to admire Marcel Bertrand's insight in stitching together the Appalachians and the Caledonian Mountains into a single system, the Atlantic Ocean then no more than an unexplained rent between the two halves. We can imagine the Caledonian to Appalachian belt rising and wasting away into James Hall's geosynclines. And there is morass, too, in the Catskill Mountains where peaks are formed from the rubble that torrents dragged and tumbled down from the elevated mountains at about the same time as higher plants were. Colonizing the land from the sea for the first time, life evolved and changed, and the face of the earth greened with it. But for mountains it was more a case of what goes around comes around, and there is an earlier Wilson cycle, 2 billion years old, entrapped alongside the Appalachians, the Grenville, which rises to the surface in Central Park, New York, to remind us that the human and urban is no more than foam on the sea of the past. Across northern Canada, close to the boundary with the Arctic tundra, the ground is sprinkled with a million lakes. They seem to be spattered over the surface as if they had been flicked from a paintbrush. The last ice age may have left behind these water-filled scrapings and scourings, but the land was reduced to a plain long before that. The Canadian shield around the Great Slave Lake was ancient even when the Appalachians were young. From this height, there are swirls and cracks to be made out upon its surface, like doodles almost, or the scribbled sketches of Paul Klee. These are the worn-out corpses of still older cycles, taking us back into the Archean, thousands of millions of years ago, to the time when bacterial life alone spread over the face of the earth. Unimaginably old, the textbooks once described this period as if the imagination were subject to the laws of time. All those scribblings might be the foliation of a rock metamorphosed deep in the earth, but they also write an invitation for us to try to understand. What lies below us is almost as impenetrable a territory now as it was when Bell made known its mysteries to the world. In Canada, to go back to the beginnings of things, you have to start beyond the end of the road. The Canadian Shield forms the ancient, triangular heart of North America, to which everything else was added round about the edges like the work of a slapdash plasterer. There are ranges on the east, ranges on the west, and even an ancient mountain belt running across the north through the Canadian, Arctic islands and North Greenland. Each was the product of one or more major tectonic events, and each added something on to the edge of Laurentia. Then former seas washed over onto the shield, leaving their sediments behind. Southwards of where we crossed the continent, we might be able to make out the northern part of the Great Plains, where the ancient seas draped blanket after blanket of sedimentary rocks through more than 600 million years. From our great height, the view is much as it was after the Pleistocene. We are too far away to see whether there are buffalo on the plains, or more likely, oversized modern farm machinery perambulating up and down. West of the plains, we have seen how the Colorado Plateau has been uplifted so that erosion over millions of years has cut down again through the sedimentary blankets to the ancient core beneath. The Rocky Mountains contort the face of the earth from Alaska to Mexico, and west of them other ranges. The Cascades and Coast Ranges parallel the coastline in ruck after ruck. From our northerly vantage point, we can see the Alaska Range reach out towards the tip of Asia. It is not difficult to imagine when Pleistocene ice locked up much of the world's water and sea levels were lowered, a land bridge connecting the Americas and Asia across which horses, bison, and humans could invade eastwards. The relatively recent withdrawal of the sea made much of America what it is today. It is more testing to imagine the mountainous land beneath us as a jigsaw puzzle of pieces shuffled and tethered together over many millions of years. It looks too solid and too unified. Nonetheless, a map published by the U.S. Geological Survey in 1992 shows no less than 200 terrains making up the Cordilleran origin. Just to list them with pertinent details would take up the rest of this book. The mountain chain has been put together in phase after phase, a litany of orogenies through time. In order, the Sonoma, Nevadan, Franciscan, Laramide, the whole stretching through 200 million years. What they share is accretion from the west as island arcs and other pieces of crust were plastered on the edge of the huge continent and inward dipping. Subduction zones developed at its edge. Naturally, the oldest events would be in the interior of the continent and progressively younger ones outwards, range by range. Nor was it all push on push, from time to time stretching, happened which let down chunks of crust. Granites welled up, some of them huge. From where we are we can see snowy dissected peaks of the Columbia. Granodiorite, which Edouard Suisse said is of unsurpassed magnificence, on average 80 kilometers broad and in length almost 14 degrees of latitude. It is hard to think of a ready analogy for all this muddled up tectonic complexity. Asterisk an approximation might be a mill race, where a steady stream carries pieces of wood to bank up one by one against a grill when it plunges into the leat. From time to time a variation in current or eddy might pull the aggregation briefly apart or shuffle the pieces against their neighbors, but the overall onward pattern is inexorable. Today, the confrontation between the Pacific Plate and its abutting continent continues, and what we have seen of the northward shift of the crust west of the San Andreas Fault is one consequence. Another is the periodic violent eruption of volcanoes. We can still see the scar left when Mount St. Helens blew out one of its sides in 1980, flattening millions of trees and a few humans in an extraordinary pyroclastic surge. The perfectly circular crater lake to the south in Oregon was the site of an explosion 8,000 years ago that some geologists reckon to have been the equal of 50 Mount St. Helens. My first schoolmaster was wont to instruct us, following the Book of Common Prayer, to read, mark, learn, and inwardly digest. But, as we soon discover, any fact about the earth involving amazingly large quantities is easy to read, learn, and mark, but impossible to digest. To underscore the point, before we leave the northeast of the North American continent, we get a glimpse of the Snake River basalts. Plateau basalts as black as my grandfather's bowler hat, 5,000 meters thick, and erupted only 3 million years ago. They are a kind of postscript to the story of Laurentia. Yet they may be 50 times older than Homo sapiens and 1,000 times older than science, whilst the oldest rocks on Laurentia are more than 3 billion years old, out into the Pacific Ocean, and soon we are far enough away from the North American coast to look back and appreciate how the mountains run parallel to the shores of the continent we have left behind. The ocean below is calm and brilliantly blue, and apparently goes on forever. It is hard to believe that the ocean basin is actually shrinking, yet to the north we can just make out the line of the Aleutian Islands continuing westwards from Alaska. What we cannot see from above is the deep ocean trench that exactly dogs the line of the island arc on its oceanward side, nor that the trench links in turn with the Kuriil Trench and thence to the Japan Trench. The long, thin line of the zone of subduction, mountains in various stages of their evolution, are consequent upon the activity of the northward dipping subduction zones. They are to be found in Honshu, Hokkaido, and the Kuriil Islands. Mount Fuji, which Lafcadio Hearn expatiated upon and Hokusai delineated delicately, is merely the most emblematic example of the associated volcanic activity. Seuss had already distinguished such a Pacific continental margin from one of Atlantic type. The borders of the Atlantic Ocean are as distinctive in their own way, what he called tablelands of flat-lying sedimentary rocks. Commonly approached the coast, a good example would be the Karoo series of South Africa, whereas in the Pacific type, no tableland reaches. The shores, mountain belts are truncated at the edge of the continents in the Atlantic type, as we saw in the Varsican chain running westwards across Europe. As usual, Seuss had spotted important facts that subsequently became explicable in the light of plate tectonics. Atlantic coasts were passive margins where severed continents were drifting apart. An ancient mountain belt might be cut, or a once contiguous tableland split in the process. Pacific coasts were active sites of subduction, where the parallel fringing mountain belts reflected the continuing processes of tectonic activity, as explicit in their way as sputtering volcanoes and frequent earthquakes, the twisted roads of Kobe or the fiery wreckage of San Francisco. It is a paradox that Pacific coast should be anything but Pacific. As we continue westwards, we are able to make out one of the northern islands of the Hawaiian chain, one of the Midway Islands perhaps in it. Comes as something of a shock to find the cerulean perfection of the great ocean disturbed at last by little white circles of foam where a sea mount breaks the surface. We have to imagine a line of hidden, submarine mountains continuing northwards below us, each imprinted in turn by the same hot spot that is forcing out gobs and lobes of lava on the Big Island. Even as this is being written, the blowtorch beneath the moving plate, we can imagine Polynesian sailors in insubstantial boats feeling their way from island to island singing songs about Pele, whose volcanic power might be demonstrated only too dramatically upon a sudden whim. Perhaps we should follow their example and head southwestwards now across Micronesia, towards the equator, an area where many more sea mounts come to the surface. Almost every one was colonized. There below us are the Gilbert Islands, indelibly portrayed by Arthur Grimble in A Pattern of Islands. This is a place where the dead walk and where shamanistic curses still count. When we reach the Mariana Islands, a classic island arc forming a beaded necklace of islands, we have already crossed the Mariana Trench, which includes the deepest hole on the planet at 36,198 feet, 10,915 meters below sea level. We recall the Challenger half-bewildered plumbing of such depths and the realization by ocean scientists that the surface of the world goes downwards further than it soars upwards. Westwards again lies one of the most complicated and tortuous bits of the planet, where several subduction zones have succeeded one another across the Philippines to the South China Seas. Somehow, you might guess its complexity from its appearance. There is the island of the Celebes beneath us, a place that looks all leggy and out of place. It is properly called Sulawesi today, but for some reason Celebes is the name that sticks in my mind, with its curiously classical sound, as if it were the name of some monster that ravaged Thebes instead of 197,000 square kilometers, 76,260 square miles of tectonics in the Far East. There are 10,000 islands in the Sulu and Celebes seas, many without names. Pirates still lurk there. Furthermore, there are several tectonic plates. It's a place of mystery. As we continue westwards, we encounter a simple island, Arc Indonesia stretching through Sumatra, Java, and Bali and onwards, towards the Banda Sea. The island of Komodo is part of the chain and is famous among zoologists as the home of the dragon, the world's largest lizard, a creature that bites its prey and has saliva so foul it then hangs around to wait for its victim to die of infection. The conspicuous arc is fronted by the Java Trench, and active subduction along the junction is proved by the eruptions that regularly trouble the superstitious inhabitants of Indonesia. Oceanic crust meets continental crust directly along this line, and some of the resulting magma mixtures produce very violent explosions. On Mount Ijen, Sumatra, emaciated workmen carry on their backs great blocks of native sulfur scooped from the bowels of the volcano, hard labor in places that would reduce most of us to helpless tears. The Java Trench is at the edge of the huge Indian Antarctic plate, whilst the Mariana Trench to the northeast lies at the edge of the equally gargantuan Pacific Plate, the mangled and complex area of Southeast Asia in between, including Sulawesi's arachnoid silhouette, is the result of shuffling and adjustments between these two behemoths and the continent beyond, titanic, jousting that has engendered short-lived basins, evanescent seas, and many successive tectonic events. The tremendous movements have continued for 30 million years and are still going on. Even the continental foreland of Thailand, Vietnam, and China comprises separate fault-bounded blocks that have shuffled about like dominoes on a tin tray. The curiously shaped Malay Peninsula obviously follows the grain of the region. Its shape is rather like the thorax and abdomen of an ichneumon wasp, so narrow at one point that you can see the sea on both sides of the road that runs along its length, through grove after grove of oil palms before it bulges out into Malaysia. In a small boat, I once dodged between limestone islands rising sheer from the Malaysian tropical seas in search of trilobite fossils, dining on crabs plucked fresh from the coral reefs and mangoes fresh from the tree. The shallow waters of Southeast Asia are one of life's cornucopias, for its tectonic complexity has encouraged 1,000 ecological niches under the beneficent gaze of the sun. The more varied the habitat, the more species it can support. Marine life, too, can read a geological map from the Grand Banks of Newfoundland to the complexities of Borneo and the South China Sea. The thousands of tiny fishing boats that dredge out tropical riches from this sea are ultimately enthralled to the adjustments of plates moving more slowly than limpets grow. From our high viewpoint, we can see that the hills of the Malay Peninsula extend northwards into Burma, and thence curve westwards into the mountains that wrap around to the north of the Himalayas. They are just a part of a system that extends through the world as far as the Alps, draping over the irregular collection of continental fragments to the south like a dust sheet over the clutter in an attic. But we will not pass that way yet. Instead, we will drift southwards and eastwards over New Guinea. A precipitous mountain range divides it lengthways, and we can just make out steep valleys cutting inwards. We begin to understand how this one island supports so many separate languages. Among the aboriginal peoples that live there, it is a Stone Age version of the Alps, geology and philology acting in synergy. In the short distance from the Banda Sea, we have passed over one of the great biological barriers on Earth, and one that is completely invisible. This is Wallace's line, its name, celebrating Alfred Russel Wallace, who first recognized it. Wallace is mostly known today for his co-presentation with Charles Darwin of the theory of evolution by natural selection at the Linnean Society of London. He was also the founder of the discipline of biogeography, stirred as he was by wonder at the variety of life he found on his travels through the Malay archipelago and beyond. He saw that almost all nature changed abruptly across his line. Westwards lay the Asian faunus and floras. Southwards almost everything spoke of Australia. It was as if an impalpable wall had been erected between the two. The root of it all, of course, is plate tectonics. Wallace's brilliant insight had identified the boundary between the Australian plate and what lay to the north in the Philippines complex. Tectonically speaking, New Guinea was Australia. The Australian continent had formerly been further away from Asia, and during its long isolation since the breakup of the land of the Gonds, evolved its own special flora and fauna, notably dozens of marsupial species. and a varied endemic flora, including eucalyptus trees and bottle brushes like Banksia. It is one of the world's biological treasure houses. Northward, movement of the Indo-Australian plate at last brought the hermetic continent into proximity with the rest of the world, and across the narrow gulf that now marks the line of contact, a few daring species jumped, including humans. Most species, however, stayed where they were. Wallace himself was acutely aware of the aesthetic value of the rich fauna he studied, describing the considerable difficulties in the way of collecting birds of paradise. He wrote, "In the Malay Archipelago, 1869, it seems as if nature had taken precautions that her choicest treasures should not be made too common and thus undervalued. Several of the choicest species of paradisity are now on the edge of extinction." Wallace would have been appalled. Australia is so vastly brown. From a great height, it seems to be a limitless, acracious to burnt sienna expanse of almost nothing, stony semi-desert for the most part, dotted with eucalyptus and spinifex clumps that are unrecognizable from this altitude. The center of the continent is nearly flat, or at least its gentle undulations hardly register from far above. It is possible to persuade yourself that you might be looking down on ancient Gondwana itself. In a sense, you are. Occasional ridges of rock break the monotony. Uluru, or Ayers Rock, is the archetype of a piece of geology left behind. When all around it has been removed by erosion, on the ground it has the curious property of seeming both small and massive. Something about the scale of the great interior expanse of Australia distorts the feeling for distance. Walking towards this small lump which takes longer than you expected, you are taken by surprise to discover that it is actually enormous. Much of the western two-thirds of Australia is underlain by ancient Precambrian rocks, Archean and Proterozoic in age, which emerge in battered hills in the interior. We have no time now to look at them in more detail. Australia has been around for a very long time, and it has been worn down over and over again by hundreds of millions of years of erosion. Its interior is dog-tired, out for the count, all passion spent. Over the last 600 or 700 million years, the sea has made inroads onto it, and sedimentary rocks overlie the ancient basement in many places. I was in the Toko Range in search of fossils of animals that lived during one of these episodes 500 million years ago. You could readily imagine the ancient sea lapping over the already worn-down topography and leaving a legacy of sandstone sandy shallows turned to stone. Other fossil occurrences are world-famous. In the Flinders Range are some of the most important fossils known anywhere that record soft-bodied life forms in the latest Precambrian, and in Western Australia are found fossil bacteria that are among the oldest traces of life on the planet. As we continue drifting eastwards, we see the exception to the exhausted stretch of the interior towards the eastern coastline. The Great Dividing Range includes several areas of high relief, richly forested. It divides rivers that run fast to the coast from those that drain westwards and sometimes peter out in salt pans in the desert. This is another ancient mountain range, which was folded at the end of the Paleozoic and then deeply eroded. Its present-day uplift is much younger. Even from high above it, the line of the great escarpment running through the Blue Mountains makes a gigantic step in the surface. I once sat in an Art Deco hotel looking outwards from the top of this mighty vertical cliff. Beyond the balcony lay ridge upon ridge of stately eucalyptus far below. Even today, secret valleys are still being discovered in the hinterland. Who knows if fearsome bunyips, the Bigfoot of the antipodes, might lurk there? Rather more prosaically, Australian scientists believe that a giant marsupial called Diprotodon is a possible origin of the bunyip legend. It certainly overlapped in time with the colonization of Australia by those who made it across Wallace's Divide. The full belt at the Great Dividing Range makes sense when you fit Pangaea back together. Antarctica slots back adjacent to Australia, as neat as you like. In this altitude, the marginal mountains of Australia run on into a similar belt. Adjacent to the Ross Sea in western Antarctica, it is rather like the Appalachian Caledonian story over again. What time is ripped asunder, imagination can join together. Hence the eastern Australian fold belt was produced at a subduction zone that developed at the margin of the ancient supercontinent. The legacy of Pangaea lives on in forests of iron bark and blue gums. Further along the northeastern edge of Australia, the Queensland Plateau is a continuation of the continent out to sea, a platform that has provided a foundation allowing the Great Barrier Reef to flourish. From above, we observe a broken white line drawn by crashing waves marking its course along the Queensland coast. These ramparts of coral and algae support one of the most diverse habitats on Earth. Today there are distressing stories of coral dieback and bleaching on reefs. The death of these structures would be a unique tragedy. Across the Tasman Sea to New Zealand, the furthest point on the globe from my desk in London, the two islands look as if the highest parts of the European Alps had somehow been excised and dropped bodily into the wide expanse of the Pacific Ocean. So steep are the mountains stretching along its unpolluted shores. Edouard Seuss and Elie de Beaumont would have felt at home here. The latter, as previously mentioned, has a mountain named for him. New Zealand is a rival to Hawaii for loneliness. It has been a place apart for so long, in the absence of voracious mammals, until humans arrived. Flightless birds like moas, kiwis, and the kakapo proliferated there. Millions of sheep are now the commonest creatures, and from high over the North Island you see them scattered like a dusting of white pepper over the hillsides. The dark green line of rainforest fringing the west coast of the South Island is where tree ferns sprout in profligate profusion. It is a special place, no less than Hawaii, and its origins go back to Gondwana and beyond. A sliver of Gondwana broke off from the disintegrating supercontinent to form the core of New Zealand. It carried with it an extraordinary primitive reptile, the tuatara, which survives only on New Zealand, a memory of Triassic times preserved against the odds. Subsequently, younger crust accreted to the growing island. At the present day, New Zealand sits astride two plates, the Australian plate to the west and 10,000 kilometers of the Pacific plate to the east. The conflict between the movements of these plates generates mountains, earthquakes, volcanoes, and geysers alike, for the Australian plate is headed north and the Pacific plate westwards at about 40 millimeters a year. The result is a twisting of the crust, a rending of the fabric of the earth. We can see the surface effects of accommodation to this movement in the Alpine Fault in the South Island, which is a kind of Antipodean San Andreas. Even in the 1940s, the far-seeing geologist Harold Wellman had deduced that hundreds of kilometers of displacement must have accrued along the Alpine Fault over many millions of years, for the rocks to either side of it are so utterly different. With modern GPS systems comparable with those installed around the Bay of Naples, deformation can be continuously monitored to an accuracy of 1 or 2 millimeters over 40 kilometers. They reveal that some parts of New Zealand are moving faster than others. Christchurch, nearly 40 millimeters a year. Auckland, hardly at all. It is an irregularly fidgety bit of the crust. So we continue eastwards across the southern hemisphere from New Zealand. Beyond the Chatham Islands, nothing breaks the waters of the Pacific Ocean. It is apparently the emptiest part of the world, an intensely blue continuum. We cross one of the truly arbitrary lines that humans have drawn on the face of the earth, the international date line, tucked out of the way. Here, it will not cause trouble to those who have difficulties with Sunday suddenly changing to Monday. If we were able to see through 5,000 meters, 15,000 feet, of sea water, we would observe that the sea floor is anything but featureless. For here is the ocean ridge that generates the Pacific and Nazca plates, the East Pacific rise, running northwards to the equator and beyond, but sidestepping at each transformed fault like the onward progress of a determined drunk. It leaves the surface of the sea untroubled, except for Easter Island, which is the merest pinhead from our vantage point. The people who called themselves Rapa Nui were the advance guard of all the Polynesian colonizers, and may have reached this island about 1,500 years ago. They celebrated its basalt geology in the most blatant way, hewing out from it huge and inscrutable heads, moai, which now the island in heavy, featured profusion. We cannot read the meaning of their pursed and determined lips, nor their recessed and sightless eyes. But we know that the islanders ate themselves to extinction, overpopulation and isolation having done its worst, the original great ecological disaster. From where we are, we cannot quite make out the volcanic Galapagos archipelago further to the north. These islands were Charles Darwin's natural evolutionary laboratory, whose finches and tortoises figure prominently in The Origin of Species. They have consequently become a place of pilgrimage for modern biologists. Even here, the creative isolation afforded by the Pacific Ocean has been violated by our own species and by the animals we brought with us. What geology has made over millions of years, humans, it appears, can undo in a century or so. The coasts of Chile and Peru appear as relief, in both senses of the word, after the limitless seas. The Andes rise sheer from the coast, well, not quite sheer, because as we approach the shores of the southern continent we see that there is a narrow line of desert that borders the sea. Aridity rules in this rain shadow of the great mountain range to the east. Below us, unseen, lies the ocean trench that follows the South American coast so closely. Here the continent deflects the easterly ocean current of the southern Pacific, so that it turns northwards along the Chilean coast as the Humboldt Current. This brings cool Antarctic waters to warmer climes and supplies rich nutrients to a profusion of marine life. Anchovies abound unless it is an El Niño year, when they suffer with the rest of the world. So on this part of our journey, the most perniciously dry Atacama Desert and the most ebullient ocean life are found cheek by jowl. We can see rivers sprinting a few tens of kilometers to the sea from the high Andes, but those draining to the east from the far side of the range will have to wander 6,000 kilometers to reach the Atlantic Ocean. From far above, the Andes do not seem that complicated. They comprise two mighty ranges running in parallel. At the point we are crossing, these are called the Cordillera Occidental and Cordillera Real, or Oriental, west and east respectively, separated by a broad depression, but this still at a high altitude. A great belt of Cretaceous and Tertiary granites and other intrusive rocks runs along the Cordillera Occidental. They make some of the most inaccessible peaks on which alpinists risk their lives. As we have seen in many other mountain belts, older rocks are caught up in the folded rocks of the present range. We have seen enough by now to recognize the median basin as a fault-bounded graben, as Seuss would have called it. Conical, volcanic cones line both sides, recalling Iceland or the great African Rift Valley, however different their tectonic circumstances. The German explorer, Friedrich Heinrich Alexander, Baron von Humboldt, had already recognized this avenue of volcanoes by the beginning of the 19th century. We pass over the Altiplano literally, high and flat, where the valley has been filled in with a succession of ashes and morass. It is a dusty, brown, tough, cold place to which llamas and alpacas are peculiarly adjusted. The indigenous people who live there probably have the blood of the Incas running in their veins. The last redoubts of this dead civilization were, perched improbably high in the fierce terrain of the Cordillera at Machu Picchu. Today's inhabitants still grow potatoes on Inca terraces. Lake Titicaca, below us now, is the highest great body of water on Earth. No doubt, if we could swoop downwards and collect a fragment of rock from the side of a volcano, we would find it to be composed of andesite. What else? A volcanic rock resulting from magma cooked up by the interaction of subducting slab and continental margin. For this whole coast is a southerly continuation of the active margin of the eastern Pacific Ocean trench, mountains, volcanoes, and all, and perhaps rather simpler than the Californian story to the north, for there is no San Andreas fault here. The Andes are squashed and thicken against the edge of the stable, ancient South American shield to the east. The volcanic avenue is interrupted only where the relatively thick Juan Fernandez and Nazca Ocean ridges approach the subduction zone. They prove rather more to bite off than the tectonic mill can chew. The eastern part of the Cordillera includes old terrains that accreted to a primitive South America long before the present Andean range indeed. Before Pangaea had been assembled, I once went to visit one of these strange slabs of country near the town of San Juan in western Argentina, where the country's wine is made. The theory has it that a chunk of Argentina now in the pre-Cordillera had originally broken off Laurentia in the Ordovician and drifted across a vanished ocean to meld with South America. To reach the critical rocks, our party had to go in a bus along a terrifying zigzag road, carved out of a mountainside so narrow that it had tidal flow. You could go one way upwards for part of the day and the other way downwards for the rest of it. From time to time I glanced downwards to see hundreds of meters below among the cactus the back ends of coaches past that had plummeted off the edge. The thickened, light crust of the Andes is rising and fast. Edouard Seuss described it thus: throughout Peru and Chile, signs of negative movement, and particularly terraces, present so striking an appearance that they have attracted the attention of observers for many years past. Darwin had already connected such uplifted beaches with volcanic causes in a paper published in the Transactions of the Geological Society of London in 1840. Seuss himself typically downplayed it, recalled that he habitually attacked uplift as the cause of mountains. He went so far as to describe the habits of seabirds lifting edible seashells to great heights to form kitchen middens, and tried to cast doubt on some of Darwin's allegedly elevated beds as no more than old dining tables. But even he could not explain away the uplifted guano deposits in the Morro de Megellones near Antofagasta, Chile, with shorelines at around 500 meters and at various heights below, arranged like a series of steps. We are lingering too long. We must press on. Our journey takes us onwards, beyond the Andes, towards the Amazon basin, the ancient core of the South. American continent beneath us is floored by Precambrian granites and gneisses of similar ages to those in Africa, draped variously by younger sediments. We glimpse mountains to the north where the old basement rocks come to the surface. Those must be the sandstone cliffs of Mount Roraima. On the border of Venezuela and Brazil, a weird, isolated, cloud-covered plateau 3,000 meters high with a unique biology, including endemic frogs and carnivorous plants, that is said to have inspired Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's novel The Lost World. The Amazon basin itself is a sea of green forest below us that seems almost as vast as the blue Pacific. It has been the site of an inland sea at various times in the last 100 million years, but now every waterway drains ultimately into the mighty river. The basin holds nearly 2/3 of the world's fresh water. The individual rivers and streams are, beyond counting, adding up to a total of perhaps 500,000 miles of running water. From above, we see the white water rivers draining from the Andes to the west, actually more coffee color from suspended silt, meeting the Rio Negro from the north, which appears to us black as a stream of tar because of its dissolved tannin, produced by an abundance of partly decomposed organic matter. The differently colored waters are reluctant to blend, running side by side for 7 kilometers before combining into the true Amazon o Rio Mare, the River Sea, as the early explorers called it. The rainforest fills in all the space that is not river. It is a temple of biodiversity, whose congregation is composed of insects, plants, and birds that belong to so many species that they have yet to be numbered or, in some cases, named. The Amazon is no less than 200 miles wide at its mouth. More water passes through it in a day than does in a whole year through the River Thames, where our journey started. It is, to use a devalued word, awesome. Sediment brought in suspension by the brown Amazon River is then deposited over its wide delta or carried far out to sea. The ultimate fate of the eastern Andes is to become mud at the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean. In 1500, a Spanish sea captain called Vicente Pinzon was sailing over open sea far from shore when he observed the sea changing color from blue to a kind of bronze. The reddish water was quite fresh. The lighter, sediment-charged waters of the Amazon evidently floated above the salt sea for some distance offshore. We can see it for ourselves. As we pass over the edge of the continent, we can see the Amazonian efflux like a vast, brownish wraith gliding into the Atlantic beyond, a ghost of mountains reprocessed, one wisp displayed in the cycle of the earth. As we continue eastwards, we cannot avoid the reflection that everything we have seen in South America is a consequence of plate structure. Were it not for the passive margin in the east, at the edge of the opening Atlantic, the Amazon could not debouch so freely into the Guiana Basin. We have to imagine an apron of sediment stretching out far, far beyond the last mangrove, towards the deep sea. The crust sags to accommodate the new load deposited upon it. Conversely, the western active margin guarantees the drainage pattern of the continent, so that the great rivers will continue to run eastwards until the Andes are brought low. But when will this be? For the inexorable operation of subduction along the Perujil Trench equally guarantees that mountains will be reborn until the end of the current Wilson cycle. The world continually changes, but it changes according to rules. And one day, who knows, the sedimentary pile dumped at the Atlantic edge will be revived as a mountain chain in some future cycle. No human being will witness it. That much is certain, for the whirligig of geological time moves too slowly for our ambition, our brief hegemony. Passing urgently eastwards across the Atlantic Ocean, there is little to remind us of the presence far beneath us of the mid-Atlantic ridge, no Iceland, decked with recent cones, unless it is the solitary island of Ascension rising thousands of meters from the rugged sea floor, but appearing to us no more than a pimple breaking the surface of the waters. We have passed over the unseen rift that profoundly marks the change in spreading direction of the oceanic crust. The African coast lies beyond. You could argue that the Congo Basin is the eastern equivalent of the Amazon Basin, a distorted mirror image, populated by different species, surely, but ecologically similar and likewise spilling off a passive margin. Its dense, green endlessness looks familiar. Somehow, we know that some African equivalent of the giant anaconda will lurk there beneath an inexhaustible canopy of trees. Africa is the continent that the others left behind. India, South America, Antarctica, Australia, all drifted away from it when Pangaea split apart. Africa has passive continental margins, except in the north, where it engages with Europe, as we saw among the sweet chestnut trees in Italian Switzerland. Fully to understand the African continent, its scattered progeny must be restored to it, for it lay at the heart of Gondwana, and its personality was shaped long, long ago. Beyond the Congo rainforest, rainfall is strongly seasonal, and a vast savanna stretches out before us. It looks uniformly straw-colored from above. An ocean of dry grass makes the background, while scattered dark dots are umbrella-shaped acacia trees spaced just so far apart as the annual precipitation will allow. This is grazing land, hunting land, herding land, and the cradle of humankind. Mounds, sometimes towers, of rock emerge from the general plain. Can that low hump, layered like a poorly split onion, be all that remains of a granite? Can that low ridge covered in scrub be a Methuselah among gneisses? The resemblance of the scene below to that of Australia is no coincidence, for this too is land with an ancient core that was already old when Pangaea was young. The sea invaded over what is now Africa many times in its history, or ancient lakes and streams left a patchy cosmetic, a veneer of sediments, but which may be plastered on thickly in places. We have met the karoo in South Africa, which Seuss used to build his picture Gondwana. I have studied sedimentary rocks 200 million years older again in the shadow of Table Mountain, bearing trilobites and other extinct animals with jointed legs, and my colleagues have brought back much younger dinosaurs from the desert regions of the Northwest. These fossil finds are all from rocks draped over an older geology, the Precambrian basement, that passes into the core of South America and Australia, the heart of darkness of the ancient continent, the primeval layer, providing a vision of how things were even before the first fish, the first trilobite, combined with new fieldwork. The ability to date rocks in Africa was like suddenly being provided with a microscope after subsisting for years with a magnifying glass. So now we have a picture of the core of Africa and the whole of Gondwana as a series of truly ancient islands or cratons of Archean age greater than 2,500 million years old, surrounded by and interwoven with younger Proterozoic fold belts. The latter mostly ignore the present boundary of Africa, which, after all, is just an arbitrary shape imposed by a later Wilson cycle, another slicing of the map of the world. Hence, with Gondwana restored, an ancient fold belt might well pass into Madagascar, or perhaps into Arabia and India, or Brazil. The youngest Precambrian events are so pervasive that they have been called Pan-African, 900 to 550 million years old. One such, the Mozambique Belt, runs along the eastern margin of Africa. When you put Gondwana back in place, a single shear zone runs from Africa through Madagascar to southernmost India. The Mozambique Fold Belt is interpreted today as a result of the original collision between two older continents comprising eastern and western Gondwana, a record of the coming together of the ancient supercontinent that is figured so prominently in this book. Nothing is so massive on Earth that it has not been created by stitching together smaller pieces of lithosphere. Archean memories are perhaps fresher in southern Africa than anywhere else in the world. There are cratons of greater than 3,000 million years old, such as the Zimbabwe craton and the Koppel craton around Johannesburg. Sedimentary and volcanic basins, such as those that are part of the Pongola supergroup and Pretoria series, formed around and upon these even more ancient nuclei, possibly in rifts, and these sediments survive to the present day. Imagine the lottery of these scraps surviving all earthly potshots of potential obliteration through 2,900 million years. As D.H. Lawrence said of the tortoise, they are fulfilled of the slow passion of pitching through immemorial ages your little roundhouse in the midst of chaos. By now, we might be able to make some sense of the rocky mounds and small plateaus that rise out of the plains over which we are passing. Then the great Rift Valley appears sheer-sided, let down as suddenly as a gutter. It comes as a surprise after all that near-horizontal emptiness. So definite are its lines scored across the wilderness. There is Lake Albert below us, pointing southwards to Lake Edward and Lake Tanganyika, clear as a signpost saying, "This way, follow the geology." Those obvious volcanic rocks at the edge of the rift may be as young as the Precambrian cratons are old. So here we have the primordial ends of the earth rubbing shoulders with what could be described as a geological afterthought. We think of our distant ancestors, cowering as one of the volcanoes erupted, perhaps even the one we can see on the horizon. Now we can see this valley for what it is, an attempt to break up Africa one last time. Just another episode in an old, old story. Another Wilson cycle struggling to be born. To the south, there is a shimmering sheet of Lake Victoria. No rift lake this, but a huge, shallow slop accumulated in a downwarp of the ancient African crust, and then out across the desert of Somalia to the Indian Ocean, where vast breakers draw a white line at the edge of the great continent, as if to mark out the boundary along which it was once dismembered, a memory of Gondwanan disruption, now drawn out in dancing and ephemeral foam. Onwards, onwards, we follow the coast of the Horn of Africa. From the advantage of our great height, we can see that the Red Sea and Gulf of Aqaba resemble a hinge that is opened. It is hard to look at this elbow of sea, this dogleg of a crack between Africa and Arabia, without imagining a kind of creaking noise as the two continental blocks prise apart, like the opening of an old oak door in a haunted house tale. Arabia, we can clearly see, is nothing more than part of the old African shield, and much of it was formed in the late Precambrian by the accretion of island arcs. The rocks that overlie and cover this deep foundation are the source of much of the world's oil and no small measure of its problems. Oil is ultimately derived from the chemical transformation of the energy preserved in minute plant fossils, concentrated by natural geological processes into reserves. It just so happens that there is a disproportionate amount of both source and reserves in this desert appendage of Africa, but the truth is that there is nothing much to see from above except stretches of stony desert and fleets of dunes between bare scabs of rock, for we are skirting the edge of the Rub al-Khali, the empty quarter. A dark and scrofulous-looking patch nearer the coast is a stretch of Sapka, a salt flat of a special and unpleasant kind. It is the most treacherous place I have ever visited. A darkly crusty, boiling hot wasteland, sprouting gypsum crystals like perverse jewels, wander off the track, and the superficial crust can break, letting you and your vehicle bog down into a hot, noxious, and embracing glue. Some bacteria thrive in this environment, I am told, which proves that bacteria can live just about anywhere. As for us, we shudder and pass on. We speed across the Arabian Sea towards the northwest coast of India. We have no time to linger on the subcontinent, but we know now that much of what has been said about Africa applies here, too. It carries the same legacy of old Gondwana dressed in the newer clothes of younger sediments. In our mind's eye, we can picture the triangular continent moving northwards from its starting position as part of Pangaea, eventually to engage with Asia. John Dewey and his colleagues have calculated and mapped its trajectory step by step through 84 million years, so that its passage looks like one of those photomontages of human movement, with each frame frozen in time. India kicks the backside of Asia in living motion. Had it not completed its journey, India would now be another Australia, isolated within a great ocean. And who knows what strange animals might have lived there? It would certainly not have been reached by the polyglot profusion of peoples that makes India such an exhilarating and confusing place. Look, below us there is a stepped plateau landscape that seems half familiar. We must be passing over the Deccan Traps, one of those caves decorated with 1,000 human details, lies beneath us, but from above, it is possible to imagine the whole area black and slick with fresh lava boiled out of the Earth's interior one layer after another, spilling out over onto another part of the old Precambrian core of Gondwana. The great river system of the Ganges and its many tributaries lies before us. To the east, the Brahmaputra is nearly as great a waterway. We can see the infinitely complex but infinitely repeated pattern of tiny farms growing rice to feed the burgeoning millions on the subcontinent. In Bangladesh, there are even 3 different kinds of rice to be grown according to the season, and not a day wasted in the business of cultivation. During the monsoon season, floods are both a boon and a curse. What can fertilize one area can devastate another. Vast quantities of sediment are shifted then, hundreds of millions of tons every year, much of which finishes up as an apron of sediment, blanketing the sea floor of the Bay of Bengal. We can see that the Ganges drains the southern flank of the mighty Himalayan range. Its tributaries cut back high into the mountains, and we can trace some of the headwaters to the glacier line. So the Himalayas are being wasted away and ultimately ground down to silt that washes or slumps into the ocean. The Ganges plain, flat and wide below us, is a basin that receives the debris from the tremendous range. To the north, sinking to accommodate more and more sediment, 10 kilometers of it. It is a morass basin, and we might, for a moment, recall those reddish rocks that cropped out among the orchards on the flanks of the Rigi in Switzerland. The upper part of the Brahmaputra cuts through the whole Himalayan range in a series of spectacular gorges. The river evidently antedated the rise of the mountains, working feverishly over millions of years to maintain its position and cut through what tectonics had raised aloft. The Via Mala raised to the nth degree. The mountains are still rising. Vegetation cloaks the foothills. Nothing to see from above except a green swathe tucked into rocky ridges. This is the natural habitat of the deodar and rhododendron species that make groves on the mountainsides. The mountains rise so steeply in Nepal that they seem like a wall dividing the world. However, we may remind ourselves that this is just the outcome of the way plates collide. There remains something obstinately purposeful about such a massive geographical and cultural barrier. No matter if geophysics tells us that the mountain front follows the main boundary thrust, which can be traced to depth on seismic profiles. There are glaciers below us now, streaked and blue, and closely following valleys down from the heights as if they had been colored in by opaque crayon to cover up the brown rocks that surround them. The streaked lines on their surfaces are rocky waste yet more erosional detritus. And there is Mount Everest itself, 8,848 meters high on the roof of the world. There is no avoiding the obvious phrase and no way to know whether it is the highest mountain there has ever been. Was it topped in some other Wilson cycle long ago, in the Caledonides perhaps, or the Hersonides? Any such peak will always remain Mount Invisible, for even its memory has been eroded away. It is unusual to get such a clear view of Mount Everest, for these altitudes are frequently wrapped in storms. The mountain was named for Sir George Everest, superintendent of the Trigonometrical Survey of India in 1823 and Surveyor General in 1830. He was also the first to prove by measurement asterisk that the unexpectedly low gravitational attraction of the Himalayas showed that there had to be roots of lighter rock beneath the great mountains, the first indication of the crustal thickening and shortening that had happened along the tectonic line where the two plates collided. The appropriate dip in the Mohorovic icy discontinuity, marking the base of the crust, was subsequently recognized from seismic evidence as to the how and when. India moved northwards at a rate of about 15 centimeters a year until it collided with Asia about 45 million years ago. after which it still continued to move northwards at 5 centimeters annually. This was a big push, a heave that continued long into tertiary times and spread its influence northwards into Asia. The Karakoram and the high plateau of Tibet, the celestial mountains of Tian Shan and the Altai Mountains. All these are a consequence of the persevering shove of one great continent against another. So the wrinkles on the face of the earth in Asia are not the furrowed frown of one confrontation, but phalanxes of massive corrugations spread across 1,000 kilometers. The evolution of the Himalayan origin was evidently long and complex, as push piled on push, a total of perhaps 1,000 kilometers of crustal shortening was accumulated, as we have seen in the Appalachian Caledonian chain buried among the conifers of Newfoundland and halfway distant around the world. Collision was not simply a question of continental crunch to crunch. There were earlier dockings of terrains that preceded the main continent-to-continent event. Pips of ophiolites were squeezed out as naps to preserve fragments of vanished ocean floors high in the Himalayas. It is like the Oman Mountains, promoted to the gods. Then came the confrontation of the prodigious protagonists. The Brobdingnagian broadside, the Titans tussle as the two continents, India and Asia, finally collided. A series of mighty thrusts, directed broadly northwards, marked the boundaries of parallel zones running all through the Himalayas. At depth, the crust of the Indian subcontinent dives beneath the Tibetan crust. The seismic profiles tell us so. In the face-off, the southerly giant ultimately cringed before its northern antagonist. Slices are piled atop this deep confrontation, each bounded by thrusts. Granites were melted out and mobilized between 12 and 23 million years ago, ultimately to rise skywards. They make some of the most jagged peaks. Old geology was revivified, punched upwards, as deeper, ancient rocks were exhumed from their buried redoubts. There are even Ordovician fossils, old friends that I could recognize on the summit of Mount Everest itself. Tethyan sediments were scrunched and metamorphosed belt after belt, and these thrusts, as you would expect, are younging from north to south as the Indian plate pushed. Onwards, onwards. The mighty range might seem all too complicated for the human mind to grasp, and from our height we can see none of its details, but at the end of the last nap, it is only a compendium and concatenation of everything we have met before in this book, a combination of Newfoundland, the Andes, and the Alps, with a soupçon of Southeast Asia thrown in for good measure. Sometimes it seems as if nothing is so complex on the face of the earth that it cannot be explained in Lyellian mode. Match your mountain, fix your fault, gauge your geochemistry. Does the fact that Mount Everest can be rationally explained diminish its splendor? Would it be more impressive if we still believed it to be the outcome of battle royal among the gods? Quite the contrary, I believe. Our high prospect over the roof of the world is enough to prove that the majesty of mountains endures even when its crags and folds have been rationalized. Far from whittling it away, understanding only increases our awe. As John Ruskin wrote in 1856, mountains are the beginning and the end of all natural scenery. As we move northwards, we pass over the Tibetan Plateau, the loftiest of the world's plateau, with an average height of 16,000 feet, as Arthur Holmes described it. And he might have added, one of the toughest of human habitats. Yaks take the place of alpaca. There's little enough sign of human habitation from above. But what caused Tibet's elevation? Arthur Holmes seemed to have no trouble in believing that the ancestral Indian shield, instead of staging a head-on collision, was drawn downwards to continue its unfinished journey beneath the area that has become Tibet, thus doubling the thickness of the light continental crust. The isostatic uplift was the simplest of the Many tectonic consequences of this stupendous encounter, he continued. It floated up, if you like. Tibet does indeed show crustal thickening, but here, the problems begin. The rate of uplift of Tibet to its present height, about 8 million years ago, was calculated as just too fast to be accountable to. Bouncing up, something else must be involved. That something else has proved controversial. One theory, evolved by Professors Platt and England, geologists at the universities of London and Oxford respectively, has found favor recently. They propose that at a critical stage in crustal thickening, a deep convection current in the asthenosphere removed or polished away part of the thickened and relatively cool continental root. The cooler volume was thus replaced by hot asthenosphere, and this is what gave a thermal boost to the elevation, a helping hand to Tibet's ascent. It is all so deep and far away. How could you ever know? Some of the predictions of the effects on the basin far above, such as faults around its perimeter, prove consistent with the theory. If correct, it should change our understanding of certain ancient mountain belts too, and I should be obliged to rewrite some of what lies above. Time's tapestry is, after all, woven to a common design. As a postscript to the story of Tibet, it has recently been suggested that the elevation of the high plateau 8 million years ago was responsible for modifying the climate. The atmospheric circulation was changed sufficiently to produce the current Indian summer monsoon. The knock-on effect was to increase the rate of erosion of the Himalayan flanks, and this is ultimately reflected in the Bengal fan, extending oceanwards 2,500 kilometers from the subcontinent, where the mineralogy of the deep-sea sediments changed at exactly this time. Geological processes make mountains, and mountains make weather patterns. Weather patterns influence erosion. Erosion produces the rocks of the next Wilson cycle. Everything connects. We have dallied too long. We must move northwards as fast as we can across the terrible Taklamakan Desert. The Himalayas have stolen all the water that might have irrigated this arid region. As a result, it is virtually lifeless. We can make out the great ear of China, Lop Nor, to the east. From above this, Salt Lake does indeed closely resemble an ear 80 kilometers, 50 miles, across. Its outlines are sculpted in ridges of crystallized salt and sand. The Chinese use this desolate place to test nuclear weapons. Further to the north lies another gigantic ridge, the Tian Shan Range. Below it is the Turfan Depression, the second lowest place on Earth at 150 meters below sea level. Cultivation of this remote area has been happening since the time of Christ, using water derived from the melting snows in the Celestial Mountains. Beyond, streams that all too soon drain down into the subsurface. The local farmers tap into the aquifers using horizontal wells called keres. The Great Silk Road ran along the north side of the Turfan Depression. Camel caravans once carried bales of precious stuff to Europe in the shadow of the Tian Shan. There was good money to be made. Den of rocky outcrop were too much for the range to bear, and it wished to shrug off as much as possible. The Tian Shan Range formed within the Asian, played as a series of mighty thrusts, following an old line of weakness. These faults, like everything else, run east-west. They bring ancient Ordovician rocks to the surface, which even carry fossils of my own animals' trilobites. Ultimately, the range was yet another consequence of the continuing northward push of India, another spasm of the crust. What seems mighty on a human scale is but a shrug of the lithosphere, a tick in time. We must turn westwards to follow the old Silk Road through the mountains of Tajikistan and Uzbekistan. The geology of this area is immensely complicated, a collage of bits and pieces of geology sewn together over hundreds of millions of years. The geological map is a kaleidoscope of different colors, patterned like a tie-dye t-shirt. We pass above Samarkand, the Rome of the East, capital city of Tamerlane the Great, 1336 to 1405, and where glazed tiles reach their geometrical apotheosis. Before we pass further, westwards, it is worth reflecting that the great warrior's grandson, Ulugh, made Samarkand into one of the scientific centers of the Middle Ages at a time when Western intellectual endeavor was still devoted to theological minutiae. Ulugh himself taught mathematics. If it had not been for these Middle Eastern bridges between classical and Renaissance science, who knows if geology as a discipline would have been born at all? Westwards again, and what might be an ocean basin appears to the north. The Caspian Sea is, in fact, the most extensive freshwater body in the world. It, too, owes its existence to the heave of tectonics, for it was once connected, southwards to the ocean, until the elevation of the land to the south landlocked. Seals trapped there evolved into an endemic species, and there are hundreds of species of crustaceans found nowhere else. Thus geology and biological evolution collaborated in adding richness to our planet. Everything connects. We can see where the Volga River empties into the north of the Caspian, clouding the clear water with sediment. One day, even the Caspian mightiest of ponds will silt up, and northwards again a glimpse of the end of the Ural chain comes almost as a shock after the transverse grain of the world we have followed ever since the Himalayas. For this range points north-south. It is the line marking a dead Wilson cycle, the coming together of Eurasia prior to the full assembly of Pangaea. If Europe had a geological definition, this would mark the line of its eastern boundary, where a vanished ocean still leaves a legacy of copper mines and smashed remnants of mid-ocean ridges 400 million years old. How different a journey around the world would have been. That long ago, how unfamiliar the geography, only the motor of the plates, would have worked in the same fashion. By now, we have left the influence of India, only to fall under the sway of Arabia and Africa. There seems to be no end to the mountains. The northward movement of Africa or its outriders brings back memories of the Alps. We are now moving towards the shuffling and grinding edges of the plates that shaped Europe. As we cross in the shadow of the Caucasus, between the Caspian and the Black Sea, Mount Ararat, or Agri Dagi, 5,165 meters, lies to the south. In the biblical account, the ark came to shore here after the flood, and we may remember how Edouard Sue spent so much of his great book providing a historical and geological explanation for the flood as a massive incursion of the sea, garnering his evidence from the epic of Gilgamesh. Only 10 years ago, the remains of the ark were supposed to have been discovered on Mount Ararat. To a geologist, however, the claimed ark was obviously a syncline composed of well-bedded sedimentary rocks. And now before us lies that most perverse of oceans, the Black Sea, which narrowly avoids being landlocked and whose shimmering surface belies its poisoned depths deprived of oxygen. So poor is its circulation. A much more recent explanation of the biblical flood comes to mind: the breaching of the narrow entrance into the Black Sea that dramatically filled it with salt water, raising its surface level with that of the Mediterranean and drowning shores. Once rich with life, this is an intellectual territory as murky as the dark depths of the Black Sea itself, a place where history, mythology, and geology compete for the hearts and minds of humankind. To some, a cherished myth is still worth more than an unvarnished fact. Time has not yet delivered its judgment on the Black Sea flood, let alone whether it can really be identified with the flood of Gilgamesh and the Bible. We know that there were catastrophes in the geological past that belied Charles Lyell's most extreme view of uniformity of process through geological time. Equally, we know that sifting the evidence to understand the past requires rigor and experiment that are unquestionably Lyellian in spirit. Black Sea flood or not, we know only too well that great faults take up the stresses and the crust as it moves along the southern shore of the Black Sea. It is shifting and juddering, and sometimes catastrophic, steps eastwards relative to the rest of Turkey to the south. Let us speed above the Dardanelles into the Mediterranean Sea and southwards through the Aegean, a pattern of islands set in a sparkling sea. Seems so intimate compared with what we have seen in the great ranges and wastes of the world. Yet it was here that the adventurers of classical times faced monsters and tempests. Fossil bones became the limbs of giants. Part of the appeal of mythic explanations lies in their proximity to our human concerns, our intimate history. It might seem to rob these islands of their individuality to learn that they are tip blocks of limestone strata, which, in turn, are part of a response to north-dipping subduction along the Hellenic arc line to the south of Crete. Asterisk on the contrary, when you clamber along shorelines shaped by the sea, looking down through the clear water at rocks that are bored by clams, like those that violated the columns at the temple of Serapis, you rejoice in the intimate variations upon general geological processes. Geology may provide the foundations and the structure, but there are infinite possibilities for weather and vegetation to supply the decoration. Further to the east, we remember that Cyprus carries abducted ocean floor running along the length of the island. But does it not add to our enjoyment of the richness of the world to know that Mount Olympus itself is a mass of ultramafic rocks transported from the depths of the crust, that the home of the gods is truly a production of Hades? As for the Mediterranean Sea itself, we know enough by now to be aware that the cradle of Western civilization is really an unreliable, shifting nursery. Other seas have come and gone here, Sus Tethys most notable among them, and one day the current sea will die. In a reverse of the Black Sea scenario, the Mediterranean almost dried out in the Miocene when the narrow link to the Atlantic Ocean was temporarily sealed by tectonics. The sea evaporated under the fierce sun, throwing down huge quantities of salt, which still remain locked away under the current seafloor. Imagine if we had taken our journey then. The Taklamakan Desert would have been as nothing to the cracked and glistening wasteland beneath us, with patches of treacherous Saka waiting to engulf any beast that dared to try its luck in crossing. The flood of floods would have happened when the dam broke, the force of 1,000 Niagaras crashing through the Straits of Gibraltar, tumbling fish and mollusks willy-nilly into what would become their new home. Then the waters settled what had been mountains not many months before it took on a new life as islands, and the scene was laid for proud Odysseus and all the wrangling gods on their Olympian heights. Nor can we see the two plates comprising the eastern part of the Mediterranean region, or microplates as they should be called, because they are so much smaller than the vast slabs in the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans. They are termed the Adriatic and Anatolian microplates. The Adriatic Sea being immediately east of Italy, and Anatolia comprising a large part of Asia Minor. Their current movements are still dictated by the northward movement of Africa towards Europe, variously twisting and thinning the crust. The African plate continues northwards beyond its continental coastline, feeding into a subduction zone along the Cyprian and Hellenic arcs, south of Turkey and Greece, and the Calabrian arc south of Italy's Seoul. The latter supplies magma to the active volcanoes in the Aeolian Islands, which lie where they should, above the subduction zone. Meanwhile, the Adriatic plate is rotating anti-clockwise relative to the European plate, and as one consequence, Italy is still dangerously seismically active. Frescoes tumble, mudslides bury villages. The collision front between the Adriatic plate and Europe lies under the eastern part of Italy, running along the length of the boot. The relative movement between the Adriatic plate and Europe has also caused deep fault systems to migrate, which in turn has made the volcanoes related to them progressively appear to the south over the last 5 million years. It is a complicated piece of the world. You have to envisage masses of the Earth jostling one another, twisting and sliding as well as subducting, even in some places like the Tyrrhenian Sea locally, stretching, and all within the crushing embrace of the great continents too, north and south. The time approaches to complete our puckish aerial circumnavigation. So much there was to see, so much remains unseen. We turn northwards towards Calabria, the toe of Italy. The elongate triangle of the island of Sicily lies to our left, that plume of smoke streaming out like a wispy tress of dark hair must be emanating from Mount Etna, the first volcano actually in process of erupting that we have encountered on our long journey. Etna celebrated the new millennium by springing vigorously to life, something it has done with infuriating unpredictability since historical records began and many millennia before that. In 1669, it destroyed the western part of the large town of Catania, whose castle was moated by erupting lava. In 1971, the volcano even destroyed the observatory built to predict its behavior, an example of nature cocking a snook if ever there was one. During the 1992 eruption, it was estimated that 240 million cubic meters of lava were spewed forth between the months of March and May. In 2001, it was the turn of the village of Sapienza. Fortunately, Etna's lava moved slowly enough for sensible evacuation procedures to be observed and also allow attempts to divert it from its apparently inexorable course. In the midst of the latest eruption, an eyewitness recorded the smell of brimstone mixing with the aromatic whiff of burning pine resin, like a medical treatment from the time of Paracelsus. Northwards along the Italian coast towards Naples, lower now, and to the east, we see the wooded slopes of the Apennines, our last mountain chain. In spirit, we have almost come back to Glarus, for the spine of Italy is a mass of piled nappes, composed overwhelmingly of Mesozoic and Tertiary strata. The nappes came from what is now the west, while to the northeast the strata are comparatively undisturbed. Italy somehow seems out of place on the map of Europe, less a boot, more a sore thumb sticking out, away from the east, west trend of the Alps. How could this have happened as a result of an African-European rapprochement? Perhaps it is fitting to end with a puzzle. One theory promulgated by Italian geologists generates the origin by swiveling a Proto-Italy outwards from a normal alpine position. You have to imagine the boot starting adjacent to France on a line with the alpine chain, then swinging out at its knee from this original position, before the Oligocene, and finally, gradually, attaining its current position, all the while piling up nappes, with Corsica and Sardinia being left behind in the process. However it formed, the Italian peninsula is a scrambled mass of geology and a rich resource. We think of churches floored with slabs of Ammonitico Rosso, a stone both warmly red and mottled with a subtlety no industrial process could duplicate, with every now and again the spiral ghost of the ammonite fossil that gave it its name. We think of marble and limestone-clad side chapels dedicated to the saint of choice, and from Carrara in the north of the country, the white marble baked from the purest limestone from which Michelangelo made his unequaled sculptures, the progeny of tectonics, transformed into art by the hand of genius. See, there is Vesuvius below us now. The fog of Naples must have been blown clear away today. The wrecked courses of old lava flows can be seen, tumbling and skulking among the trees. It is not difficult to imagine another, one perhaps a pyroclastic surge, wiping away urban man's impertinent roads and buildings. And there is Pompeii, looking from this height like some unfathomable board game, exhumed proof of our vulnerability. the duration of our present version of civilization and all the versions that preceded it is as one day in the life of the volcano, and the life of that volcano but a single breath in the life of the earth. Look, the Phlegrean fields lie beyond the city. Can you feel the magma rising deep beneath them? That tranquil crater lake was once the entrance to Hades. With what you now know, your mind's eye might follow Persephone downwards to the seat of the tectonic plates. And there is Bay at the end of the bay, where, Edouard Seuss tells us, Nero attempted to drown his mother in a treacherous boat, and Pliny made the observations in AD 79 that marked the beginnings of geology and the death of his uncle. Earthwards now, and we can see the seafront at Pozzuoli. There are some local fishermen dining al fresco on fusilli dressed with tiny squid, and such fish as the nets brought in, and beyond them is the temple of Serapis, where my story began. A few tourists wander about the ancient marketplace. Perhaps one or two of them may wonder about the pitted discoloration of the great columns that dominate the square. We have come a long way